Chapter 905. A world-shaking sound echoed through the horizon. The combined attack of the 8 ultimate powerhouses shocked Feng Chen to no end. Even a mystic king wouldn't dare take such an attack head-on. Even Feng Chen believed that the Earth Devil King would definitely be killed this time. Rumble. The 7 peak experts used their strongest techniques, leaving the rest to Taoist vigor. Every time he punched, his strength was boundless. The might of his fists wasn't any weaker than a newly advanced mystic king. Bang! 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 The cracks on the Earth Devil King's body grew bigger and bigger. It kept retreating, roaring towards the sky. Still not enough power. Seeing that the Earth Demon King's body was on the verge of collapse, the Earth Demon King started a powerful counterattack, and Taoist vigor roared loudly. Zhang Jian's eyes flickered, then he continued to urge the spiritual qi within his body. 2 magnificent rays of light appeared, intimidating the heavens. These 2 magnificent rays of light instantly bombarded the Earth Devil King's body. Bang! With these 2 magnificent rays of light, Taoist Vigor's eyes were filled with excitement, and he once again punched. He directly smashed the Earth Devil King's body that was about to collapse. Crash! The Earth Devil King's body collapsed in the air. Hoo! The 8 peak experts let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on their faces. This Earth Devil King's defense was too strong. They had exhausted all their power to kill it. Zhang Jian's face was a bit pale. After using his strongest killing move, his body was a bit weak. Careful! Just as the 8 of them relaxed their vigilance, Feng Chen suddenly shouted. Just as Feng Chen's voice fell, the ground they were standing on suddenly changed. The dirt on the ground rapidly gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expressions of the 8 peak experts changed. In the blink of an eye, another Earth Devil King condensed. What's going on? Dark Sword cried out. They had used all their power to kill one Earth Devil King. Why did another one appear? With their current strength, they were unable to deal with this Earth Devil King. Could it be that they were going to retreat to the 5th level? They were unwilling to give up. The 10th level of the Heart of Xiantian was still waiting for them. What should we do? Taoist Tian Hong asked solemnly. He was prepared to attack at any moment. In the previous battle, Feng Chen hadn't been able to help, but now Feng Chen was carefully observing the Earth Demon King and suddenly noticed something. There's a crystal on the forehead of the Earth Demon. If I'm not wrong, that crystal is the energy source of the Earth Demon, Feng Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders all looked over. The energy crystal provides an endless amount of energy. If we don't shatter the energy crystal, the Earth Demon King will continue to condense, Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in a deep voice. This space was the territory of the Earth Fiend King. As long as there was land, the Earth Fiend King could rely on energy crystals to recondense. This was a very terrifying thing. The 8 of them had unsightly expressions. They had just used all their strength to kill an Earth Demon King. That was the best opportunity to shatter the energy crystal, but they had missed it. Now, if they wanted to shatter the energy crystal, they had to get rid of this Earth Fiend King. But in their current state, how could they kill it? No, the Earth Fiend King is too strong. Our condition isn't good. Let's return to the 5th level. Right, let's return to the 5th level. After recovering, we'll return to the 6th level. That's the only way. A few of the experts said helplessly. But just as they were about to leave, Feng Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone, I have an idea, said Feng Chen. You. Dark Sword looked at Feng Chen and asked. He clearly didn't believe that Feng Chen had a good idea. If you're willing to believe me, the success rate is at least 80%, said Feng Chen. The other experts fell silent when they heard this. If they failed, they would lose their lives here. What do you need us to do? Asked the only female powerhouse, Wind Chant. You're in charge of restraining the Earth Fiend King. Do your best to confine its body. I'll use my true meaning to go in front of it and take the energy crystal, said Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the Earth Fiend King had already arrived in front of them. Foolish humans, you'll definitely die at my hands. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses heard this, they quickly pondered for a moment. In the end, they decided to give it a try. Alright, let's try again. After saying that, Wind Chant took the lead and used the Storm Sword art. A terrifying snowstorm instantly descended from the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to the lowest point. The snowstorm landed on the Earth Fiend King's body and instantly froze it, temporarily freezing it. Seeing this, the Icefire King also used the Icefire Sword art. His 2 true meanings instantly surged out to support Wind Chant. As for the other powerhouses, they also used their strongest skills once more. Only Zhang Jian calmly stood there. After using his strongest killing move several times in a row, he was already powerless to use it again. I hope it'll succeed, Zhang Jian inwardly said. Roar. The imprisoned Earth Fiend King furiously roared, his body unceasingly struggling. At this time, Fang Chen's figure instantly disappeared. The next time he appeared above the Earth Fiend King's head without any warning. Melt the ice on its forehead! Fang Chen loudly roared. Wind Chant suddenly waved her white hand, and the ice on the Earth Fiend King's forehead melted, revealing the energy crystal. Fang Chen extended his hand and directly grabbed the energy crystal. Crash! Fang Chen's hand exerted force, and the energy crystal was instantly pulled out. Success! Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Then his figure flashed and he returned to Zhang Jian's side. The energy crystal has been taken, said Fang Chen. Seeing this, the other 7 were overjoyed, and immediately attacked the Earth Fiend King frantically. After losing the energy crystal, the Earth Fiend King's defense continuously decreased, and it was finally killed by the 7. Crash! The Earth Fiend King's body directly dissipated in the void. At this time, the gazes of the 8 peak powerhouses were all focused on the energy crystal in Fang Chen's hand. Quickly destroy the energy crystal, or the Earth Fiend King will condense again, said Wind Chant somewhat anxiously. The other powerhouses also nodded one after another. The urgent matter was to destroy the energy crystal. Otherwise, if the Earth Fiend King condensed again, they would have no choice but to retreat to the 5th floor. Fang Chen exerted force in his palm, wanting to crush the energy crystal. But unexpectedly, the energy crystal was abnormally hard, and he was unable to crush it. Let me! Vigorous Taoist exerted all his strength and punched the energy crystal. Deng deng deng! Vigorous Taoist's body was sent flying, but the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. At this time, the energy crystal was crazily absorbing the earth fragments on the ground. So hard! Seeing this, the others involuntarily cried out. The energy crystal was too hard, and even Vigorous Taoist was unable to destroy it. Furthermore, the energy crystal was absorbing the surrounding earth fragments, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. The 8 of us must join hands to destroy it, shouted Dark Sword. The 8 peak powerhouses joined hands once more, and their tyrannical attacks collided with the energy crystal. The result was very disappointing, as the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. Damn it, how could it be like this? They had originally thought that once they obtained the energy crystal, they would be able to easily destroy it. But now, it seemed that they had been too optimistic. The energy crystal was constantly revolving, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. The 8 of them had gloomy expressions, and Fang Chen was also filled with helplessness. The energy crystal is actually this hard. Fang Chen thought to himself. Not good, the Earth Fiend King is about to condense, quickly retreat. The 8 peak powerhouses turned pale with fright and retreated one after the other. Fang Chen was also preparing to leave, but at that moment, the little mouse appeared with a swoosh. Let me. Chapter 906. Crack. The little mouse ignored the shock of the 8 ultimate contenders and directly crushed the energy crystal that the 8 of them could do nothing about. Then, it swallowed it. At this time, the 8 peak experts all stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. That's possible? Even Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in shock. I'm so full. Too bad there's only one. After the little mouse finished eating the energy crystal, it was very satisfied and grinned. Hearing its words, everyone was dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. At this time, the 8 of them finally reacted. Little friend Fang, is this your spirit pet? When the 8 of them saw the little mouse standing on Fang Chen's shoulder, they were dumbfounded. Fang Chen nodded. The 8 of them were also shocked. This spirit pet of yours is too abnormal, Dark Sword couldn't help saying. Yeah, even when the 8 of us joined hands, we couldn't break the energy crystal. But your spirit pet directly swallowed it, said Taoist Tianhong. Little friend Fang, this spirit pet of yours isn't simple, said the ox-nosed old Taoist. As for the others, they were also shocked. The only female expert smiled as she looked at the little mouse. What a cute little mouse, said Wind Chanter. In response to their shock, Fang Chen only gave a brief explanation. He said that the little mouse's teeth were relatively hard and then glossed over it. With the little mouse's fighting strength, the 8 peak experts were very excited. The Earth Devil King has been destroyed. The 6th floor is no longer dangerous, said the Ice Fire King. The others were also grinning from ear to ear. They were in a very good mood. They originally thought that they would fail, but they actually succeeded. Furthermore, the one who resolved the crisis was actually a little mouse. Everyone looked at Fang Chen one after another, their eyes filled with satisfied smiles. It seemed that bringing Fang Chen was a wise choice. Thinking about it carefully, if they didn't have Fang Chen's space-related true meaning, the 8 of them wouldn't have been able to obtain the Earth Demon King's energy crystals. If it wasn't for the little mouse, the Earth Devil King would have condensed again, and they would have been forced to retreat to the 5th floor. Fortunately, there was Little Mouse and Fang Chen. Right now, the 6th level is no longer dangerous. Let's look around here and see if there are any opportunities, Dark Sword suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. If there's anything suitable for you, we'll keep it for you, said Sage Tianhong. Many thanks, seniors. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked. In the end, the 8 of them discussed and prepared to plunder the inheritances on the 6th floor. Fang Chen, be careful. Although the Earth Devil King is dead, the God-burying sword prison is incomparably dangerous. Be careful of other dangers. Wind Chant chuckled. Fang Chen nodded, and the 8 of them instantly disappeared. Fang Chen also left with the little mouse. The entire 6th floor was covered in a dusky haze. The earth was filled with the true intent of the earth. After the Earth Devil King died, the ordinary Earth Devils all hid, not daring to come out. The spacious 6th level was empty. Fang Chen leisurely flew in the air above the 6th floor. From time to time, he could hear some resentful voices. So many skeletons. Flying in the air, Fang Chen saw countless skeletons scattered on the ground. These skeletons were all world-shaking powerhouses when they were alive. However, they fell here and turned into a pile of yellow soil. In the end, who would still remember them? The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder, constantly looking around. With the little mouse's sense of smell, it could easily discover the inheritance treasures hidden in these skeletons. 1 man and 1 mouse quickly searched. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Everyone discussed that in 7 days, they would gather at the place where the Earth Devil King died, and then head to the 7th floor. Now, 3 days had passed. Fang Chen and the little mouse had some gains, but overall, they hadn't gained much. Boss, I feel that something is wrong. Suddenly, the little mouse said gravely. What's wrong? Fang Chen hastily asked. The little mouse's pitch-black eyes looked at a distant mountain peak. I feel that there's a trace of a strange aura on that mountain peak. Let's go take a look. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he flew rapidly and soon arrived at this place. Climbing the mountain peak, Fang Chen discovered that there were countless skeletons here. These skeletons were scattered all over the mountain peak. At first glance, he didn't discover anything. But after looking carefully, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the arrangement of these skeletons actually formed a formation. Corpse formation. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. Why would the skeletons of these fallen supreme experts form such a terrifying formation? The corpse formation was an extremely sinister formation. Although its level wasn't high, it was abnormally sinister. This kind of formation was able to gather the resentment of the dead. The stronger the resentment, the more dangerous it would be when gathered together. Crash! Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a large illusory hand suddenly pounced over. Fang Chen fiercely brandished the hidden star sword, and the golden light dragon-slaying sword shot out. Bang! The hidden star sword fiercely chopped down on the illusory hand, causing it to directly dissipate. Then, Fang Chen sensed that there was a strange aura that instantly filled the air. The little mouse seemed to recognize this aura and immediately jumped into the formation, crazily absorbing this dense aura. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't disturb it. He vigilantly looked around, guarding the little mouse. Inside the corpse formation, countless resentment of the dead had gathered together. As the little mouse crazily absorbed, these resentment constantly struggled, but to no avail. The little mouse seems to be transforming, Fang Chen whispered. He didn't expect the little mouse to be able to absorb these resentment. After a full 2 hours, the corpse formation collapsed on its own. The little mouse's body surged with a purple luster, and its eyes emitted a terrifying light. How is it? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Boss, the resentment in this corpse formation seems to be tainted with the aura of my heaven-devouring divine rat lineage, so I can absorb it, the little mouse said in a deep voice. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. Where did this resentment come from? Why was it tainted with the aura of the heaven-devouring divine rat lineage? One had to know that in the entire outerverse, there were only 2 heaven-devouring divine rats, and one of them was the one that followed the Buried Sword Emperor. It had fallen in the Buried Sword province, so perhaps these resentment had come in contact with it when they were alive. That was the only explanation. The little mouse told Fang Chen that after absorbing the resentment, its strength had skyrocketed, and the number of times it could use its innate ability had increased. Fang Chen was very happy. The little mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and once it fully matured, it would definitely shake the entire outerverse. Let's go. With that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and left. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to look for opportunities. Finally, one day, he found a wondrous place. This place was filled with the aura of countless lightning bolts, and occasionally, lightning energy would strike down. Fang Chen thought that this was a cultivation place. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived, and his body was instantly filled with lightning energy. Rumble, for some reason, more and more lightning energy struck down, and all of them bombarded Fang Chen's body. Fuck! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had just arrived, and this lightning energy seemed to be repelling him. However, this was just right. He activated his sword body, and sword intent filled his body as he tempered his physical strength. A few days later, Fang Chen left this place. This was because all the lightning energy here had been absorbed into his body. Strangely enough, it seemed that because he had passed the 12th level tribulation, he didn't fear lightning energy. All the lightning energy in this strange place had been absorbed by Fang Chen. Now, Fang Chen's body was filled with countless lightning energy, and at first glance, it was very frightening. However, Fang Chen was also very happy. This lightning energy was stored in his body, and when released at a critical moment, its power was incomparably shocking. According to the agreement, Fang Chen returned to the place where he had killed the Earth Devil King, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses rushed over. Their first reaction when they saw Fang Chen was shock. Chapter 907. I used the power of lightning to refine my body and absorbed some of it, Fang Chen said. Taoist Vigor's eyes widened. He looked at Fong Qin and said, "Kid, I'm the best at refining my body. You can't refine your body like this." The other 7 people nodded. Taoist Vigor was the best at refining his body among the 8 extreme powerhouses. Furthermore, Taoist Dali had already reached the pinnacle of body refining. His body had reached the saint level. No one could compare to him. Taoist Vigor had observed Fong Chen's body and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Therefore, he said, "Kid, are you interested in learning how to refine your body? I can guarantee that your body will reach the level of a 9-star Tao body." Fong Chen shook his head. "Why? Are you looking down on me?" Taoist Vigor was a little unhappy. At this moment, Fong Chen activated his sword body. Sword intent surged and a vast aura filled his body. Taoist Vigor's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. A 9-star Tao body? Taoist Vigor was shocked. Fong Chen was not even 30 years old, but his body had reached the level of a 9-star Tao body. As expected of the most talented genius in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Not only is his sword Tao incredible, but his body is also incredible, Dark Sword said. "Yes, a 9-star Tao body at such a young age. I'm envious." Tianhong's spiritual master curled his lip. The others also praised Fong Chen. Taoist Vigor was a little embarrassed. He straightened his sleeves, snorted, and turned to leave. Fong Chen also smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Vigor, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll focus on the martial Tao." The 8 extreme powerhouses led Fong Chen to the entrance of the 7th floor and entered. After Fong Chen and the others entered the 7th floor, an earth-shattering event happened in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Of course, this was something that no ordinary martial artist knew except for a few people from the Burial Sword Immortal Palace. At the edge of the Burial Sword Prefecture, in the endless ocean, there was a vortex, and within the vortex was the God-burying sword prison. Other than the palace master of the Immortal Palace and a dozen mystic king realm commanders, no one knew that there was a terrifying being suppressed under the God-burying sword prison. Even the palace lord of the Immortal Palace could not completely destroy this terrifying existence. If it were not for the existence of the God-burying sword prison, no one would be able to suppress this terrifying existence. At this moment, a dozen or so commanders were standing before the vortex, dragging their mutilated bodies. Before them stood the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's palace master. "Palace Lord, let us do it," the old ancestor of the Golden Sword City Sword Arena said in a deep voice. Immediately, the other profound King Realm commanders also unleashed their terrifying auras. The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace nodded with a helpless expression. "For the Sword Burial Province, kill." The dozen or so commanders roared out as they charged into the vortex. In the next few minutes, the entire endless ocean was shaking. The palace master of the sword-burying Immortal Palace floated above the boundless ocean, his heart filled with grief. He wanted to make a move, but he couldn't. For the sake of the Sword Burial Prefecture, he couldn't do anything. Dong. A few minutes later, the endless ocean regained its calm. A trembling sound resounded through the sky. During this time, a furious roar could be heard. It was the roar of that terrifying existence. "One day, I will destroy the entire Sword Burial Province." The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace reached out his hand and pressed down on the endless ocean's vortex. The endless ocean regained its calm, but the dozen or so commanders had completely disappeared. The palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace floated above the endless ocean, his heart trembling. "The Sword Burial Province will remember your deaths." After saying that, the palace master disappeared. The cultivators of the Sword Burial Province were living a peaceful life. However, the palace master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace knew. Today, more than a dozen mystic king realm commanders had used their lives to seal the terrifying existence in the whirlpool once more. On the 7th floor of the God-burying sword prison, Everyone floated in the sky and looked around. The seventh floor was abnormally calm. There were no dangerous auras. However, the more it was like this, the more abnormal it was. "Find the entrance," Taoist Tianhong said. The 8 of them nodded and began searching for the entrance to the 8th floor. 3 days later, they gathered at the entrance. However, their expressions were incomparably solemn. There was a figure at the entrance to the 8th floor. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at them with a smile. "You've arrived a bit earlier than I expected," said the figure with a grin. His smile gave off a sinister feeling. Fang Chen carefully observed this figure. He was not tall and had a head of purple hair. He was wearing plain cotton clothes and looked very simple. "Who are you?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. "I'm the Guardian," said the figure with a smile. "Guardian?" asked Winchant. "Didn't you notice that there wasn't the slightest bit of danger on the way here?" asked the Guardian. Everyone's expressions changed slightly as they stared at the Guardian with vigilance. "That's because I've devoured all the resentment on the 7th floor. As for those life forms, they've all been killed by me," said the Guardian calmly. However, when they heard that, their hearts palpitated. "What?" exclaimed Dark Sword. The faces of the others were filled with shock. All the resentment on the 7th floor had been devoured by the Guardian, and all the life forms had been killed by him. Just what kind of existence was this Guardian? "It's been a long time since a human martial artist has come here," said the Guardian with a smile. Everyone's expressions were solemn as they stared at the Guardian. "So, I'll play with you properly. I won't kill you easily," said the Guardian sinisterly. The eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses flickered. "What should we do?" asked Fang Chen in a low voice. He had just used spiritual detection, but he couldn't get close to the Guardian. The Guardian's strength was too tyrannical. "Don't be rash," said Swordbreaker. At this moment, the Guardian's gaze turned to Fang Chen. "You're the weakest among the 9. "I'll start with you," said the Guardian with a smile. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt his golden heart rapidly beating. His body seemed to be imprisoned. True meaning of the void. With a thought, Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of the void. His figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the Guardian's eyes flickered. The Guardian noticed Fang Chen's true meaning of the void. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Interesting." As soon as the Guardian's voice fell, he flicked his wrist. Suddenly, a terrifying fist radiance shot out. Bang! Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, was instantly hit by the terrifying fist radiance. With a bang, his body fell to the ground. So strong. This Guardian was too strong. There was no way he could resist. Even if he entered the void, he couldn't escape the Guardian's attack. Fang Chen quickly stood up. The sword body around him was activated. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and was ready to attack. Too weak. The Guardian shook his head slightly. Then, he threw out another punch. Suddenly, Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. Little Mouse whizzed in front of Fang Chen. "Don't you dare hurt my boss!" Little Mouse roared angrily. Its eyes were scarlet and its body was surging with purple light. Roar! Using its special ability, a terrifying attractive force instantly spread out. Seeing this, the gatekeeper's expression finally changed. "This aura is so familiar." The Guardian looked at the huge purple rat shadow behind Little Mouse and muttered to himself. It felt like déjà vu. Roar. Using its special ability to the extreme, the terrifying attractive force shrouded the Guardian. After a short moment of shock, the Guardian's face returned to normal. Then, a terrifying light burst out from its body and shot directly at Little Mouse. Poochie! This ray of light struck the purple rat's shadow with lightning speed. Boom! The purple rat shadow collapsed. Little Mouse's special ability was broken for the first time. Its body was sent flying and blood splattered all over the sky. "Let's attack together." Taoist Master Tian Hong roared loudly. The 8 ultimate powerhouses attacked together, activating their strongest killer moves to surround and annihilate the gatekeeper. Chapter 908. The gatekeeper's strength was simply not what the few of them could imagine. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses joined forces, their power was comparable to a mystic king realm powerhouse. However, they were powerless in front of the gatekeeper. Little Mouse's innate superpower had completely infuriated the gatekeeper. His face was filled with coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist suddenly shook. In an instant, it turned into countless rays of light that shot towards the 9 people. Poochie! At the most crucial moment, Fang Chen unleashed the true meaning of the void and dodged the terrifying rays of light. As for the other 8, they were hit and instantly flew out. Run! The hand of broken swords roared, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses fled one after another. Seeing that everyone was fleeing, the gatekeeper did not stop them. Too weak, the gatekeeper said again. Then, he sat down cross-legged and continued to guard the entrance of the 8th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the 7th level and were ready to return to the 6th level. Yes, the gatekeeper did not chase after us. Suddenly, Dark Sword was a little confused and asked. The others also looked at each other before exchanging glances with each other. I'm afraid that the gatekeeper disdains to chase after us, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice. At this moment, a deep voice entered everyone's ears. You can cultivate as you wish. As long as you do not come within 100 miles of me, I will not take the initiative to attack. Hearing this voice, the 8 of them relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Voila! Fang Chen came out of the void with a pale face. In his arms, Little Mouse was severely injured. The gatekeeper clearly thinks that we are too weak and wants us to cultivate here and increase our strength before challenging him. Enlightened Tianhong said. The gatekeeper is guarding the entrance of the 8th level. Unless we defeat him, we can't enter the 8th level. Seeing that they had already entered the 7th level, they did not want to give up. Now that things have come to this, we can only bury ourselves in cultivation. There were not many opportunities to enter the God-burying sword prison. If they did not seize this opportunity, they did not know when they would be able to enter again in the future. Moreover, time waits for no one. Their time was coming. All right, let's cultivate. The 8 ultimate powerhouses came to a unanimous decision and set up a formation. They sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Fang Chen also began to cultivate. While the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Fang Chen were trapped in the 7th level, Lu Jingyun and the others finally arrived at the 6th level. At this moment they were in a sorry state. On the 5th level, Lu Jingyun and the others had made some breakthroughs, and even obtained some inheritances. Suddenly, Tuoba Yulong asked, Why is the 6th floor so empty? Lu Wudao's eyes to the side. To the 4th level? To the 7th level. When they entered the God-burying sword prison, there were more than 200 martial artists. Now there were only a few dozen left. Just as Lu Jingyun and the others were talking, many quasi-kings suddenly appeared on the 6th floor. Lu Jingyun, you were the first to come. What did you discover? Asked one of the more prestigious quasi-kings. Lu Jingyun shook his head. When we came in, it was already empty. It seems that the 8 ultimate powerhouses have already cleaned up this place, another quasi-king said. They discussed for a while and decided to explore the 6th level first. They would look for opportunities to raise their strength before entering the 7th level. The entire God-burying sword prison was emitting an oppressive aura. Outside the God-burying sword prison, the sword-burying prefecture was incomparably peaceful. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half-year, the palace master of the sword-burying Immortal Palace had been paying attention to the God-burying sword prison. However, even he was unable to clearly see the situation within the God-burying sword prison. Ancient Sword Continent, 5 Elements Province, a large country. This large country was not far from the Golden Crown nation. To be able to be called a large country, it could be considered a powerful faction in the secular world. However, one day, this large country suffered the most tragic attack since its founding. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect attacked this large country. In just one day, this large country was completely massacred by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Then, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect brazenly suppressed this large country. Lord, this large country has been conquered. What do we do next? Within the large country, a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect asked in a low voice. Take complete control of this large country and then use it as a foundation to massacre the other large countries, the leader said slowly. Because of the Yellow Spring sect master, the Yellow Spring sect was extremely powerful. Because the Five Elements province did not have a quasi-king, it was in a very difficult situation. The sky and demon continents could barely fend for themselves. There was no way they could help the Five Elements province. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect also targeted this point and continuously invaded the Five Elements province. The Five Elements province was so large that half of it had already been conquered by the Yellow Spring sect. This was unimaginable in the past. The invasion of the Yellow Spring sect caused the people of the Five Elements province to suffer. Many large sects wanted the Five Elements Academy to help. However, the Five Elements Academy's dean was in seclusion and had yet to appear. No one could stop the pace of the Yellow Spring sect's invasion. After resting in this large country for 3 days, the Yellow Spring sect continued to advance towards another large country. This time, their target was the Golden Crown state. Under the powerful attack of the Yellow Spring sect, the Golden Crown state only managed to hold on for a day before they completely lost. The Five Elements Academy, the main peak of the Five Elements Peak. The Bloody Spearman and the others gathered together and stared at the forbidden area of the Five Elements Academy. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is the dean coming out of seclusion? Did the dean make a breakthrough? The few true martial realm experts were puzzled. Their faces were filled with hope. They hoped that the dean could make a breakthrough. If the dean could reach the quasi-king realm, then the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five Elements province would be able to completely leave. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the Five Elements Academy. The power of thunder resounded through the sky. Crack. At a certain moment, the gates of the forbidden area opened and a familiar figure walked out. Dean Wuyun's body was filled with a powerful aura. Dean. Seeing this, the few true martial realm experts cried out and came to the dean's side. At this moment, the dean's aura was very special. In his hand, he held a long sword that was 1 zhang long. On the long sword there was a flowing light. Dean, you made a breakthrough? Elder Han asked excitedly. Dean Wuyun nodded and said, How's the situation in the Five Elements province? Nearly half of the Five Elements province's territory has been occupied by the Yellow Spring sect. Right now, the Yellow Spring sect's attack has already reached the Golden Crown state, the Bloody Spearman said. It's time to end this. After saying this, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed and disappeared. When the other true martial realm experts saw this, they quickly shot over as well. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect had taken complete control of the Golden Crown country. At this moment, they were sending a small team to the Xingfeng country to massacre the Xingfeng country. Boss, the Xingfeng country is up ahead, a Yellow Spring sect member said with a smile. Oh, this is the Xingfeng country? Yes. Massacre, the leader of the Yellow Spring sect said coldly. Immediately, the Yellow Spring sect member's body flew into the sky. People of the Xingfeng country, listen up. You have 3 minutes to surrender. If you dare resist, kill without mercy. His voice spread throughout the entire Xingfeng country. This caused countless cultivators in the Xingfeng country to be shocked. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Yellow Spring sect activated their massacre mode. In the blink of an eye, the imperial capital of the Xingfeng country was covered in rivers of blood. Puny humans, you actually dare to resist? The leader of the Yellow Spring sect said sinisterly after killing a cultivator with a single punch. Pucci, just as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly tore through the void and pierced his body. The smile on his face instantly stiffened. He wanted to turn his head to see who had attacked him, but he was unable to do so. Bang! The Yellow Spring sect leader's corpse fell to the ground. Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect scram from the Five Elements province. After that, a shocking voice instantly spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. This voice contained a soul attack. Pucci, all the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had their souls instantly collapsed. Their corpses fell to the ground one by one. Dean Wuyun floated in the sky like a god of war. He held a sword in his hand, and his robes fluttered without wind. Soon, the situation in the Xingfeng country spread to the Golden Crown country. When the Yellow Spring sect leader guarding the Golden Crown country heard the news, he immediately rushed to the Xingfeng country. Which cultivator dares to kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect? The leader asked coldly as he floated in the sky. Five Elements Academy, Wuyun. As soon as the dean spoke, a sword light greeted the leader. After a year of silence, the people of the Five Elements Academy finally began their counterattack under the lead of their dean. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown country were wiped out by the Five Elements Academy. Other places were also wiped out one after another. When the Yellow Spring sect leader learned of this, he was furious and immediately went to the battlefield. In the sky above a certain country, the Yellow Spring sect leader appeared. Wuyun, you dare kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect, said the Yellow Spring sect leader coldly. The Yellow Spring sect has invaded my Five Elements province and massacred innocent people. It's time to pay back the debt, said Dean Wuyun. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Yellow Spring sect leader's aura instantly erupted. At this time, the aura of a quasi-king also erupted from Dean Wuyun's body. Quasi-king? Is that what you're relying on? Asked the Yellow Spring sect leader sinisterly. Although they were all quasi-kings, there were still differences in strength between them. Moreover, he was once a genuine mystic king expert. Chapter 909. Ever since the Devil Cloud Lien province invaded the ancient Sword continent, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were incomparably rampant in the Five Elements province. And now Dean Wuyun could finally go all out and fight. Is this what you're relying on? Sensing the aura around Dean Wuyun, a sinister smile appeared on the Yellow Spring sect master's face. Voila! Dean Wuyun didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and the long sword in his hand suddenly danced. The battle between quasi-kings shook the heavens and the earth. The numerous true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy retreated one after another and watched from afar. Boom! Seeing Dean Wuyun take the initiative to attack, killing intent shot out from the Yellow Spring sect master's eyes. Old thing, after killing you, the Five Elements province will belong to my Yellow Spring sect, said the Yellow Spring sect master sinisterly. Once, the Yellow Spring sect almost ruled the entire ancient Sword continent, but it was encircled and annihilated by the ancient Sword continent. In the end, the profound King Realm experts of the Yellow Spring sect had no choice but to die with grievances. But now it was an excellent opportunity. The Devil Cloud Lien province only wanted to refine the ancient Sword continent's realm core. He couldn't be bothered with other things. And the Yellow Spring sect master, who loved overflowing power, wanted to gradually devour the ancient Sword continent and then complete the unification. In the eyes of the Yellow Spring sect master, this battle was the final battle. From now on, there would be no Five Elements Academy in the Five Elements province. There would be an absolute overlord power, the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the Yellow Spring sect master wanted to recover his cultivation to the profound king realm before launching the final attack. But Dean Wuyun broke through to the quasi-king realm, forcing him to come out of seclusion early. Bang! Facing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring Sect Master clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, the space within a 100-mile radius became incomparably chaotic. A deafening rumble resounded through the sky. The longsword in Dean Wuyun's hand was forced back by the Yellow Spring Sect Master's fist. Dean Wuyun's body continuously retreated. After he stabilized his body, he coldly stared at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Although it was only a small exchange, the Yellow Spring Sect Master absolutely suppressed Dean Wuyun. "Old thing, you dare to embarrass yourself with just this little bit of strength? You're really courting death." The sect master of the Acheron sect sneered. An evil aura surrounded his body. He was just one step away from recovering to the profound king realm. His strength was not what Dean Wuyun could compare to at all. "Today is the day you die." Hearing the Yellow Spring Sect Master's words, Dean Wuyun's eyes flickered. Then, he sighed. "Looks like I still have to use it." As he spoke, Dean Wuyun looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It trembled non-stop and emitted a series of sword cries. At the same time, the aura of Dean Wuyun was rising rapidly. In the distance, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy saw this scene, and their expressions changed greatly. "The Dean is using a taboo sword technique," the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice. "Damned Yellow Spring Sect!" Elder Han roared furiously. Even though he had broken through to the quasi-king realm, he was still no match for the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Dean Wuyun seemed to have thought of this long ago. His face was filled with a cold smile. "Old dog of the Yellow Spring Sect, you will undoubtedly die today." Just as Dean Wuyun's words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out a terrifying sword light. Then, the sword light merged into Dean Wuyun's body. Swish! Dean Wuyun's body was like a sharp sword. Carrying unimaginable power, he shot towards the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Amen. When Dean Wuyun approached him, the Yellow Spring Sect Master finally realized that something was amiss. His body retreated continuously. Boom! Even though the Yellow Spring Sect Master tried his best to defend, Dean Wuyun's attack was too powerful. It was comparable to a profound king realm expert. The Yellow Spring Sect Master did not manage to dodge. The long sword in Dean Wuyun's hand pierced into his body. "Have you gone mad?" Sensing the aura within the long sword, the Yellow Spring Sect Master roared madly. Soon after, he gathered all of the power in his body into the area where the sword was struck. Then, he forced the sword out. Poochie! Blood splattered across the sky. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's body was battered and exhausted. His face was pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. "Old bastard, the day I reach the profound king realm will be the day you die." After saying that, the Yellow Spring Sect Master used the blood escape technique and fled. After the Yellow Spring Sect Master fled, Dean Wuyun's body also fell from the sky. Several true martial realm experts caught him. "Quickly, send the Dean back to the Five Elements Academy," the Bloody Spearman roared. Dean Wuyun used a forbidden sword technique and paid the price to heavily injure the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Before he fainted, he did not forget to issue an order. While the Yellow Spring Sect Master was fleeing, he took advantage of the fact that the Yellow Spring Sect Master was heavily injured to eliminate the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect in the Five Elements province. Fang Chen naturally did not know about the situation in the Five Elements province. He had been in the Sword Burial province for almost 2 years and had been diligently cultivating. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Chen's cultivation was steadily increasing through his own efforts. At this moment, on the 7th floor, Fang Chen and the others were cultivating with all their might. On a certain day a month later, a vast aura suddenly shot out from someone's body. This shocking aura startled everyone, causing them to open their eyes one after another. Zhang Jian broke through. Everyone looked at Zhang Jian. The shocking aura just now came from Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, I made a slight breakthrough. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Zhang Jian, how many times can you use your strongest attack now? The broken sword hand asked. I can use it 6 times in a row, Zhang Jian said. Hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Then, they discussed with each other and prepared to try again. Try again, Daoist Tianhong said. At this moment, Fang Chen spoke. 8 seniors, this junior has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate, Fang Chen said. Oh, what do you want to say? Asked the ox-nosed old Daoist. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, The guardian is too strong. Even if Senior Zhang Jian breaks through, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to defeat the guardian. Then what do you mean? Asked the Ice Fire King. Fang Chen looked around at the 8 of them and said, The guardian is so strong. It's impossible to fight him head-on. We should find his weakness. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the others nodded one after another as they came to a realization. Any expert would have a weakness. However, once a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, their weakness would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's strength. So there was no such thing as a weakness. That's right. If we can find the guardian's weakness, we might have a chance, said Yin Feng. Not long after, they came to a conclusion and prepared to give it a try. The 9 of them arrived in front of the guardian in a grandiose manner. It's been a long time since someone played with me. I won't kill you easily, but every time you fail, I will kill one of you. The guardian grinned. Attack! Following the Ice Fire King's roar, the 9 of them suddenly launched their strongest attacks. Wind Chant displayed the Blizzard Sword art. The Berserk Snowstorm instantly enveloped the gatekeeper and froze him. Before the guardian could react, the Ice Fire King's dual true intent instantly enveloped him. Then, Broken Sword Hand, Dark Sword, Grand Sky Daoist, Ox-Nosed Old Daoist, and Great Strength Daoist all launched their strongest attacks. Rumble in a flash, everyone's attacks had already bombarded the guardian's body. However, they didn't break through the guardian's defense. Whoosh! At this moment, rays of dazzling light shot out from Zhang Jian's body. 6 rays of light floated in the air in a row, shaking the heavens. Go! Zhang Jian roared and controlled the 6 rays of light to stab 6 parts of the guardian's body. You're courting death. At this moment, the guardian shattered the ice and snow and said sinisterly, Bang! Bang! When the 6 rays of light shot towards the guardian, they were directly blocked by the guardian. However, at this moment, Fang Chen used the true intent of the void and silently appeared beside the guardian. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed towards the guardian's armpit without hesitation. Bang! After blocking the 6 rays of light, the guardian sent Fang Chen flying with a backhand punch. Retreat! The 9 of them scattered and fled. Chapter 9-10. As soon as the gatekeeper finished speaking, he split into 9 clones and chased after the 9 people. Not good. Seeing this, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. His figure flickered as he pushed his true meaning of the void to the extreme. The gatekeeper's clones chased after Fang Chen. This gatekeeper has actually split into 9 clones. I wonder which one is the real one. Fang Chen thought to himself as he fled. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen thought that he had discovered the gatekeeper's weakness. The gatekeeper's defense was extremely strong. Even the all-out attacks of the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't break through his defense. However, Fang Chen's hidden star sword easily pierced through the gatekeeper's armpit. The gatekeeper's armpit is his weakness. Fang Chen took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to the others. However, Fang Chen continued, Everyone, don't expose yourselves. Once the gatekeeper finds out, it will be impossible for us to launch a sneak attack. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other people who were fleeing all became extremely anxious. Then what should we do? At this moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. The gatekeeper has used the doppelganger shadow technique. His true body strength has been greatly weakened. This is your only chance. Ancestor, Can you find the gatekeeper's true body? Fang Chen asked anxiously. At this moment, some of the clones had already caught up and were caught in a chaotic battle. The others were also extremely anxious. Bang! The gatekeeper's clone was the first to catch up to Dark Sword. He held Dark Sword in his hand and launched his strongest attack. Bang! Bang! Dark Sword and the gatekeeper's clone fought fiercely. However, everyone knew that Dark Sword was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed that one of the clones chasing Enlightened Master Tian Hong had unknowingly approached Dark Sword. Not good, the gatekeeper's target is Dark Sword, Fang Chen shouted. Immediately, he used his true meaning of the void. In the next moment, the void tore apart and he appeared in front of the gatekeeper's clone chasing Enlightened Master Tian Hong. Swoosh! The golden light dragon slaying sword pierced directly into the armpit of the guardian's clone. A miserable shriek could be heard as the other 8 clones collapsed. The guardian's true body, which had been stabbed by Fang Chen, instantly appeared. Die! The gatekeeper shook off Fang Chen's star-hidden sword and roared in anger. The heart of the Black Crack King. Upon hearing Fang Chen's roar, one of the 8 ultimate powerhouses flicked his wrist and the Dark Crack Monarch's heart shot towards Fang Chen. You guys go first, Fang Chen bellowed. Then, he fused the Black Split King's heart into the hidden star sword and stabbed at the Guardian once more. The Guardian's armpit was pierced, and his strength seemed to have weakened a lot. Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of void, but the Guardian was actually unable to detect the existence of Fang Chen. Swoosh! Fang Chen's star-hidden sword once again pierced into the keeper's armpit. Roar! The Guardian let out a furious roar and the aura around him instantly increased. However, the Dark Crack Monarch's heart in the star-hidden sword drilled directly into the Guardian's armpit. Hiss! The Dark Crack Monarch's heart, which contained a vast amount of power, instantly exploded. Crack! One of the Guardian's arms was directly smashed and blood splattered across the sky. He was completely enraged. All of you must die. Although the Guardian had lost one of his arms, it was still not something that the crowd could withstand. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had already arrived at the entrance of the 8th level. They glanced at Fang Chen, then gritted their teeth and entered the 8th level. Boom! Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 8th level, Fang Chen was directly sent flying by the Guardian. Die! The Guardian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a vast amount of thunderbolt energy gushed out from Fang Chen's body. Rumble! The thunderbolt energy instantly blasted towards the Guardian as if it was a real martial realm lightning tribulation. Damn it! The Guardian waved his fist to block the thunderbolt energy. Fang Chen used this time to easily enter the 8th level. At this moment, on the open space of the 8th level, the 8 ultimate powerhouses' faces were ashen and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young friend Fang, Dark Sword said. This time, it's all thanks to young friend Fang, but, Sword Breaker also said. I owe young friend Fang a favor. If he doesn't die, I will definitely repay this favor, Zhang Jian, who had been silent all this time, said in a deep voice. That's right, the 8 of us owe young friend Fang a favor. A favor from the 8 ultimate powerhouses was extremely important. However, just as the 8 of them thought that Fang Chen was doomed, a figure suddenly rushed into the 8th level. Young friend Fang. Seeing this, the 8 of them were overjoyed and surrounded Fang Chen. Young friend Fang, are you alright? Dark Sword asked. Young friend Fang, that Guardian couldn't have been killed by you, right? Taoist Tianhong asked. Young friend Fang, what happened? The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very curious as to how Fang Chen had managed to escape. Seniors, do you still remember that my entire body was covered in lightning? Fang Chen said. Of course I remember. After I destroyed the Guardian's life gate, I directly activated the Thunderbolt energy and blocked the Guardian for a moment before I entered the 8th level. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses all nodded. The Guardian of the 7th level was too strong. It was simply impossible to defeat him. Young friend Fong, no matter what, we owe you a favor this time. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Win Chant said. The other 7 also nodded heavily. Hearing this, Fong Chen revealed a trace of a smile. If I have any trouble in the future, I will have to trouble you 8 seniors. Fong Chen cupped his hands. The 8 of them laughed heartily. After the 8 of them entered the 8th level, the experts of the second group finally entered the 7th level. There were only 5 people in total. As for the other quasi-kings, some had died, while others had been trapped. At this moment, Lu Jingyun and the others' auras were incomparably terrifying. As expected of the god-bearing sword prison. Tuoba Yulong grinned. They had all obtained important inheritances from the previous level. Lu Jingyun's strength had already reached the quasi-king realm. As for Tuoba Yulong, Lu Wudao, Duguyun, and Situhong, they were a bit weaker, but their cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Perhaps they would really be able to step into the profound king realm this time. Quickly find the entrance to the next level. Lu Jingyun's goal was very simple. He wanted to follow the footsteps of the 8 ultimate powerhouses and then fight alongside them. With their current strength, they were qualified to join hands with the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Not long after, everyone discovered the gatekeeper. The guardian only had one arm. Blood was constantly flowing out from under his armpit. His face was pitch black, as if he had been heavily injured. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Jingyun and the others stared warily at the guardian. You humans quickly leave, the gatekeeper said coldly. He's injured. Let's join hands and charge over. Lu Jingyun said. Indeed, as Lu Jingyun had guessed, the guardian was heavily injured. The Black Crack King's heart was a fatal blow. When the Black Crack King's heart was heavily injured, his strength was still at the profound king realm. But after such a long time, his strength had been declining. At this moment, he was actually unable to resist the combined attack of Lu Jingyun and the others. Bang! Lu Jingyun sent the guardian flying with a slash of his sword. Then, the 5 of them quickly entered the 8th level. Damned humans! Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill all of you. Seeing this, the guardian roared furiously. On the 8th level, Fong Chun and the others were adjusting their condition. They had gone through a fierce battle on the 7th level and had expended a lot of energy. They didn't know what dangers awaited them on the 8th level, so they had to be careful. Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 8th level and instantly discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. It's the 8 ultimate powerhouses! Lu Jingyun's face was filled with joy. Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong were also very excited. They had finally caught up to the 8 ultimate powerhouses. But at this moment, Duguyun and Sidu Hong's faces were filled with shock. Brother Fong, why is he here? Hearing the 2 shocked voices, Lu Jingyun and the others' gazes all turned to Fong Chen. Chapter 9-11. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were surprised to see Fong Chen here. However, he was only slightly surprised for a moment before he greeted the 8 ultimate contenders. Greetings, seniors. The 8 ultimate contenders were of great seniority and had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Even a monster like Lu Jingyun had to be extremely respectful when facing the 8 ultimate contenders. The 8 ultimate contenders nodded slightly when they saw Lu Jingyun and the other 4. The 5 of them had great potential and would definitely surpass the 8 of them in the future. Since all of you are here, let's go together, Tianhong's spiritual master said. After the battle with the gatekeeper of the 7th level, the 8 ultimate contenders were even more cautious. Now that Lu Jingyun and the other 4 had joined them, their overall strength had increased. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 officially joined the team of the 8 ultimate contenders. At this time, the number of people in the team increased from 9 to 14. Among them, the other 13 warriors were all at LV9 of the true martial realm. Only Fang Chen was at LV5 of the true martial realm. However, even the 8 ultimate contenders did not dare to underestimate Fang Chen. His space-related true meaning was extremely terrifying, and his combat strength was also extraordinary. What dangers are there in the 8th level? Lu Jingyan asked after chatting for a while. In his opinion, since the 8 of them were the first to enter the 8th level, they should know the situation here. We haven't been here for long and haven't had the time to explore. Ox-nosed old Taoist grinned. Since everyone is here, let's start exploring the 8th level, Zhang Jian said. Everyone nodded. In the end, the 13 of them walked side by side and explored the entire 8th level. The 8th level of the God-Burying Sword Prison was extremely spacious. Even with the speed of the 8 ultimate contenders, it took them 3 days to complete the exploration. After 3 days, the 8 ultimate contenders gathered at the center of the 8th level. The entrance to the 9th level was close at hand here. The 8 ultimate contenders looked at each other and their eyes were filled with surprise. There's no one in the 8th level. Dark Sword was the first to speak. He possessed the true meaning of darkness, and within the God-Burying Sword Prison, his perception surpassed that of other infinite powerhouses. However, no matter how he probed, he was unable to detect anything. It's too strange. There are no corpses or living creatures. Sword Master Folded was shocked. Starting from the first level, every level would more or less contain the resentment of some creatures or powerful beings. However, there was no one on the 8th floor, which shocked them to the core. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 appeared. What did you find? Win Chant asked softly. Senior Yin Feng, the 5 of us didn't find anything. Lu Jingyun cupped his hands and replied. As expected, the faces of the 8 ultimate contenders turned solemn when they heard this. The more it was like this, the stranger they felt. Not only were there no living creatures, but there were also no inheritances. It was as if the 8th level did not belong to the God-Burying Sword Prison. After thinking for a while, the Ice Fire Monarch suddenly said, "Why do we care so much? Since the 8th floor is empty, let's go directly to the 9th floor. This way we'll be closer to the 10th floor." Hearing the Ice Fire King's words, the others were also moved. Their goal was the 10th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison. As long as they could enter the 10th floor, they would be able to obtain the legendary Heart of Xiantian. With the Heart of Xiantian, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Xiantian realm. That's right. Our goal is the Heart of Xiantian. Since there are no obstacles here, there's no need to waste time. Taoist Vigor said. The others nodded heavily. Zhang Jian took the lead and prepared to enter the entrance of the 9th floor. However, right at this moment, Sword Master Folded suddenly realized that Fang Chen was no longer there. Little friend Fang hasn't returned yet. Hearing Hand of Broken Swordsman's words, everyone realized this point and their faces were immediately filled with doubt. With little friend Fang's speed, he should have arrived here long ago. Why is there no sign of him? Taoist Tianhong asked doubtfully. Could it be that little friend Fang found some inheritance? Sword Master Folded said in a deep voice. Should we wait for little friend Fang? Zhang Jian asked. Let's wait. After all, if it wasn't for Fang Chen, they would definitely not have been able to step into the 8th floor safely. Now that Fang Chen had not appeared, how could they just leave like that? After the 8 ultimate powerhouses discussed, they decided to wait for Fang Chen for 3 days. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 basically had no right to speak. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fang Chen still did not appear. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the 8 ultimate powerhouses decided to look for Fang Chen. The 8 ultimate powerhouses exerted all their strength and spread out in the vast space of the 8th floor to look for Fang Chen. After another 3 days, the 8 ultimate powerhouses returned one after another. Each of them was shaking their heads. Fang Chen had disappeared. They had searched every nook and cranny of the 8th floor, but they couldn't find him. What's going on? Where did little friend Fang go? Sword Master Folded asked in a deep voice. Could it be that little friend Fang entered some ruins and blocked our soul search? Dark Sword said. The others looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seniors, what should we do next? Lu Jingyan asked. Zhang Jian said, I believe that little friend Fang must have entered some ruins and is temporarily isolated from the outside world. With little friend Fang's strength, he should have no problem protecting himself. Right now, even if we are here, we can't help much. Let's enter the 9th floor. When little friend Fang comes out, he will look for us. Everyone agreed with Zhang Jian's words. In the end, the 13 warriors entered the 9th floor in a single file. Indeed, just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses had guessed, Fang Chen had entered a magical area that was isolated from the outside world. That day, when Fang Chen separated from the other powerhouses, he explored the 8th floor. Unknowingly, he came to a strange place. Why was this place strange? This was a canyon. The canyon was filled with lush greenery and was filled with small grasses. From the outside, this looked like an ordinary canyon. However, Fang Chen had entered the canyon as if he was possessed. When he entered the canyon, he realized that the canyon was isolated from the outside world. What he saw outside was an illusion. Rumble! The entire canyon was bathed in lightning. Above the canyon, there were thick thunderclouds. Under these thunderclouds, majestic lightning dragons were constantly swimming. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds. The aura released by the lightning dragons made Fang Chen feel oppressed. The strength of this lightning dragon is already comparable to the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, right? Fang Chen looked at the sky and said in a deep voice. Boom! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a lightning dragon as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds and swooped down. With a boom, it directly hit Fang Chen's body. Lightning radiated in all directions, and Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense lightning power. It hurts. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. Fortunately, he had activated the sword body. Otherwise, the power of the lightning dragon would have been enough to injure him. Countless lightning power quickly drilled into Fang Chen's body. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen suddenly sensed that his strength was actually increasing as the power of the lightning entered his body. Fang Chen looked at his own body with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the only spiritual spiral in his Dantian's sea of qi was constantly expanding and spinning crazily. The lightning power that drilled into his body entered the spiritual spiral one after another. Rumble! Above the sky, within the thunderclouds, countless lightning dragons were swimming crazily, as if they would give Fang Chen a fatal blow at any time. The spiritual spiral was still expanding, and in the end, it occupied the entire sea of qi. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he stared at the spiritual spiral. Splash! Under his gaze, a pool of water appeared in the spiritual spiral that occupied the entire sea of qi. What is this? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Chapter 9:12. The spiritual spiral expanded and occupied the entire sea of qi. Rich spiritual qi instantly filled the air. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that a pool had appeared in his spiritual spiral. This pool was suspended above the spiritual spiral and water flowed out of it continuously. Fang Chen looked at the pool in surprise. He did not know what had happened to his spiritual spiral. However, what happened next shocked Fang Chen even more. Boom! A terrifying thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. The thunder dragon collapsed immediately. After that, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that after the thunder dragon dissipated, it turned into a dense thunderbolt energy and actually all entered the pool. Boom! The water in the pool had absorbed the power of thunder. Thunder pool! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. No one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. How could this be? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. When did a thunder pool appear in his spiritual spiral? He had thought that it was just an ordinary pool. However, when the power of thunder after the thunder dragon collapsed entered the pool, it caused a complete change in the pool. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the water in the pool in his spiritual spiral was formed by thunder. Could it be that the legend is true? Just as Fang Chen was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. It was full of surprise. Ancestor, do you recognize this thunder pool? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were some extremely talented martial artists who could trigger the 12th tribulation when they crossed the thunder tribulation of the real martial realm. Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice, every martial artist who crossed the 12th tribulation would have a thunder pool hidden in their spiritual spiral. What? It was hidden in my spiritual spiral when I crossed the 12th tribulation? Fang Chen was shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation of an ancient martial artist is already extremely heaven-defying. During the tribulation, the heavens and earth will lose their color. The associated thunder pool of the 12th heaven tribulation will also quietly enter the ancient martial artist's spiritual spiral. Some martial artists cannot activate the thunder pool even if they have it. However, some martial artists can activate it easily. Any martial artist who can activate the thunder pool will have his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was completely astonished. He looked inwardly at the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral and could not calm down for a long time. The 12th tribulation was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. This thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth in legends. Boom! While Fang Chen was talking with Ancestor Bronze, countless thunder dragons bombarded him. However, Fang Chen did not have any intuition because the lightning pool was completely activated, automatically absorbing the power of the lightning dragon. That terrifying lightning dragon that was comparable to a 6-9 or even a 9-9 lightning tribulation was actually unable to harm Fang Chen at all. If there was an almighty present, he would definitely be shocked. This is an excellent opportunity. Perhaps you can use this thunder pool to enter the mysterious king realm, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Even he had never seen a thunder pool before. This was the first time he had seen one. The thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth. The appearance of the thunder pool meant that he was blessed by the heavens. This was an opportunity. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, he could not be judged by common sense with the thunder pool. What should I do? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. If what Ancestor Bronze said was true and the thunder pool could help him enter the mysterious king realm, it would be great. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the center of the thunderclouds, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and went to the center of the canyon. At this time, the thunder pool was fully activated. Countless thunder dragons above the canyon were spinning wildly. Boom! Streaks of lightning dragons continuously bombarded Fang Chen's body. However, what was strange was that such a terrifying attack could not even leave a scratch on Fang Chen's clothes. As the thunder dragons bombarded Fang Chen continuously, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral emitted a majestic power of thunder, which transformed Fang Chen's body. In the past, Fang Chen had experienced the thunder body tempering, but this time was the most shocking. Lightning dragons rained down from the sky. Fang Chen did not know how much time had passed. In short, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength was increasing. It seemed that his cultivation was about to break through the bottleneck. Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw this. A martial artist who has passed the 12th heaven tribulation is indeed incredible. This thunder pool is definitely a rare treasure. Half a month later, the thunder dragons in the sky suddenly became stronger and their strength increased several times. The power of the thunder dragons increased to the level of the 9-9 thunder tribulation. For half a month, Fang Chun had been bombarded by the thunder dragons. His physical body had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was not far from the legendary sacred level. At this time, the power of the thunder dragons increased. Fang Chun was looking forward to it. Come on! Fang Chun's eyes were burning as he roared. Boom! The power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation was very terrifying. When it bombarded Fang Chun's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral spun even more wildly. The rich power of thunder spread to every corner of Fang Chun's body, transforming his body. Fang Chun's bones were cracking and he felt a faint pain. However, compared to the legend of the thunder pool, this pain was nothing. After overcoming the 12th layer tribulation, it took Fang Chun until now to activate the lightning pool. He was extremely excited. Fortunately, he had come to this strange place. Otherwise, when would he be able to activate the thunder pool? After the power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation bombarded Fang Chun for half a month, the power of the thunder dragons finally increased again. The power of the 12th heaven tribulation. At this moment, Fang Chun's eyes were filled with passion. He was extremely excited. Boom! Above the canyon, in the thunderclouds, hundreds of thunder dragons gathered together and turned into a thunder dragon that was several feet thick. Its aura was very terrifying. This thunder dragon suddenly swooped down and bombarded Fang Chun's body. After feeling this aura, Fang Chun could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed the power of the 12th heaven tribulation." The power of this thunder dragon was unprecedentedly strong. Before it bombarded Fang Chun's body, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral shot out a terrifying light and shrouded the thunder dragon. Then, it was forcibly refined. Boom! After refining only one thunder dragon, the power of thunder in the thunder pool had decreased greatly. After 2 months of lightning baptism, half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been depleted. Now that the power of the 12th heaven tribulation had appeared, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was being depleted faster and faster. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chun was bathed in lightning and the thunder pool emitted a beautiful light. At this time, in the 9th level, the 13 experts were in an unprecedented crisis. Bang! Strongman Taoist cursed loudly as he killed a dark creature with a punch. They had been trapped here for 2 months and had been crazily killing the dark creatures here. Each day felt like a year. This was an array that seemed to have surpassed the category of a Tao array. Even if the 13 experts joined forces, they could not destroy it. Why are there so many dark creatures? Broken Swordsman asked. The dark creatures themselves were not strong, but there were many of them. When added together, they were very strong. The 13 powerhouses continued to kill the dark creatures within the array formation. Fortunately, it was only the few of them. If it were other quasi-kings, they would have died long ago. At this rate, we can only hold on for another month at most, and this is if the leader of the dark creatures does not appear, Tianhong's spiritual master said grimly. Their situation was not good. There were many dark creatures, but the leader had not appeared. They were in imminent danger. If they couldn't break this damned formation within a month, they would all die here. Fight! Ox-nosed old Taoist roared. His clothes were tattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was clearly anxious. Bang! Bang! After a short discussion, the 13 experts continued to kill the dark creatures. At the same time, they were also studying the array's flaws. The entire 9th level was dark and filled with dark creatures. And the goal of these dark creatures was surprisingly consistent. Chapter 9:13. On the 8th level, in the Thunder Canyon, Fang Chun was still bathed in lightning. In the thunderclouds above the canyon, the power of the Thunder Dragon had been raised to its peak. The bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, which was comparable to the power of the 12th tribulation, made Fang Chen experience the scene of the 12th tribulation. Back then, he had almost died, but now, he could deal with it easily. In his Qi, in the huge spiritual spiral, the vast thunder pool was constantly emitting the power of thunder. As the power of the 12th tribulation was being consumed, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was quickly dissipating. At this time, more than half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been consumed. According to Fang Chen's estimation, if he continued to temper his body through the 12th tribulation, he would be able to last for about a month. 2 months had passed. Although his cultivation did not increase, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was constantly spreading to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. This allowed Fang Chen's power to increase rapidly. At this time, Fang Chen was very confident. After he consumed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool, even if his cultivation did not increase, he would be able to easily defeat a martial artist at LV9 genuine martial realm. Boom! In the sky above the canyon, the thunderclouds were dark. The thick thunder dragon was constantly fusing together to form an even thicker thunder dragon, which bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bathed in the thunder, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After another month, there was only a small part of the power of thunder left in the thunder pool. At this time, Fang Chen's physical strength had reached the highest level. Boom! At a certain moment, a thick lightning dragon came crashing down. When this thick thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen's body, the latter's body emitted a bright light. Fang Chen's physical strength had reached the peak, and his aura was majestic. Is this the saint level? At this time, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and his face was full of excitement. After 3 months of continuous tempering, his physical body had finally reached the saint level. A saint-level sword body was definitely comparable to a great strength Taoist. The current Fang Chen was unprecedentedly powerful. Although his cultivation had not broken through and he was limited by the spiritual qi, Fang Chen was confident that he could kill a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm with one punch. Saint-level sword body, so powerful. When Fang Chen's sword body broke through to the sacred grade, the golden heart in his body started beating rapidly. The majestic sword qi emanating from the sword was all absorbed by the golden heart. The power of thunder in the thunder pool continued to strengthen Fang Chen's body. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to spin. While a strong oppressive aura instantly spread out. The entire canyon was filled with the vast power of lightning. The thunderclouds in the sky gathered together in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen raised his eyes and stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. He was horrified. Just as Fang Chen was in shock, the majestic thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thick purple thunder dragon. Purple. Although he didn't know what the purple lightning dragon represented, Fang Chen could sense that the purple lightning dragon contained a power that made his heart palpitate. Dong! The thunder dragon swayed its body, and the space seemed to be shaking. What a powerful thunder dragon! Fang Chen thought to himself. He activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, and his defense reached the peak. Boom! At this moment, the purple lightning dragon swooped down with a loud rumble. When the purple thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chen, it directly blasted him into the ground. A large pit appeared in the center of the canyon. At this moment, the last trace of power of thunder in Fang Chen's thunder pool dissipated instantly. Voila! The huge thunder pool dissipated into Fang Chen's spiritual spiral in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual spiral quickly shrank, and the qi calmed down. At this moment, Fang Chen was blasted into the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his whole body was filled with pain. It hurts. Fang Chen could not help but curse in his heart. Just now, he had activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, but he was still in such a sorry state. The power of the purple thunder dragon's attack had exceeded the power of the 12th heaven tribulation. Just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, the spiritual spiral in his qi suddenly spun at high speed. In the next moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He felt that after being stuck at LV5 of the true martial realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Am I going to break through? Rumble. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, before he could steady himself, a rumbling sound came from his body. In the next moment, the spiritual qi in his qi gushed out like a flood breaking a dam. The aura around his body rose rapidly and finally reached the peak. Voila! In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached LV6 of the true martial realm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's aura was still rising. Good preparation? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he sensed his own situation. After 3 months of baptism by the power of thunder, he had absorbed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool. At this time, his cultivation finally began to rise. Rumble! Lightning flashed around his body. The spiritual qi in his body continued to rise. In less than a minute after reaching LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation rose again. LV7 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. This time, he had risen by 2 realms at once. After reaching LV7 of the true martial realm, Fang Chen thought that the breakthrough would stop. However, to his surprise, the spiritual qi was still rising. It's still rising. Fang Chen was shocked. Was this the heaven-defying aspect of a 12th tribulation realm martial artist? At this moment, Fang Chen's breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In the blink of an eye, he reached LV8 of the true martial realm. LV8 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Even old Ancestor Bronze was shocked and cried out involuntarily. It's still rising. As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fang Chen's cultivation rose again. LV9 of the true martial realm. From LV5 of the true martial realm to LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. No one in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could compare with this speed. This was the power of a 12th Heaven Tribulation warrior. After activating the Thunder Pool and absorbing all the power of thunder, Fang Chen's cultivation began to rise by leaps and bounds. Rumble! After reaching LV9 of the true martial realm, Fang Chen had calmed down. He was looking forward to seeing if he could break through to the mysterious king realm this time. The spiritual qi continued to rise. When it reached the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, it finally slowed down. It's slowing down, Fang Chen said to himself. It seemed that he could not break through to the mysterious king realm this time. After another minute, the spiritual qi finally stopped rising. At this time, Fang Chen looked inside his body. The spiritual qi in his qi was tumbling and the spiritual spirals were spinning. His body was full of power and his cultivation was fixed at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. I didn't break through to the mysterious king realm, Fang Chen said with some regret in his heart. Kid, you should be content. With your current strength, even an ordinary mysterious king realm expert is no match for you, Ancestor Bronze said. From the initial excitement to the subsequent shock, Fang Chen had calmed down. After all, he was the only warrior who had passed the 12th heaven tribulation in the past 10,000 years. It was not too exaggerated to be able to reach LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. I'm afraid that I'm the real extreme martial realm expert now, Fang Chen said. Although the previous 8 extreme martial artists were called extreme martial artists, there was still a certain gap between them and Fang Chen. After Fang Chen's cultivation reached LV9 of the true martial realm, his strength had increased comprehensively. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart was beating abnormally. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside himself and found that the golden heart was emitting rays of golden light. These rays of golden light all flowed into his soul. In the next moment, Fang Chen found that he could actually see the sword essence that filled the world around him. Chapter 9:14. After 3 months of lightning body tempering, Fang Chen had not only completely absorbed the lightning pool, but also transformed his golden heart. The more the golden heart transformed, the more powerful Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became. After pondering for a moment, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 3 months of hard work, he had broken through from LV5 to LV9 of the true martial realm. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chen threw out a punch. With just the strength of his physical body, he shattered a small hill in the canyon with just one punch. Seeing this, Fang Chen withdrew his fist and nodded with satisfaction. With a sacred level sword body, I can kill a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm with just one punch. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, completely surpassing that of Daoist strength, one of the 8 extreme expert. If he used his spiritual qi together with his swordsmanship, he could even kill a mysterious king realm expert. Of course, only a martial artist who had just entered the mysterious king realm. After all, a mysterious king realm expert had an indestructible physical body. Let's try the golden light dragon slaying, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he shook his wrist and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Fang Chen's body was filled with terrifying power. He then injected it into the hidden star sword. Golden sword light instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. The golden light dragon slaying was as light as a feather. In the sky, a golden sword light cut through the air and shot directly to the cliffs around the canyon. Boom! A deafening sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire canyon. Then, a crack appeared and countless stone chips fell out. Fang Chen looked at the 3-meter-wide sword mark and was quite surprised. What a strong power! Fang Chen found that his use of the golden light dragon slaying had reached the peak. It must be because of his continuous breakthroughs. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen looked at the sky with his dark eyes and said, "It's been 3 months. I wonder how the others are doing." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he stood up and left the canyon. Then, Fang Chen floated in the air and stood there, his soul instantly spreading out. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Fang Chen's face. His soul has reached the late stage of the green level. Fang Chen was quite surprised. Who would have thought that not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul as well. My soul has reached the late stage of the green class, and my soul cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th class. I can fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist with my soul cultivation alone. It's just a pity that the God attraction art can no longer unleash its full power, Fang Chen muttered to himself. By the time his soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, the God attraction technique was already starting to lose its power. Now that his soul had reached the late stage of green class, the God attraction technique was completely useless. I hope I can obtain a soul cultivation method in the God-burying sword prison, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his soul had reached the late stage of the green class, Fang Chen's soul could instantly spread to the entire 8th level of the God-burying sword prison. Everyone is no longer on the 8th level. They should have entered the 9th level, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the 9th level and entered the 9th level. As soon as he entered the 9th level, Fang Chen's soul scanned the area and found a terrifying array in a certain open space. Around the array, there was a black mass of dark demonic beasts. So many dark demonic beasts. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Then, he found the 8 ultimate powerhouses in the array. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Lu Jingyun's group of 5 were all injured in the array. Bang! Zhang Jian killed a dark demonic beast closest to him with one strike. He was panting. Zhang Jian, how many more times can you use your ultimate move? Spiritual Master Tianhong asked anxiously. For 3 whole months, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had taken turns to use their ultimate move. Now they were exhausted. As for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, they were already powerless. Their injuries were very serious. They couldn't be counted on. If it weren't for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 would have died long ago. I can still use it one more time. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth and said. Zhang Jian, let's try again, said Spiritual Master Tianhong. Hearing that, the other powerhouses nodded. This was their last chance. If they couldn't break the array, they would definitely die here. Okay, let's attack together, said Handbreaker. His eyes were scarlet. He had already entered a state of madness. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the Ice Fire Monarch and Wind Chant joined forces and a violent snowstorm appeared within the array formation. Then, the countless dark demonic beasts that rushed over were all frozen. In the next moment, Spiritual Master Tianhong used the Heavenly Great Sword art. With a slash of his sword, countless sword lights instantly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Handbreaker went crazy and tore apart the dark demonic beasts with his bare hands. Taoist vigor activated all the strength in his body. Wherever his fist passed, the frozen dark demonic beasts instantly exploded and died. Ox-nosed Old Taoist and Dark Sword were also attacking the dark demonic beasts with all their strength. In a flash, all the dark demonic beasts that entered the array were killed. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zhang Jian. Kill! Zhang Jian roared. The aura around him rose to the peak. In the next moment, 6 brilliant lights appeared in succession from his body. Rumble! These 6 brilliant lights emitted a terrifying radiance as they heavily bombarded the Peerless Formation. Dong! The Peerless Formation wobbled, but it eventually stabilized. On the other hand, the 6 brilliant rays of light from the Zhang Jian instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the 13 people's faces instantly darkened. Are we going to die here? Taoist vigor suddenly punched out and roared at the sky. He was unwilling to accept this. The others also sighed one after another, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Give up. Inside the array, a large number of dark demonic beasts once again rushed into the array. Zhang Jian's face was extremely pale. His body was weak, and he directly gave up resisting. No, we will never give up. Handbreaker had completely gone crazy. His eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. Hearing Handbreaker's roar, the others were slightly moved. That's right. We are ultimate powerhouses. Even if we die, we will die standing. Perfected Tianhong gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the array was very solemn. The 13 powerhouses were unafraid of death. Son of AB***, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Taoist vigor killed a dark demonic beast with a punch and laughed wildly. At this moment, Fang Chen was flying over quickly. They can't hold on any longer. Fang Chen was also very anxious. At this moment, he was moving forward at his fastest speed. However, halfway through his flight, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's too late. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, the hidden star sword appeared. Fang Chen's aura rose to the peak and he instantly performed the Golden Light Dragon slaying. This time, Fang Chen performed the most powerful Golden Light Dragon slaying. Whoosh! After the Golden Light Dragon slaying was performed, it instantly tore the space apart. Countless golden lights turned into a golden sword light and shot into the array at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. In the array, the 13 powerhouses were unable to resist. Seeing the large number of dark demonic beasts in front of them, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At this moment, Taoist vigor suddenly screamed in agony. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a dark demonic beast biting Taoist vigor's arm. If Taoist vigor's physical body had not reached the sacred level, his arm would have been broken. Vigor! The other 7 ultimate powerhouses roared and rushed towards Taoist Vigor in an attempt to save him. However, it was too late. Taoist Vigor had also given up. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Swoosh! Just when everyone was in despair, a shocking golden sword light suddenly pierced through the array and exploded in the array. Rumble! All the dark demonic beasts in the array exploded and died. Even the dark demonic beasts outside the array were momentarily intimidated. The sudden turn of events shocked the 13 powerhouses. Chapter 9:15. The 13 powerhouses, who had already given up all hope, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden light. The power of this golden light was too tyrannical. With absolute strength, it directly killed all the dark demonic beasts that had entered the formation. Roar! However, the number of dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor was too large. After the first batch died, another batch of dark demonic beasts rushed into the array. The expressions of the 13 powerhouses changed drastically. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array roared furiously and madly rushed towards the 13 powerhouses. Whoosh! Another powerful golden sword light instantly penetrated the array and exploded within it. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array were once again annihilated. Someone has come to save us. At the sight of this, the 13 powerhouses cried out in excitement. 2 consecutive powerful golden sword lights had pulled the 13 experts back from the brink of death, causing them to be extremely excited. Whoosh! In a short period of time, Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to enter the array. Little friend Fang. Seeing Fang Chen, the faces of the 8 powerhouses were filled with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the one who would come to save them would be Fang Chen. Little friend Fang, you. Dark Sword was so shocked that he was speechless. Roar! The dark demonic beasts outside the array were crazily shouting. Fang Chen did not have time to communicate with the 13 powerhouses. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword danced violently. A golden sword light shot out from the hidden star sword and crazily exploded inside the array formation. Its power was so strong that it shocked the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Let me break the array, Fang Chen said softly. Then, the aura of a LV9 true martial realm instantly erupted and the golden light dragon slaying was displayed once again. Destroy! As Fang Chen unleashed his full power, the peerless formation immediately shattered into pieces. The array that had troubled the 13 powerhouses for 3 months was actually easily destroyed by Fang Chen at this moment. The 13 powerhouses were completely shocked. Fang Chen, how can he be so strong? My friend Fang's cultivation has reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Could it be that little friend Fang obtained a fortuitous opportunity? The 13 martialists were elated when they saw the peerless array shatter. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god of war. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and continuously used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, countless dark beasts died instantly. Puchi Fang Chen was caught up in the slaughter. With his current strength, the dark demonic beasts simply couldn't approach him. The dark demonic beasts were mercilessly slaughtered by Fang Chen. In just a minute, Fang Chen had killed thousands of dark demon beasts. Roar! At a certain moment, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword, instantly killing a large number of dark demonic beasts. At that moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, countless dark demonic beasts retreated like a tide. They retreated. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword. My friend Fang, your strength has really exceeded our expectations. Perfected Tian Hong laughed heartily. Yes, my friend Fang, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Your strength is really amazing. My friend Fang, I admire you. Zhang Jian had never praised anyone, but this time, he wasn't stingy with his praise for Fang Chen. Fang Chen had single-handedly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Even the 8 extreme powerhouses were ashamed of their inferiority. Perhaps only Fang Chen himself knew how strong he was. In addition to the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. Especially Lu Jingyun, who had previously challenged Fang Chen to a battle at the Sword Burial Sky Wall a year later. He hadn't expected that the kid he had looked down on back then would actually surpass him in strength in such a short time. Fang Chen, I admire you, Lu Jingyun said in a deep voice. Behind Lu Jingyun, Lu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, Dugu Yun, and Situ Hong all nodded heavily. From now on, Fang Chen was fully deserving of the title of number 1 among the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one could shake his position as number 1. Even Lu Jingyun could do nothing about it. Damn humans! Just as the 8 extreme powerhouses were shocked, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Then, a huge figure instantly appeared in the sky. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that this enormous body was actually a darkness demonic beast. Dark demonic beast leader. The 8 extreme powerhouses cried out. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. After 3 months, the leader of the dark demonic beasts finally appeared. The dark demonic beast leader looked exactly the same as an ordinary dark demonic beast, but its body was much larger. This dark demonic beast leader stood on the ground, its dark eyes emitting a terrifying light. The aura around it made everyone feel extremely stifled. Damn humans! The dark demonic beast leader roared furiously. As soon as Lu Jingyun and the others had entered the 9th floor, the dark demonic beast leader had already known. It had sent its subordinates to kill these humans. But it hadn't expected that this human cultivator would cause so much damage to its subordinate. All of you die, roared the dark demonic beast leader. The dark demonic beast leader's strength is comparable to a profound king. We're not its match, said Dark Sword. That's right. We can't fight it head-on. If we work together, we might have a chance, said Broken Sword. Hearing the words of the 8 ultimate powerhouses, the leader of the dark demonic beasts sneered and said disdainfully, You think you can escape from me with your strength? The dark demonic beast leader didn't place them in its eyes at all. Fang Chen turned to look at them and said, Leave it to me. Young friend Fang, don't be rash. Young friend Fang, the dark demonic beast leader is extremely powerful. You can't fight it head-on. In their eyes, Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying. If he didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. There was no need to fight the dark demonic beast leader head-on. However, Fang Chen shook his head and said, I'm confident. Then, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and took a step forward, staring at the dark demonic beast leader. You're the dark demonic beast leader on the 9th floor? Asked Fang Chen. That's right. I control all the dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor, said the dark demonic beast leader. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked, Then if I kill you, will I be able to enter the 10th floor? Kill me? That's the funniest joke I've heard in all these years, sneered the dark demonic beast leader. With your cultivation of the 9th stage of the true martial realm? Obviously, the dark demonic beast leader looked down on Fang Chen. It didn't think that Fang Chen could defeat it. Fang Chen had already gotten his answer from the dark demonic beast leader's words. If he killed the dark demonic beast leader, there wouldn't be any danger on the 9th floor. Since that's the case, let's fight. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the dark demonic beast leader snorted and the aura around its body rose to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared above the dark demonic beast leader's head. Then, he used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Poochie! The dark demonic beast leader clenched its claws into fists and resisted with all its strength. With a bang, the golden light dragon slaying sword was blocked. Fang Chen's figure jumped back to the ground. Your strength is only SOSO, said the dark demonic beast leader with a grin. Its smile was filled with cruelty. In the next moment, the dark demonic beast leader rushed towards Fang Chen. An extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the area. At this moment, Fang Chen also withdrew the hidden star sword and activated his saint-level sword body. Bang! Fang Chen punched out and directly hit the dark demonic beast leader's body, instantly sending the dark demonic beast leader's body flying. Saint-level physical body. Seeing this scene, Daoist Li, who was at the side, cried out involuntarily. His heart was filled with shock. He had cultivated for thousands of years and his physical body had barely reached the saint level. However, Fang Chen's physical body had not reached the saint level 3 months ago. In 3 months, his physical body had reached the saint level. Even Daoist Li was shocked by his talent. "This child's talent is too heaven-defying," said Zhang Jian in a deep voice. The other extreme powerhouses also nodded. Chapter 9:16. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's fists continued to land on the dark demonic beast leader's body. With Fang Chen's current strength, even an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm wouldn't be able to block his punches. However, this dark demonic beast leader wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm martial artist. It was a dark creature. After several punches, the dark demonic beast leader finally stopped charging at Fang Chen. Instead, it stared at Fang Chen with its scarlet eyes. "Brat, your physical strength is very strong. However, it's impossible for you to break through my defense," the dark demonic beast leader coldly said. In the next instant, a black aura appeared around the dark demonic beast leader's body. Its strength was raised to its peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again threw out a punch. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon slaying. Combined with the true meaning of the void, he directly charged at the dark demonic beast leader. The following battle caused the 13 people to be stupefied. Pucci, every time a sword light cut through the sky, a sword mark would appear on the dark demonic beast leader's body. In just a short hour, the dark demonic beast leader was already unable to block Fang Chen's attacks. The dark demonic beast leader was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. "Ah!" the dark demonic beast leader roared. It was unwilling to accept that it was actually suppressed by a puny human martial artist. "I want you to die." The dark demonic beast leader executed a taboo technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression slightly changed. Then, he executed the true meaning of the void. His figure flickered endlessly. Just as the dark demonic beast leader's taboo technique was about to touch Fang Chen, the aura of the true meaning of the void flickered. Then, a trace of a strange aura silently appeared. The next scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Only he knew that when the dark demonic beast leader's attack was about to touch him, it actually paused for a short moment. It was this short pause that gave Fang Chen the opportunity to execute a fatal attack. Whoosh! The strongest golden light dragon slaying directly struck the dark demonic beast leader's head. Crack! The dark demonic beast leader's head was instantly split into 2 halves, and its body slowly fell to the ground. "Dead!" The 13 martial artists all exclaimed in shock. The leader of the dark demonic beasts was a dark creature at the Mystic King realm, and it was actually killed by Fang Chen with a single strike. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. This is a true expert at the limit of the true martial realm. A trace of a complicated expression appeared on Wind Yin's face as he muttered to himself. The other ultimate contenders shook their heads as well. What a joke! They actually claimed to be at the limit of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes they were nothing. The current Fang Chen was truly invincible in the genuine martial realm. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the dark demonic beast leader's heart instantly appeared. Then, the little mouse swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at the 13 people. The 13 people finally woke up and praised Fang Chen one after another. "Little friend Fang, your potential makes this old man admire you." Only now did they realize the potential of the number 1 expert on the buried sword heavenly wall list. How monstrous was he? Why are you trapped here? Fong Chen asked doubtfully. The dark sword told Fong Chen everything that happened after Fong Chen disappeared and then came to the 9th floor. Little friend Fong, how did your strength increase so quickly? Suddenly, the broken sword hand asked. The others looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. They also wanted to know how Fong Chen's strength increased so quickly. Fong Chen smiled faintly and brushed it off with one sentence. By chance, I obtained a sliver of opportunity. Everyone saw that Fong Chen didn't want to say, so they didn't ask anymore. After learning about Fong Chen's strength, everyone was overjoyed. With little friend Fong's strength, it should be easy to enter the 10th floor and get the heart of Xiantian, the ox-nosed old Taoist said with a smile. Yes, little friend Fong is comparable to a low-level Xiantian king with a cultivation of LV9 true martial realm. You're really amazing, the Ice Fire King said with a smile. This time, if not for little friend Fong, I'm afraid we would have died here, Tianhong's spiritual master said. Hearing this, the others nodded and said, Little friend Fong, we owe you a favor. If you need anything, just tell us. Fong Chen also grinned. Because they had been in a difficult situation for the past 3 months, the 13 people had more or less injuries. In the following time, the 13 people began to cultivate and recover from their injuries. As for Fong Chen, he was waiting quietly. It wouldn't be too late to enter the 10th floor after they were all healed. There were a total of 18 floors in the buried God Sword prison. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. More fighting power meant more hope. What Fong Chen didn't expect was that after cultivating for half a month, Zhang Jian was the first to break through the bottleneck and reach the Xiantian King realm. I finally broke through. Zhang Jian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reach the Xiantian King realm after experiencing life and death. Originally, Zhang Jian had already given up and was prepared to go to the 10th floor to seize the heart of Xiantian and step into the Xiantian King realm. He didn't expect to break through this time. Congratulations, Senior Zhang Jian. Fong Chen cupped his hands and congratulated him. The others were cultivating, and only Fong Chen knew about Zhang Jian's breakthrough. At this moment, Zhang Jian's eyes were burning as he stared at Fong Chen and said, Little friend Fong, I want to fight with you. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After stepping into the Xiantian King realm, he believed that he was qualified to fight with Fong Chen. Moreover, Zhang Jian was very bellicose. You're not a match for my boss, the little mouse said on Fong Chen's shoulder. Okay, I promise you. Fong Chen nodded. The little mouse jumped to the side and watched the battle between the two. Little friend Fong, I'm going to attack. Zhang Jian said in a deep voice, and then the aura around him instantly rose to the extreme. Is this the aura of the Xiantian King realm? The Xiantian King realm and the true martial realm had a fundamental difference. If one wanted to step into the Xiantian King realm, one had to fuse their physical body with their Dharma power. At this moment, Zhang Jian's body was emitting a resplendent light. This was the symbol of the Xiantian King realm, an indestructible physical body. After the physical body fused with the Dharma power, it formed an indestructible physical body. Even if it was shattered by the enemy, it could be reconstructed in the shortest amount of time. Of course, even a Xiantian King realm expert wouldn't be able to reconstruct his physical body if he was killed in one move by a top-notch almighty, causing his soul to be severely injured. Ancestor Bronze was such an example. It was also Fong Chen's first time fighting a Xiantian King realm expert. Boom! Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move. Instead, he used his physical strength to attack Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen activated his saint-level sword body, gathered his power on his fist, and punched out. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided with each other. The vast power instantly spread out, causing the entire ground to tremble. Fong Chen and Zhang Jian both retreated a few steps. Little friend Fang, your strength is really powerful. If I wasn't at the Xiantian King realm, I wouldn't be your mat. Zhang Jian said directly. Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Next, Zhang Jian once again used a tyrannical attack. However, Fang Chen was able to deal with it smoothly. The battle lasted for an hour. After a failed attack, Zhang Jian finally stopped attacking. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhang Jian's face was filled with helplessness as he said directly. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Zhang Jian. In this battle, Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move, but Fang Chen didn't either. The more they fought, the more Zhang Jian knew that Fang Chen's strength was too terrifying. Although there was no clear victor, Zhang Jian believed that he had lost. 3 days after the battle, Yin Feng was the first to wake up. Zhang Jian, you've broken through to the Xiantian King realm. Yin Feng's face was filled with envy as he asked. Zhang Jian nodded in response. After Yin Feng woke up, the other ultimate powerhouses also woke up one after another. When everyone found out that Zhang Jian had broken through to the Xiantian King realm, they were all envious. Zhang Jian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to break through first. Zhang Jian's breakthrough has increased the strength of our team again. I feel that I've also touched the threshold of the Xiantian King realm. I only need an opportunity to break through. I feel that my Dharma idol and physical body have already begun to fuse. The few ultimate contenders chatted amongst themselves. They were all very happy. However, at this moment, Handbreaker's eyes suddenly flickered as he asked, Zhang Jian, your cultivation has reached the Xiantian King realm. Should you fight with little friend Fang? Chapter 9:17. Everyone present had lived for a long time. When they saw Zhang Jian's expression, they guessed it. Zhang Jian, could it be that you've competed with little friend Fang? Dark Sword grinned and said. Looking at Zhang Jian's expression, not only did he compete, he even lost. Sword Breaker laughed loudly. The others also looked at Zhang Jian. The latter lowered his head and turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Jian's departing figure, everyone laughed. Only Fang Chen could make Zhang Jian so sullen. Zhang Jian's cultivation had reached the mysterious king realm, so everyone was in a good mood. Since everyone has recuperated, let's head to the 10th floor, Daoist Tianhong suddenly said. Hearing Daoist Tianhong's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly and became solemn. The heart of mystic heaven was on the 10th floor. Once they obtained it, they would have hope of stepping into the mysterious king realm and wouldn't have to worry about the end of their lifespan. The 10th floor. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. The 9th floor is so dangerous. I think the 10th floor must be incomparably dangerous, someone said. The others also nodded. However, since they had already reached the 9th floor, they had to enter the 10th floor no matter what. For safety's sake, everyone enter the 10th floor. Don't go too far. Once you encounter danger, retreat to the 9th floor immediately, Wind Chant said slowly. The heart of mystic heaven is right in front of us. We have to get it no matter what. Daoist Dali clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Then, the group of people walked together. There was no longer any danger on the huge 9th floor. As for the inheritance treasure on the 9th floor, under the temptation of the heart of mystic heaven, everyone no longer cared about it. Crash! In the quiet 10th floor, 14 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Chen and Zhang Jian were in the lead, while the other powerhouses followed behind. Among the crowd, Fang Chen and Zhang Jian were the strongest. With the two of them leading the way, it was safer. Is this the 10th floor? Fang Chen looked around and said in a low voice. His soul spread out and instantly scanned the entire 10th floor. Yes. Fang Chen discovered that his soul couldn't cover the entire 10th floor. This also meant that the space on the 10th floor was several times stronger than the 9th floor. There's no danger for the time being, Fang Chen and Zhang Jian said at the same time. Be careful, the swordsman said. The group of 14 people quickly moved forward. Soon, they discovered a strange place. There seems to be the resentment of a dead almighty here, Zhang Jian suddenly said. Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, the resentment of an almighty figure suddenly appeared from the ground and attacked everyone. Swish! The golden light dragon slaying was deployed. Instantly, a single attack cleaved down on the resentful spirit of the Almighty. Gotcha! The resentment of the Almighty immediately dissipated. At this moment, a crack appeared on the ground, and the remains of an Almighty appeared. The remains of a powerful existence. Seeing this, the teachers and students cried out. Of course, what shocked everyone was not the remains of the Almighty Being, but the heart of Xiantian. At that moment, there was a resplendent heart-shaped object floating in the remains of the Almighty. It was emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement when they saw this scene. The heart of Xiantian. I didn't expect to encounter the heart of Xiantian so soon. The 8 extreme powerhouses laughed crazily. Fang Chen also stared at the heart of Xiantian. The heart of Xiantian condensed from the death of a Xiantian king was actually like this. Crash! Zhang Jian shook his wrist, and the remains of the Almighty shattered. Then, he grabbed the heart of Xiantian. Who wants this heart of Xiantian? Among the 14 people present, other than Zhang Jian, the heart of Xiantian was tempting to everyone else. Hearing Zhang Jian's question, the others looked at each other. Seniors, our time is coming soon. The 5 of us won't get involved, Lu Jingyun said. Lu Wudao, Tuoba Yulong, and the others also nodded. Although the heart of Xiantian was incomparably precious, the 8 extreme powerhouses had priority. Little friend Fang has contributed the most to entering the 10th floor. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to little friend Fang, the only female powerhouse, Yin Feng said. Hearing this, the other powerhouses nodded. Little friend Fang, the heart of Xiantian shall belong to you, said Swordbreaker. Fang Chen shook his head. It won't take long for me to reach the Xiantian King realm. I'll leave it to the 7 seniors. Hearing this, the 7 of them were moved. They were quite touched by Fang Chen's words. In the end, after some discussion, the 7 of them gave the heart of Xiantian to the oldest of the 8 extreme powerhouses, Dark Sword. Dark Sword, your time is earlier than ours. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to you. Once you reach the Xiantian King realm, help us obtain even more hearts of Xiantian, said Daoist Tianhong. Dark Sword didn't say anything else. His face was filled with gratitude. Dark Sword swallowed the heart of Xiantian on the spot. Immediately, resplendent light shot out from his body. Soon, Dark Sword's aura rose to the Xiantian King realm. At this moment, Dark Sword opened his eyes. His face was filled with an excited smile. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already touched the threshold of the Xiantian King realm. Now that he had swallowed the heart of Xiantian, his physical body and Dharma idol instantly merged, allowing his cultivation to step into the Xiantian King realm. The moment he stepped into the Xiantian King realm, Dark Sword felt a tremor in his mind. Immediately, the feeling of impending death disappeared. I can't thank you enough. From now on, I, Dark Sword, will do my best to obtain the heart of Xiantian for everyone, said Dark Sword in a deep voice. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Then, they hurriedly left to find the next heart of Xiantian. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the 10th floor, there was a figure. This figure was wrapped in a black aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Interesting. You've all reached the Xiantian King realm, which makes me want to fight even more, said the figure eerily. It turned out that Fang Chen and the others' every move after entering the 10th floor was in the eyes of this figure. However, I can't let you have it too easy, continued the figure. Then, the figure issued an order and instantly disappeared. The 10th floor of the God-Burying Sword prison. On the 3rd day after Dark Sword broke through to the Xiantian King realm, everyone once again found the heart of Xiantian. This time, the heart of Xiantian was given to the only female expert, Wind Yin. Wind Yin had successfully stepped into the Xiantian King realm, and her strength had once again skyrocketed. The entire team was very happy. It was as if they could see everyone stepping into the Xiantian King realm. Continue searching. Dark Sword grinned. However, just as everyone was happy, dust suddenly flew up from the ground in the distance. An evil aura instantly spread out. There's movement, Fang Chen said in a low voice. He spread out his soul, wanting to probe, but his soul was blocked. After discovering the commotion, Wind Yin, Fang Chen, Zhang Jian, and Dark Sword stood side by side at the very front. As for Hand-Broken Sword and the others, they stood at the back and stared ahead with full concentration. Rumble, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. The evil aura corroded the ground. What's that? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Within the gradually dissipating dust, there were over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Heavens, over 100 golden devil demonic beasts! Why were they so shocked when they saw the golden devil demonic beasts? That was because the golden devil demonic beasts were immune to physical attack. Ordinary physical attacks were unable to cause any harm to them. The only exception was a soul attack. Damn it, why are there so many golden devil demonic beasts? Cursed Dark Sword. At this moment, Win Chant acted as the temporary commander and said in a low voice, "The Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts are immune to physical attacks. The four of us will use our strongest attacks to see if we can kill the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts. The rest of you, use your soul attack." Fang Chen and the others nodded. Over 100 golden devil demonic beasts rapidly charged over. Just at this moment, Wind Yin used the Storm Sword art. After reaching the Xiantian King realm, the Storm Sword art's power had reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, the world turned white. Countless snowflakes enveloped the golden devil demonic beasts and then froze them. Kill! Chapter 9:18. Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique froze over 100 golden demon clan monsters for a short time. At the same time, the darkness intent of the Dark Sword instantly spread out. The tyrannical Dark Sword technique suddenly blasted towards the golden demon clan monsters. Zhang Jian's body continuously emitted 12 brilliant rays of light. Fang Chen used the golden light dragon slaying. A powerful golden light rushed into the horde of golden demon clan monsters. Suddenly, a large number of golden demon clan monsters exploded. In the sky, countless brilliant rays of light, carrying tyrannical power, rushed into the horde of golden demon clan monsters. Countless golden demon clan monsters died directly. Seeing this scene, Handbreaker and the others were shocked. It wasn't that the Golden Demon Clan monsters' physical immunity wasn't strong enough, but that the attacks of Fang Chen's group were too abnormal. If it was before, Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique absolutely wouldn't have been able to freeze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters at the same time. But now, she was able to do it. As for Zhang Jian, his strength had increased even more. 12 brilliant rays of light gushed out of his body, more than doubling his strength. Fang Chen's golden light dragon slaying was still incomparably sharp. After a round of joint attacks, the four of them had killed over 30 golden demon clan monsters. Continue attacking. The four of them discovered that their attacks were effective against the golden demon clan monsters, so they immediately continued fighting. Rumble, after 3 rounds of battle, more than half of the golden demon clan monsters had been killed. Soul attack. Fang Chen's group of 4 had continuously used their ultimate moves at a high intensity. They had consumed too much energy. At this moment, the Ice King roared. Immediately, the other 10 experts used their soul attacks one after another. In the sky, countless resplendent souls transformed into streaks of attacks that once again charged into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the front were surrounded by the 10 people's soul attacks and were instantly annihilated. The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the back were still charging forward. The 10 people's soul attacks were clearly a little weak. They only killed a dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters. There were still over 30 Golden Demon clan monsters charging towards Fang Chen's group. What should we do? Wind Yin glanced at Fang Chen and asked. The four of them no longer had the strength to continue using their most powerful attack. The 30-odd Golden Devil clan monsters were a fatal blow. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I'll trap them. You guys attack. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, his figure flashed and he appeared above the Golden Demon clan monster. With a flick of his wrist, countless light spots appeared. Walla formation was set up in an instant. Dao-level arrays were considered top-notch arrays. The trapped demonic beasts of the Golden Demon clan attacked madly. I can only maintain it for 1 minute, Fang Chen roared. When the other warriors saw this, they desperately unleashed powerful attacks to kill the Golden Demon clan's monster beasts inside the array. Bang bang bang, the demonic beasts of the Golden Devil clan were killed one by one. However, as time passed, everyone's spiritual chi was consumed too much, and they were a little overwhelmed. Soul attacks consumed too much soul power. We can't hold on any longer. Someone shouted. Bang bang, at this moment, the Dao-level array controlled by Fang Chen instantly shattered. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and waved his sword. A golden sword light slashed at the Golden Demon clan monster. Bang bang, however, to everyone's surprise, the Golden Demon clan monster did not die. Instead, it resisted Fang Chen's attack. The consumption is too great. My attack power is no longer enough to break through the Golden Demon clan's defense, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed greatly. They did not expect to encounter such a terrifying Golden Demon clan monster on the 10th floor. What should we do? Everyone's expression was gloomy as they coldly said. Whoosh! The little mouse's figure appeared in an instant. Boss, I haven't fought in a long time. Let me do it. Be careful. Seeing the little mouse blocking the path of the Golden Demon clan monsters, Fang Chen reminded him. Roar. Facing the remaining dozen or so Golden Demon clan monsters, the little mouse did not show the slightest fear. With a loud roar, a purple light appeared around its body. Then a huge purple rat phantom condensed behind it. An innate ability. A wild attractive force instantly enveloped the dozen or so Golden Demon clan monsters. Roar. The Golden Demon clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, but they could not resist this terrifying attractive force. More than 10 demonic beasts roared in fear, but they could not change their fate. Voila! Under the little mouse's terrifying innate ability, the Golden Demon clan monsters were unable to resist at all. They were all sucked into the purple rat phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! Just like that, the Golden Demon clan monsters that made everyone feel helpless were easily swallowed by the little mouse. The atmosphere in the sky returned to normal. The wasteland was completely silent. It was as if the Golden Demon clan monsters had never appeared. All the cultivators stared dumbstruck at the little mouse. It swallowed the Golden Demon clan monsters just like that. Lu Jingyun and the others were shocked. Only the 8 extreme powerhouses could see that the little mouse was using an innate ability. An innate ability. Little friend Fang's spirit pet actually has such a heaven-defying innate ability. Taoist Tianhong sighed. Little friend Fang, your spirit pet is too overbearing. With little friend Fang's spirit pet, we don't have to be afraid of the Golden Demon clan monsters anymore. The ox-nosed old Taoist grinned. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. The more heaven-defying an innate ability, the greater the restriction. It can't continuously use its innate ability, Fang Chen explained. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded in agreement. They also knew that the more heaven-defying a monster was, the greater the restriction. The little mouse's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be invincible? In a way, the heavens were fair. Of course, this fairness was based on a certain foundation. The monstrous beasts from the Golden Demon clan suddenly appeared. Is there a leader in the 10th layer as well? Zhang Jian suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They hadn't thought about this at all, but now they finally realized the danger. Doesn't that mean that we can encounter Golden Demon clan monsters at any time? Swordbreaker said in a deep voice. Hundreds of demonic beasts from the Golden Demon clan appeared at once. Even their team was a little afraid of this number. No matter what, the most important thing for us now is to increase our strength. As long as all of us reach the Mystic King realm, even if we encounter Golden Demon clan monsters and can't fight them, we can safely return to the 9th floor, the Ice Fire King said. The others agreed with the Ice Fire King's words. Immediately, everyone stopped chatting and quickly moved forward in search of the heart of Xiantian. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, the figure shrouded in an evil aura looked into the distance as if he could see the void. After a long time, a sinister smile came from his mouth. Interesting. This is interesting. Fang Chun and the others were very fast. In 6 hours they found a heart of Xiantian. This heart of Xiantian was given to the Ice Fire King. The reason why it was given to the Ice Fire King was because the Ice Fire King's true intent of ice and fire combined with the Blizzard Sword technique could make the freezing effect even stronger. At this time, there were already 4 Mystic King realm experts in the small team. There was also Fang Chen, who was not weaker than a Mystic King realm expert. The team's combat power was also steadily increasing. As for the first 9 floors, because the team of 8 ultimate powerhouses was leading the way, there was no danger at all. They were able to enter the deeper levels of the God-bearing sword prison without facing too much danger. The God-bearing sword prison had been open for almost a year, and there were countless deaths and injuries during this time. Up until now, most of the warriors had perished here. Only a few warriors were still persevering. However, just as the remaining quasi-kings were about to continue their advance, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, danger shrouded them. In an area filled with resentment on the 6th floor, a voice sounded. I didn't expect to wake up after being asleep for so many years. As soon as this voice sounded, it discovered some human warriors. These ants have disturbed me. A shocking giant hand suddenly appeared and pressed down. Instantly, countless miserable shrieks rang out. The remaining quasi-kings on the first 9 levels were all annihilated by this gigantic hand, their souls dissipating into nothingness. After all this, the ground shook and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 9:19. One author. Cat Eyes Like Moon Paranormal Mystery 125612 words, 540,000 readers. As a reporter, Su Tong happened to have a special physique that was easy to provoke spiritual beings. Fortunately, there was a gifted and stylish male neighbor living next door. He exorcised evil spirits and nurtured the baby spirits, and in the process saved her, a young and single woman, at the same time. 2 author. Dongchen Time Travel 374672 words, 109 million readers. Once she transmigrated, she was sent to the bridal sedan and became the substitute princess of a foolish king, but she didn't want to achieve a good match. 3 author. Duanmu Nuaching Time Travel 488430 words, 101 million readers. She is the poison immortal purple charm who hides poison in her smile, and also the famous great judge in Jianghu. He is the only imperial grandson of the emperor of Dongchu. He is noble and arrogant, both good and evil. When she meets him, love blossoms everywhere and they fight for the world hand in hand. 4 author. Zhang Jian Ancient Rebirth 412336 words, 101 million readers. She is the descendant of a famous family, but she was infatuated with the wrong person and died an innocent death. After being reborn, she is unparalleled. She stands tall in the midst of conspiracy and intrigue, facing layers of murderous intent. 5 author. Shihuan Palace Aristocrats 762239 words, 164 million readers. In her previous life, she was cut open and her child was taken out. She was reborn as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, But what is going on with this prince who suddenly appeared? 6 Author. Step-by-step time travel 68757 words, 990 million readers. The celebrity killer transmigrated twice. In the first life, she was used by others and died a tragic death. In the second life, she was careful and swore to take revenge. 7 Author. Jiang President's Rich 111-2374 words, 1.05 million readers. He doesn't love her, but insists on marrying her who was openly abandoned by her boyfriend at the engagement banquet. She doesn't love him, but in order to take revenge, she needs to find a powerful backer. She originally thought that they would only marry without love, but she didn't expect their love to be so deep. 8 Author. Qianshan President's Rich 102-9427 words, 145 million readers. He squeezes her labor, attends the company's high-level meetings, and serves tea. That's not all, he even wants to deprive her of her remaining value. She must marry the president, or else her parents will tell her that she abandoned him. 9 Author. Sleeping when drunk President's Rich 119-5874 words, 135 million readers. I promised you a grand marriage and let you marry in glory. I thought what you wanted was my love, but it turned out that what you wanted was my life. 10 Author. Nayland Hying President's Rich 107-2699 words, 111 million readers. Chapter 920. No one knew about the abnormality that happened on the 6th level. In the entire God-bearing sword prison, there were only 14 people, including Fong Chen, who were still alive. The 14 of them were trying their best to find the heart of Xiantian. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the opening of the God-bearing sword prison. This was the longest opening of the God-bearing sword prison ever. On the 10th level of the God-bearing sword prison, Fong Chen and the others were working together to kill the Golden Demon Clan monsters. In the beginning, there were hundreds of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing together. Now, there were thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing at once. Of course, the strength of Fong Chen and the others was also gradually increasing. Bang! After killing the last Golden Demon Clan monster, Fong Chen put away the hidden star sword. There was a blood stain on his sleeve. During this time, the speed at which they were searching for the heart of Xiantian was getting slower and slower. This made Fong Chen and the others very confused. Find the heart of Xiantian, the dark sword said in a low voice. Then, the 14 of them quickly left. As they continued to fight with the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fong Chen and the others kept looking for the Golden Demon Clan monsters' weaknesses. Finally, one day, half a month later, they developed a combined attack formation. Once this combined attack formation was used, the Golden Demon Clan monsters within the formation would be instantly killed mercilessly. Roar! Inside the formation, the 14 of them surrounded thousands of Golden Devil Clan monsters, and the cries of countless monsters could be heard. Poochie! The combined attack formation was too powerful. Even though the Golden Demon Clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, they could not resist the attack of the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters were all killed. Seeing this scene, enlightened Master Tianhong's face was full of smiles. Although some of them had not stepped into the mysterious King realm, the appearance of this combined attack formation gave them hope. This is so satisfying. The combined attack formation is too powerful. Swordsman Folding grinned. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Chen. Fong Chen was the one who contributed the most to the creation of the combined attack formation. Fong Chen was an array sage master, so he could easily set up a Dao-level array. As the pressure against the golden demons increased, Fong Chen began to research how to attack the souls of the golden demons. If it was just Fong Chen alone, there was no way he could complete this combined attack array. However, there was Fong Chen's spiritual pet, the magical little mouse. When the 14 of them used the joint attack formation, the little mouse needed to be at the center of the formation to provide energy. Furthermore, the little mouse could use its innate abilities at the same time to increase the power of the joint attack formation. Young friend Fang is the #1 genius of the sword burial state in the past 10,000 years, Zhang Jian said. That's right. It's all thanks to little friend Fang in the god-burying sword prison, Yin Feng said with a smile. Originally, before entering the god-burying sword prison, Fang Chen's strength was inferior to a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. At that time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not know Fang Chen at all. However, later on, Fang Chen helped the 8 ultimate powerhouses obtain the heart of the Black Crack King. In order to express their gratitude, the 8 ultimate powerhouses allowed Fang Chen to follow them. However, they did not expect Fang Chen to help them time and time again. It was no exaggeration to say that without Fang Chen, they would not have been able to successfully enter the 10th level and obtain the heart of Xiantian. After chatting for a while, they continued to move forward. In a certain valley, they found several hearts of Xiantian. Haha, so many hearts of Xiantian. Seeing the corpses of the Almighties, everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. About an hour later, everyone had obtained the heart of Xiantian. At this point, except for Fang Chen, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. Moreover, to Fang Chen's surprise, there were still some hearts of Xiantian. There are still 3 hearts of Xiantian here. How should we distribute them? Dark Sword suddenly asked. I've already stepped into the mysterious king realm. I don't need the heart of Xiantian, said Swordbreaker. The others also spoke up. Fang Chen's contribution is the greatest. Why don't we give these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Fang Chen? Asked Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun's words received everyone's approval. That's right. I have no objections to giving these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Fang Chen, said Daoist Tianhong. Fang Chen did not refuse. Although he did not need the heart of Xiantian, he could give it to his friends. Thinking of the ancient sword continent's situation, Fang Chen became extremely anxious. He had to step into the mysterious king realm during this trip to the god-burying sword prison. In truth, Fang Chen's current strength was already enough to fight against a mysterious king realm expert. Among the 14 people present, Fang Chen's strength was indisputably the strongest. However, as soon as Fang Chen put away the 3 hearts of the arcane heavens, a huge swarm of people swarmed toward the canyon. Demonic beasts of the golden demon race. Dark Sword was the first to sense it. His expression changed slightly as he shouted. So many golden demon race demonic beasts, said Broken Sword with a gloomy expression. The others all looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of black gold demon race demonic beasts had surrounded the entrance of the valley. They originally thought that these golden demon race demonic beasts would charge into the valley, but they did not expect that they would only surround the entrance. What's going on? Asked Fang Chen. Crash. The black mass of golden demon race demonic beasts spread out in the middle, and a path appeared. Then, a black figure appeared. A human cultivator. Seeing this black figure, the faces of Fang Chen and the others were filled with shock. How could there be a human cultivator here? And from the looks of it, these golden demon race demonic beasts were very respectful to him. To be able to make thousands of golden demon race demonic beasts so respectful, who was he? Could it be that a fallen almighty had revived? Who are you? Asked Zhang Jian coldly as he stared at this person with his pitch-black eyes. Is it important? The black figure sneered. As he spoke, the black figure gave off a feeling of superiority. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation was at least at the Mystic King realm. However, what puzzled everyone was why there was a human cultivator in the 10th level of the god-burying sword prison. Are these golden demon race demonic beasts under your control? Asked Dark Sword in a deep voice. Roar. The black figure did not speak, but the countless golden demon race demonic beasts behind him roared furiously. Could it be that you are the legendary person? asked the ox-nosed old Taoist anxiously. Who is he? The others all looked at the ox-nosed old Taoist. After so many years, there are still people who remember me, said the black figure after being slightly stunned. At this moment, the ox-nosed old Taoist's heart was also in turmoil. He did not expect this person to really be the legendary person. Do you remember the most outstanding genius in the history of our Tao cultivation sect? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist slowly. The Tao cultivation sect was a Tao cultivation holy land. The ox-nosed old Taoist was a member of the Tao cultivation sect. Are you talking about the person who is said to be able to destroy the heavens? Zhang Jian cried out. The ox-nosed old Taoist nodded heavily. Fang Chun, Lu Jingyun, and the others were a little confused. Who exactly was this black figure? However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist's next words, Fang Chun and the others knew who this person was. The Tao cultivation sect was one of the strongest sects in the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Tao cultivation sect had a very large sect in the outer realms. The Tao cultivation sect in the Sword Burial Prefecture was only a branch. Back then, the most outstanding disciple of the Tao cultivation sect had the potential to shock the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. Even Fang Chen did not have the qualifications to be called a genius in front of an 18-year-old mystic king realm powerhouse. Back then, he was the idol of all the cultivators in the Sword Burial Prefecture. His every move would cause a storm in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Of course, the most eye-catching battle was when he was at the limit of the true martial realm. He fought a 5th-level mystic king realm powerhouse to a draw. At that time, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture was shocked. Back then, he had reached the peak of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He felt that the Sword Burial Prefecture's stage was too small. Moreover, he believed that with his talent, he was qualified to enter the Tao cultivation sect in the outer realms. He had threatened to destroy the heavens and charge out of the Sword Burial Prefecture. But then he had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew why such a genius had disappeared. Chapter 921. If it had been 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang would have been a household name in the Sword Burial State. At that time, Qin Yang was so popular that even the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace sighed. Qin Yang was a genius, a super genius. Even in the Outerverse, he was considered a genius. However, such a genius did not receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Of course, Qin Yang was the genius most likely to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang had entered the God Burial Sword Prison. Moreover, he had almost received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, but he had failed in the end. Qin Yang had obtained a supreme treasure in the God Burial Sword Prison. With this supreme treasure, he was almost invincible in the Mystic King realm. However, Qin Yang did not give up after one failure. In the following years, Qin Yang had entered the God Burial Sword Prison several times, but he had not obtained anything. Later on, after Qin Yang experienced a great battle, he disappeared without a trace. But now, Qin Yang had appeared here. Why would Qin Yang appear here? Dark Sword and the other experts of the older generation cried out. The 8 extreme realms had only heard of Qin Yang's name from the older generation of experts in the sect. As for Lu Jingyun and the others of the younger generation, they did not know who Qin Yang was at all. However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist's words, everyone was shocked. The ox-nosed old Taoist stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Senior Qin Yang, why are you here?" "Oh, the people of the Tao cultivation sect are really interesting." Qin Yang sneered when he learned that the ox-nosed old Taoist was a cultivator of the Tao cultivation sect. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Tao cultivation sect are ungrateful. They all deserve to die. Qin Yang's wrist shook as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, a stream of spiritual energy formed and shot toward the ox-nosed old Taoist. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang's casual attack was so powerful that it shocked Fang Chen and the others. Combined attack formation. If they did not help, the ox-nosed old Taoist would definitely die. With his strength, there was no way he could block Qin Yang's attack. Crash. The 14 cultivators instantly formed a combined attack formation. At this moment, the stream of spiritual energy heavily bombarded the combined attack formation. The power of the spiritual chi waterfall was extremely tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the combined attack formation was broken. However, the spiritual chi waterfall also dissipated in the void because of this. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered as his face was filled with astonishment. Combined attack formation. With the cultivation of Fang Chen and the others, it was quite surprising that they could perform such an ingenious joint attack formation. Since you know that I am Qin Yang, then do you think that the people that I want to kill will be able to leave alive? Qin Yang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Fang Chen and the others had blocked his attack. This was because Qin Yang was invincible here. In Qin Yang's eyes, Fang Chen and the others were just ants. Ants were ants in the end. Even if they had some ingenious joint attack formations, it was useless. What should we do? Dark Sword's expression was gloomy. He was quite wary of Qin Yang. How unlucky. Why did we meet Qin Yang here? Sword Breaker also said helplessly. As for the ox-nosed old Taoist, his eyes flickered as he glanced at Qin Yang and continued, Senior Qin Yang, we are all members of the Tao cultivation sect. Why do we have to kill each other? All members of the Tao cultivation sect deserve to die, Qin Yang said gloomily when he heard the words, Tao cultivation sect. Fang Chen carefully observed Qin Yang and realized that this person seemed to hate the Tao cultivation sect very much. Could it be that he appeared here because of the Tao cultivation sect? It was useless to think about this now. It was better to think about how to leave this place. However, when he thought of Qin Yang's strength, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. Kill. Qin Yang didn't seem to want to waste any more words with the ox-nosed old Taoist, and directly ordered. Behind him, a large number of golden demon beasts rushed into the valley. Roar. The roars of countless demonic beasts were incessant. The combined attack formation appeared once again. Pucci. This combined attack formation was specially targeted against the golden demon beasts. Therefore, with the combined attack formation, the golden demon beasts couldn't get close to Fang Chen and the others at all. Although there were a large number of golden demon beasts, they were constantly killed by the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden demon beasts were killed. A bunch of trash, Qin Yang said coldly, but he still didn't intend to make a move. Through observing the combined attack formation, Qin Yang noticed Fang Chen. This person is the most important point of the combined attack formation. Qin Yang directly ordered the golden demon beasts to concentrate their strength and attack Fang Chen. Immediately, Fang Chen felt the pressure. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to dodge the golden demon beasts while using the golden light dragon slaying to kill the golden demon beasts. What's going on? Why are the golden demon beasts attacking young friend Fang? Seeing this, Zhang Jian and the others were puzzled. Help young friend Fang! Zhang Jian roared loudly. Immediately, the other warriors activated the combined attack formation to help Fang Chen share the attack of the golden demon beasts. Pucci Fang Chen killed hundreds of golden demon beasts with a single sword strike. Then, the true meaning of the void appeared and his body disappeared into the void. Just like that, he continued to kill the golden demon beasts. As for Qin Yang, he had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end. Fang Chen and the others were not worthy of him personally making a move. After continuously using the true meaning of the void for an hour, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was struck by one of the golden demon clan monsters, and his body fell to the ground. Boom! Countless golden demon beasts swarmed over. I can't be surrounded or I'll die. Fang Chen's eyes were burning, and the aura of the void filled his body as he forcibly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Every time the true meaning of the void was used, Fang Chen could feel that his consumption was too great. Pucci! After using the true meaning of the void several times, he still couldn't avoid the attacks of the golden demon beast. At this time, Zhang Jian and the others also knew that the situation was not good. Once Fang Chen was seriously injured or killed, the combined attack formation would collapse. At that time, they would definitely die. Save little friend Fang. Everyone desperately tried to save Fang Chen. Rumble! A huge number of golden demon beasts continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was surrounded. Fight! Fang Chen roared and used the last bit of strength in his body to display the true meaning of the void. Swoosh! When Fang Chen unleashed the true intent of the void, the situation that had originally been a sure-death situation was suddenly resolved. At the same time that Fang Chen displayed the true meaning of the void, the aura of the void filled his body to the extreme. At the critical moment, the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade. The realm of 3 bottles? Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he cried out excitedly. When the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade, the golden demon beasts that were close to Fang Chen's body actually stopped for a short time and became motionless. Kill! Fang Chen roared and instantly displayed the golden light dragon slaying sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, a large number of golden demon beasts would be killed. Strangely enough, whenever the golden demon beasts got close to Fang Chen, their bodies would stop for a few seconds. Although the time was very short, it was enough for Fang Chen to kill them. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Chen kill thousands of golden demon beasts by himself, Zhang Jian and the others were completely shocked. At this time, Qin Yang's face finally became gloomy. Time stop, Qin Yang said in his heart. Seeing Fang Chen continuously killing the golden demon beasts, Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move. Crash! Qin Yang's wrist shook, and a stream of spirit energy shot out in an instant. This time, the spirit energy stream was different from before. Its power was countless times stronger. When the spirit energy stream approached Fang Chen, it paused for a short second before bombarding Fang Chen's body. Bang! Although he displayed the true meaning of the void, he was still hit. Fang Chen was seriously injured and fell to the ground with a weak aura. Kill them all, Qin Yang said. The hearts of Zhang Jian and the others sank. They were already prepared to die. A large number of golden demon clan monsters charged at them aggressively. Dong. Chapter 922. Qin Yang attacked in anger. A stream of spiritual qi instantly injured everyone, making them unable to continue fighting. Then, he ordered the huge number of golden demon clan monsters to kill these humans with all their might. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Then, a giant hand instantly reached out and slammed down. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The golden demon clan monsters that were charging towards Fang Chen and the others were all annihilated. Stop! In an instant, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure had 2 sword scars on his face. It was extremely terrifying. He stood in front of Fang Chen and the others, staring at Qin Yang at the entrance of the valley with flickering eyes. It's you. Obviously, Qin Yang knew this person. When he saw this person attack, his face was extremely gloomy. Qin Yang, stop, the figure said unhurriedly. This sudden change caused Fang Chen and the others to be astonished. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the cultivator who had saved them was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Even Qin Yang had a tinge of fear in his eyes. Who is he? Why is Qin Yang afraid of him? Qin Yang was an invincible existence in the mysterious king realm. Why would he be afraid of this person? And why would this person save them? Fang Chen's mind was filled with doubts, but he did not say anything. You actually want to fight against me for these insignificant cultivators, Qin Yang said coldly. Qin Yang, with me here, you can't kill them, the figure said softly after pondering for a moment. Humph, let's wait and see. Hearing the figure's words, Qin Yang snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared from the valley. Many experts, including Fang Chen, felt that it was incomparably surreal. Senior, thank you for saving us. Zhang Jian cupped his hands and thanked him. The other cultivators also looked at them with burning eyes. Saving you was just a casual thing. The God-burying sword prison trip ends here. You can leave, the figure said as he waved his hand slightly. Everyone wanted to ask more, but they found that this person was a little impatient. They looked at each other and then turned to leave in a flash. Except for Fang Chen, everyone had stepped into the mysterious King realm. This trip to the God-burying sword prison could be considered to be quite successful. The God-burying sword prison was extremely dangerous. Everyone had experienced it. This time, being able to leave calmly could be considered a daunting experience without any mishap. Whoosh 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 14 figures flew quickly and returned to the 9th floor in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen was the last to fly. His speed was neither fast nor slow. In his mind, he was thinking about why that expert had saved him. At that instant, a voice appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this voice. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at his surroundings in confusion. Whoosh 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 whoosh. There's no need to look. I'm right behind you. Hearing this, Fang Chen turned around and returned to where he came from in a flash. At this time, the other experts had already returned to the 9th floor. No one knew that Fang Chen was still on the 10th floor. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen returned to the valley. The figure from before stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Senior, were you the one who spoke to me just now? Fang Chen stopped in the valley and cupped his hands slightly toward the expert before asking. The man with the scar nodded and said, That's right. I was talking to you just now. May I know why Senior asked me to stay behind? Asked Fang Chen. Come with me. After the man with the sword mark said that, he grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared into the valley. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt as if the world was spinning, as if he was traveling through time and space. While Fang Chen felt his vision turn white. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around hurriedly. He suddenly realized that he was in a spacious space. The atmosphere was peaceful and there was no evil aura in the spiritual qi. It was very peaceful. Senior, where is this? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison. What 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In his mind, the higher the floor of the God-burying sword prison, the more dangerous it was. However, why was the 18th floor so peaceful? Moreover, Fang Chen was a little shocked. Who was the man with the sword mark? Why did he bring him to the 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. As if he had seen through Fang Chen's mind, the man with the sword mark said, Don't think too much. I'm not the God-burying sword prison. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. Senior, what's the matter with Qin Yang? Why did you bring me to the 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison? Fang Chen voiced out many doubts in his mind. The man with the sword mark said slowly. That Qin Yang is also considered an outstanding genius. The people outside all thought that he was dead. However, that is not the case. He has always been in the God-burying sword prison. Back then, he almost defeated me and took my position. Fang Chen did not say anything and listened to the man with the sword mark quietly. Do you know who I am? The man with the sword mark asked. Fang Chen shook his head and expressed his confusion. Actually, I am one of the guardians of the God-burying sword prison, the man with the sword mark said. When Fang Chen heard this, his face was filled with shock. He looked at the man with the sword mark, dumbfounded. The man in front of him was one of the guardians of the god-bearing sword prison. What exactly were they guarding? The god-bearing sword prison or the god-bearing sword prison? There are more than one guardian. Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He was extremely shocked. Back then, Qin Yang competed with me for the position of guardian. In the end, I defeated him. However, he refused to accept it and led the demonic beasts of the Golden Demon clan on the 10th floor. He tried his best to defeat me, the man with the sword mark continued. Senior, what are the guardians? Fang Chen finally asked. No wonder Qin Yang did not want to provoke this man. It turned out that he was one of the guardians of the god-bearing sword prison. Although the god-bearing sword emperor is dead, his methods are beyond our imagination. The body of the god-bearing sword emperor turned into the god-bearing sword province and left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and select outstanding disciples for him, the man with the sword mark said. Fang Chen gradually came to a realization. The so-called guardians were first to suppress the god-bearing sword prison and second to select outstanding disciples for the god-bearing sword emperor. The legend of the god-bearing sword province being recognized by the god-bearing sword emperor was spread by us guardians, the man with the sword mark continued. Fang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the god-bearing sword emperor to have left behind a remnant consciousness after his death. Furthermore, he had allowed later experts to compete for the position of guardian. Senior, may I ask if you've accepted any disciples in the past few years? Fang Chen did his best to calm his shock. The man with the sword mark shook his head. Over the past few years, we 8 guardians have chosen countless people as our reference. However, not a single one of us has met the requirements. 8 guardians? The man with the sword mark was much stronger than the peak profound King Qin Yang. And there were actually 8 such protectors. Perhaps the 8 of them were the true peak experts of the god-bearing sword province. As for the palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal palace, he was nothing in front of the 8 of them. Elder, could it be that you have brought me to this place because… Fang Chen suddenly realized a problem. Immediately, an excited expression appeared on his face as he asked. Every once in a while, the 8 of us would fall into a deep slumber. This time, I just happened to wake up from my slumber and met you. The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chen and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen was a little nervous. That's right. I brought you here because you've been recognized by the god-bearing sword emperor, the man with the sword mark said. Although Fang Chen was prepared for this, his heart was still in turmoil. He had been recognized by the god-bearing sword emperor so easily. He had thought that he wouldn't know when he would be recognized by the god-bearing sword emperor. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he was at a loss. You're the only person who has been recognized by the god-bearing sword emperor after his death, the man with the sword mark continued. Chapter 923. After a while, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. His face was filled with an excited smile. Senior, did I really get the recognition of the buried sword emperor? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The man with the sword scar nodded. After Fang Chen confirmed it, he became even more excited. He still remembered that on the ancient sword continent, his wife, Star and Moon, had died at the hands of the demon Cloud Lien State in order to save him. He hated himself for being useless. He had watched his wife die without being able to avenge her. After that, he had tried his best to take revenge but had died at the hands of the demon Cloud Lien State. Perhaps it was fate, but the head in the cauldron had brought him across the ocean's forbidden zone and to the buried sword continent. Then, he had been successfully resurrected. He had heard from the palace master of the buried sword Immortal Palace that the buried sword emperor would agree to any request unconditionally as long as he could get the recognition of the buried sword emperor. The buried sword emperor was really powerful. He was considered a famous top powerhouse even in the outerverse. Although he had died long ago, he was still very powerful. No one doubted the buried sword emperor's promise. At that time, Fang Chun had secretly vowed to get the recognition of the buried sword emperor and ask him to resurrect his wife, Star and Moon. Now, he had finally achieved his goal. Fang Chun was very excited and his body was trembling non-stop. Senior, I got the recognition of the buried sword emperor. Can I ask the buried sword emperor to do me a favor? Fang Chen's voice was trembling. The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chen in surprise and said, "Come with me." After saying that, the man with the sword scar turned around and left. Fang Chen hurriedly followed behind him. The entire 18th level of the buried sword prison was very quiet. After a while, the man with the sword scar stopped in his tracks and knelt down in front of a statue that was several meters tall. The buried sword emperor has chosen an outstanding young person according to your request, the man with the sword scar said loudly. Strangely enough, as soon as the sword-scarred man finished speaking, all the spirit chi on the 18th floor suddenly surged into the statue. Then, the statue's eyes actually opened in an instant. Fang Chen carefully stared at the statue, his heart filled with shock. This statue gave him a very oppressive feeling. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Is this the statue of Zhang Jian Emperor? Fang Chen was shocked. The eyes of the statue blinked and then stared at Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that all his secrets had been seen by the statue. Not bad. In less than 20 years of cultivation, you have comprehended the true meaning of spacetime. From within the statue, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life sounded. True meaning of spacetime. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. What he cultivated was clearly the true intent of void, so why did the statue say that it was the true intent of space and time? Since you've obtained my approval, I can fulfill one of your requests. Speak, what do you need me to do? Asked the statue. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fang Chen clenched his fists in excitement. Lord Zhang Sword Emperor, I want to revive my wife, Fang Chen said excitedly. While speaking, Fang Chen took out the corpse of his wife, Star and Moon, from his interspatial ring. Oh, revive your wife? If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely ask for some peerless inheritance or something like that. In short, it was a request that could strengthen their cultivation technique. However, this kid actually only asked for his wife to be revived. One had to know that the promise of Zhang Sword Emperor was coveted by countless almighties in the outer realm. However, Fang Chen only had such a request. The path of cultivation was originally against the heavens. Cultivators lived for a long time, and it was normal for them to have several wives and concubines. Wasting a promise to revive a dead wife was not worth it in the eyes of ordinary people. That's right. My request is to revive my wife. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his forehead full of sweat. He suddenly had a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that the remnant consciousness of Zhang Sword Emperor would say that he could not revive his wife. Lord Zhang Sword Emperor, you are a high and mighty god. You will definitely be able to revive my wife, Fang Chen said solemnly. The statue stared at Fang Chen for a long time, and then smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I met a kid like you. That's right, with my means, I can revive your wife. However, Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard the words of Zhang Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He had a bad premonition. Lord Zhang Sword Emperor. Fang Chen was very anxious. How could he not be anxious when it concerned his wife? However, I fell a long time ago. What's left here is just a trace of my remnant consciousness. I can't revive her in a short time, and this small Zhang Sword province can't bear my power. Fang Chen felt relieved when he heard that. No matter what, as long as he could revive his wife, he was willing to bear any price. Lord Zhang Sword Emperor, please revive my wife, Fang Chen said with cupped fists. Zhang Sword Emperor nodded and stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes. He asked, Are you sure? Once you let me do it, there's no turning back. I'm sure, Fang Chen said without hesitation. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and said, "It will take a long time to revive her. Please wait here patiently." As soon as Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness finished speaking, Star and Moon's corpse suddenly floated up and was shrouded by a dazzling light. Fang Chen waited anxiously. Since Lord Zong Sword Emperor has taken action, he will definitely succeed, the guardian said. Fang Chen nodded, but he was still worried. Time passed in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen was still waiting in the 18th level of the Zong Sword prison. Star and Moon's corpse was shrouded by a dazzling light and could not be seen clearly. Fang Chen was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. It's been a month. Fang Chen paced up and down below. At this moment the guardian came. "Don't worry." Hearing this, Fang Chen could only nod. During this time, the Zong Sword prison opened and the 13 surviving martial artists all left. Their return to the Zong Sword prison caused a commotion. When they came out and found that Fang Chen was not there, they did not think much and thought that Fang Chen had quietly left. The 13 mysterious kings were invited by the palace master of the Zong Sword prison. In an instant, they became the focus of the Zong Sword prison. All the major forces came to the Zong Sword prison to rope in the 13 people. This was especially true for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, who were very young and had great potential. As for Fang Chen, he had long been forgotten by everyone. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten, no matter how dazzling he had been. All the martial artists in the Zong Sword prison thought that Fang Chen had died in the Zong Sword prison. As for the 13 people who came out alive, they did not come out to explain. Only the palace master of the Zong Sword prison had a lot of thoughts in his mind after asking the 13 people. He even had a bold guess. The Zong Sword prison had opened countless times, but this time was the most rewarding. Everyone had reached the 10th level and obtained the heart of Xiantian. It was a pity that the other quasi-kings had died, or the Zong Sword prison would have risen quickly. After a short moment of excitement, the 13 experts all chose to go into seclusion. This trip to the Zong Sword prison had greatly affected them. A few months after they went into seclusion, the commotion in the Zong Sword prison finally subsided. At this time, half a year had passed since the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had revived Star and Moon. It's been half a year. Why hasn't he revived yet? Almost every day, Fang Chen waited anxiously. Half a year had passed, but he was still very worried. "Don't worry. The Zong Sword Emperor's methods are not something you can imagine," said the guardian. However, just as the protector finished speaking, a 5-colored ray of light shot out from the statue. Then, the 5-colored light wrapped around Star and Moon's corpse and tore through the sky, disappearing from the Zong Sword prison. Crash! The 18th level regained its calm. "Zong Sword Emperor, where's my wife?" asked Fang Chen anxiously when he saw the statue open its eyes. "I overestimated the origin energy of the mortal world," said the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. Fang Chen's heart sank as he looked anxiously at the statue. "Zong Sword Emperor, could it be my wife?" Chapter 924. Fang Chen's heart sank after hearing the words of the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He was a little worried about his wife. "A mysterious place in the outerverse?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. A voice came from the statue. "That's right. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, what should I do if I want to see my wife?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. It was not easy to get the approval of the Zong Sword Emperor and let him revive his wife. He did not expect the Zong Sword Emperor to send his wife to a mysterious place in the outerverse. The more powerful one was, the more Fang Chen knew about it. It was very difficult to step into the outerverse with his own strength. "You can see your wife when you have enough strength," the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said slowly. Fang Chen had a helpless expression on his face when he heard this. However, he immediately felt relieved. No matter what, His wife had been revived. He would be able to see his wife sooner or later if he worked hard on his cultivation. Lord, do you know where my wife is in the outer verse? Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. That place is called the place where the gods live, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said, and did not say anything else. Fang Chen was shocked, but he chose to remain silent. The Zong Sword Emperor also said that the origin energy in the mortal world was too scarce. It was so scarce that he could not revive his wife. He could only revive his wife if he sent her to the so-called place where the gods lived. Fang Chen did not know what the power of origin was, but he knew that his wife had come back to life. He was very happy. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. When the guardian heard this, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness spoke again. When I fell back then, I left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and choose a disciple for me to inherit my legacy. I have not found a suitable disciple for a long time. However, your appearance gave me a glimmer of hope, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said. His voice was filled with helplessness. Back then, he had fallen in a hurry, so he had not properly chosen a disciple to inherit his legacy. Who was he? He was the powerful Zong Sword Monarch, whose cultivation was unparalleled. How could he allow his inheritance to be passed down? Therefore, his remnant consciousness set the rules for choosing disciples and chose the 8 guardians. Now that Fang Chen's wish had been fulfilled, he could finally relax. When he heard Zong Jian Emperor's words, his eyes lit up with excitement. It was extremely important for him to obtain the Zong Sword Emperor's legacy. You've only cultivated for 20 years and you've already comprehended the true intent of spacetime. That's beyond my expectations. Zong Jian Emperor said slowly. True meaning of spacetime. Fang Chen was puzzled, so he finally opened his mouth and asked. What he comprehended was clearly a transcendent grade true intent of void. Why did Emperor Zong's sword keep saying that it was the true intent of space and time? Although the true intent of void and true intent of spacetime only differed by a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. I've just watched everything that you've experienced and realized that you're indeed a lucky lad. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor smiled and said, without the guidance of an almighty, the true intent of void might go astray. You're too lucky. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned and looked at the statue in disbelief. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor, you're saying? Fang Chen asked, dumbfounded. The pair of eyes on the statue blinked before replying, that's right. When you first broke through the true intent of the void, there was a slight change. It actually contained a trace of the true intent of time. When your true intent of the void broke through to the 3rd grade, it directly transformed into the true intent of spacetime. Fang Chen was enlightened. So that was how it was. It was no wonder that when he displayed the true intent of void, he realized that the Golden Demon Clan demonic beasts that were close to him would temporarily freeze. Back then, Fang Chen did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, what he displayed then was not the true intent of void, but the true intent of spacetime. From Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's tone, the true intent of spacetime was obviously much stronger than the true intent of void. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Zong Jian Emperor acknowledged him was entirely because of his true intent of spacetime. Now that the truth was out, all the mysteries in Fang Chen's mind were solved. Why did the Guardian appear so coincidentally and bring him to the 18th level? It turned out that he was chosen by Emperor Zong Jian because he possessed the true intent of spacetime. You probably don't know what the true intent of spacetime means, right? Emperor Zong Jian Emperor said. Fang Chen shook his head and expressed his confusion. The true intent of void is a supreme true intent. It's almost non-existent in the countless mortal continents. Although it's rare in the outerverse, there are still quite a few. However, the true intent of spacetime is a supreme true intent that's above the true intent of void. Not to mention the outerverse, There are only a few people who possess such a true intent even in the place where the deities reside, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said in a deep voice. When he mentioned the true intent of spacetime, his tone was filled with excitement. Clearly, the true intent of spacetime had surprised him. The places where the deities reside can be counted on one hand. Fang Chen was thoroughly shocked. The true intent of void was already abnormal enough. He didn't expect the true intent of spacetime to be even more abnormal. When the true intent of spacetime is cultivated to the peak, not only can it accelerate time, but it can also reverse time, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's ability to lie was filled with shock. Time acceleration, time stopping, and time reversal. This was the highest achievement in the Tao of time. When the true intent of spacetime was cultivated to the peak, it could actually do all this. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? Even the guardian at the side was shocked. He had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. He didn't expect Emperor Zongjian Emperor to think so highly of this child. You've comprehended the true intent of spacetime, so you should be my inner disciple. However, your cultivation is too low, so you can only be my personal disciple for now, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. The status of a personal disciple was definitely inferior to an inner disciple. Emperor Zongjian Emperor's name had shaken the outerverse in the past, and he had seen countless geniuses. Although Fang Chen's potential had shocked him, Emperor Zongjian Emperor still held back. This was also a kind of experience. When you become my inner disciple one day, you'll be qualified to step into the outerverse, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's face lit up with joy when he heard this. His only wish now was to step into the outerverse to find his mother and wife. Becoming Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inner disciple would be qualified to step into the outerverse. This disciple will definitely work hard, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen went through the apprenticeship ceremony and finally became Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. A ray of light shot out from the statue and directly drilled into Fang Chen's glabella. This ray of light contains some of my inheritance and some of my understanding of the true intent of spacetime. Comprehend it well. Emperor Zongjian Emperor said, when you have enough strength, enter the god-bearing sword prison and reach the 18th floor with your own strength. At that time, you'll be my inner disciple. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him with a joyful face. With Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's strength would rise to another level, and he might even step into the Mystic King realm. Then, Emperor Zongjian Emperor gave Fang Chen a token. With this token, he could enter the god-bearing sword prison at any time. Alright, you can leave, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said slowly. Fang Chen glanced at the statue and asked, Master, I want to return to the ancient sword continent. Do you know, the token that I just gave you can let you return to the ancient sword continent. With that, Emperor Zongjian Emperor's remnant consciousness fell into a deep sleep again. Fang Chen bowed to the statue and turned to leave. Young Master Fang, congratulations, the guardian said with a grin. Fang Chen was now Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. His position was much higher than the palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal Palace. He was only the guardian of the god-bearing sword prison. His position was incomparable to Fang Chen's. Fang Chen chuckled and did not say anything. Young Master Fang, Emperor Zongjian Emperor just gave you some inheritance. I suggest you comprehend it on the 18th floor. The cultivation environment here is incomparable to the outside world, the guardian said. Chapter 925. Everyone thought that the most dangerous level in the buried god sword prison was the 18th level. Since ancient times, no one had been able to step into the 18th level. No one knew what dangers lay in the 18th level. However, when the 18th level was mentioned, everyone's facial expression changed drastically. That was because the 18th level was a taboo. However, what the world did not know was that the 18th level was not only free of danger, but also contained the remnant consciousness of the buried Sword Emperor. After obtaining the inheritance of the buried Sword Emperor, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended on the 18th level. Firstly, Fang Chen comprehended the true meaning of spacetime from the buried Sword Emperor. The true meaning of spacetime was a peerless true meaning. According to the buried Sword Emperor, it was many times more powerful than the transcendent true meaning. By chance, the true meaning of void evolved into the true meaning of spacetime. Fang Chen naturally had to make good use of it. Spacetime was more mysterious. Fang Chen used a full hour to completely digest the buried Sword Emperor's understanding of the true meaning of spacetime. At this time, Fang Chen also had some preliminary understanding of the true meaning of spacetime. The true meaning of spacetime had a total of 3 steps, and each step was extremely difficult. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of geniuses who possessed the true meaning of spacetime. In fact, the true meaning of spacetime was divided into 2 parts. The time part had 3 steps, and the space part had 3 steps as well. Therefore, cultivating the true meaning of spacetime was many times more difficult than cultivating the transcendent true meaning. The first step of the time part was called time stop, which could be achieved by the 3rd grade spacetime true meaning of spacetime. The second step was called time acceleration, which could accelerate the surrounding time and shorten the cultivation time. It could be achieved by the 6th grade spacetime true meaning of spacetime. As for the third step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called time reversal, which was especially useful when one was fighting with an enemy. One could instantly perform time reversal and change the flow of time around the enemy so that the enemy would not be able to attack him. This step could only be achieved by the 9th grade spacetime true meaning of spacetime. As for the space part, the first step was called space travel, which was similar to the true meaning of void. One could travel through the void temporarily and hide in the void. No one would be able to discover it. One could use it by the 3rd grade spacetime. The second step was called space cutting. If he could achieve this step, his attack power would be greatly increased. Using one's own strength to forcefully cut open space was something that most almighties would not be able to do. This required one to reach the realm of rank 6. As for the third step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called space collapse. By raising one's hand, one could destroy space. Once one reached the rank 9 realm, one could do it. Cultivating the true meaning of space and time was actually cultivating 2 transcendent grade true meanings. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was successfully cultivated, one's attack power would increase exponentially. In particular, the combination of time and space was an attack that the enemy could not resist at all. Let's ask if he could stop time while using space travel? How can the enemy withstand your thunderous strike at this moment? Fang Chen finally understood the true meaning of the spacetime true intent. What a powerful true meaning of spacetime! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of a supreme true intent, it was too shocking. Although the current spacetime true intent is at the 3rd grade boundary, I have only grasped the surface. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen began to cultivate the true intent of spacetime. However, this cultivation took a long time. First, Fang Chen used a month's time to completely stabilize space travel. Then, he used another half a year's time to completely grasp time stop. The reason why time stop lasted longer than space travel was because Fang Chen had the foundation of the true meaning of void previously. After doing all this, Fang Chen began to try to merge time stop and space travel together. Because of the guidance of Zhang Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's cultivation progress was very fast. However, even so, it still took a year's time. 1.5 years after Fang Chen received Zhang Sword Emperor's inheritance, he finally completely grasped the 3rd grade true meaning of spacetime. Voila! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the guardian suddenly felt that his body was directly motionless on the ground, unable to move. Not good. The guardian's first reaction was to struggle. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was on the guardian's throat. The guardian was a little shocked. After a full 3 seconds, he barely regained his freedom. As expected of the genius recognized by Zhang Sword Emperor, the guardian sighed. In just over a year's time, this lad had improved so much. Although he was careless just now, it also proved this lad's strength. Amazing. The guardian could not help but praise. If we fight head-on, I'm not your opponent, Fang Chen said. He was very clear that although he had grasped the true meaning of spacetime, he could not fight against the guardian. One should know that the guardian was an invincible existence in the mysterious King realm. He was only a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. If the guardian was prepared, his true meaning of spacetime would not even be able to confine the guardian for a second. The guardian shook his head and said, looking at the outside world, there is no invincible mysterious King realm martial artist. Your true meaning of spacetime is more than enough to deal with low-level mysterious King realm martial artists. The more the guardian came into contact with Fang Chen, the more he sighed. Fang Chen was indeed a monster. At the LV9 true martial realm, he could fight against a LV3 mysterious King realm martial artist. After chatting with the guardian for a while, Fang Chen continued to sit cross-legged. Took him a year and a half to cultivate the true meaning of spacetime. Now, it was time to accept the Zhang Sword Emperor's inheritance. After doing all this, Fang Chen would return to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Balls of light appeared in his mind. Within these balls of light there were countless words. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art. This was the sword art that the Zhang Sword Emperor had passed on to Fang Chen. According to the classification of the ancient sword continent, this sword art was a peak 9th grade sword art. Before, the strongest sword art that Fang Chen had cultivated was only an 8th grade sword art, the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. Now, he had actually obtained a 9th grade sword art. Of course, this was also because Fang Chen's cultivation base was too low, so he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 3 Revolutions Radiance sword technique. Otherwise, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture would be shocked. The Third Revolution Radiance sword art was a sword art that the Zhang Sword Emperor had created when he was young. The key of this sword art was to revolve. The word revolve had many meanings. In order to cultivate the Third Revolution Radiance sword art, one had to condense 3 sword lights in their chi vessel. Then, the 3 sword lights had to revolve with each other. After reading the Third Revolution Radiance sword art, Fang Chen began to cultivate. His body was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the mysterious King realm, his aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary mysterious King realm expert. The mysterious King realm that used to be so high and mighty. Now it was within reach. Therefore, as long as one worked hard, anything was possible. With the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen's potential in the Sword Dao was incomparably heaven-defying. Moreover, his sword body had reached the Saint grade. Cultivating the Third Revolution Radiance sword art went smoother than Fang Chen had imagined. In just 7 days, the first sword light had been condensed in his chi vessel. Fang Chen looked at his chi vessel with an excited smile on his face. Then, he continued to condense the second sword light. Due to the experience of condensing the first sword light, the second sword light only took 3 days to condense. As for the third sword light, it shortened the time to 1 day. The Zhang Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had already fallen asleep. If he knew that Fang Chen had used 11 days to condense 3 sword lights, he would definitely be shocked. This was because he had also used a full month to condense 3 sword lights back then. The 3 sword lights each represented a different aura. The sword light on the far left was filled with domineering sword chi. It was the sword light of flames. The one in the middle was filled with a dark aura. It was the sword chi of darkness. As for the sword light on the far right, it contained a gentle aura. It was the sword light of water. The 3 different sword lights interchanged and finally transformed into the sword light of light. Only then could he perform the 3rd revolution radiance sword art. Transform. Chapter 926. Flame sword light, darkness sword light, water sword light. The 3 completely opposite sword lights could not coexist. They were repelling each other and none of them was willing to give way to the other. Fang Qin slowly controlled the 3 sword lights according to the Zhang Sword Emperor's inheritance. First, Fang Qin started with darkness sword light. As he had the darkness sword intent, it was much easier to control. Crash! The darkness sword intent emerged and shrouded the darkness sword light in his chi-si. Then, Fang Qin used the water essence and fire essence to shroud the other 2 sword lights. Convert! Fang Qin shouted, and the 3 sword lights kept closing in on each other. Finally, they were close to each other. Then, it was a long process of conversion. The repelling force of the 3 sword lights was getting smaller and smaller. Dong! The golden sword light pulsed rapidly. A warm current entered his chi-si and shrouded the 3 sword lights, promoting the conversion of the 3 sword lights. The golden heart had always been a miraculous existence. Until now, Fang Qin did not know the origin of the golden heart. He only knew that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword that he had transmigrated to. The golden heart had been changing Fang Qin's body, potential, and other factors. As a result, Fang Qin's strength was improving rapidly. From the most ordinary outer disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect in the Divine Wind Nation, he had progressed step by step to where he was now. Fang Qin's potential had unknowingly become monstrous. Obtaining the recognition of the Zhang Sword Emperor and receiving the inheritance of the Zhang Sword Emperor was a complete transformation. The conversion of the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was finally completed 2 years after Fang Qin received the inheritance of the Zhang Sword Emperor. For 2 years, he had been receiving the inheritance in the 18th level of the God Burial Sword Prison. In the outside world, Fang Qin's name had disappeared and people had forgotten about him. The palace master of the Sword Burial Deity Palace had been waiting for Fang Qin's return. At a certain moment, Fang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the 3 sword lights in his chi-si instantly fused together and then spread out. The rich light sword chi spread directly to Fang Qin's limbs and bones. The 3rd revolution of the radiant sword technique was a success. It's been 2 years. Fang Qin stood up slowly with a smile on his face. In these 2 years, not only had he received the inheritance, but Fang Qin's spirit had also undergone a perfect transformation. The current Fang Qin was no longer the Fang Qin of the past. His vision had also improved a lot. His comprehension of the martial way had also deepened. Walla the Guardian appeared. The sword scar on his face was wriggling and he was full of smiles. Congratulations! The Guardian grinned. Fang Qin also cupped his hands towards the protector and said, 2 years have passed. It's time for me to leave. I hope you can return soon, the Guardian said. Fang Qin nodded heavily. The day he returned would be the day he became his master's official disciple. A token appeared in Fang Qin's hand. He gently grasped it, and a majestic sword chi instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Qin. He then tore the void and disappeared from the God Burial Sword Prison. The endless ocean was turbulent. Usually, no one would come to the endless ocean. It was too dangerous, especially the terrifying pressure at the bottom of the ocean. Even an ordinary mysterious king realm expert would not be able to withstand it. Voila! A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the depths of the endless ocean. The whirlpool spun crazily, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the sea demons in the endless ocean to tremble. At this moment, a person walked out of the whirlpool calmly. "I'm finally back." Fang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air and grinned. 2 years ago, he had received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, resurrected his wife, and received the inheritance. 2 years later, he had made a qualitative leap. With his current strength, he could return to the ancient Sword Continent, avenge his wife, and pacify the ancient Sword Continent. When he first came to the bottom of the endless ocean, the Palace Master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace personally led the way. Now, Fang Chen was walking alone at the bottom of the ocean, but he did not feel any pressure. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in the sky above the endless ocean. The next moment, he used the spacetime true intent and flew directly to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture, Sword Burial Immortal Palace. There had been no news of Fang Chen for 2 whole years. This made the Palace Master very anxious, and in the end, he even felt a little despair. It was not easy to find a genius who had a chance of receiving the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Did he really die in the God Burial Sword Prison? In a garden in the Immortal Palace, the Palace Master's face was filled with worry. He sat quietly in the garden in the middle of the pond, not saying a word. Palace Master. Not long after, 2 old men appeared. The 2 city lords of the Sword Burial City came here every day to talk to the Palace Master, but the Palace Master's mood was not good at all. "Palace Master, Fang Chen has endless potential. He has not returned for 2 years. I'm afraid he has already received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor," the tall city lord said with a smile. "Yes, Palace Master, you don't have to worry. According to the description of the other 13 people, Fang Chen's strength has reached the real true martial realm. He will definitely be able to return safely," the short city lord said. Hearing this, the Palace Master finally spoke. 2 years. The Palace Master's voice was full of vicissitudes. The 2 city lords were a little sad when they heard this. "You can go back," the Palace Master said with a wave of his hand. The 2 city lords wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, they shook their heads helplessly and turned to leave. However, when they reached the entrance of the garden, they suddenly felt the Palace Master's strange movement. The Palace Master, who had been sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the Palace Master appeared in the void. Whoosh! A figure was moving toward the Sword Burial Immortal Palace at a speed invisible to the naked eye. "That's Fang Chen." The Palace Master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was a mysterious king realm expert. Before Fang Chen could get close, he had already sensed the fluctuation of the Palace Master's aura. When he saw Fang Chen's face clearly, his face was full of excitement. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Palace Master. "Fang Chen, you're back." The Palace Master's voice was full of excitement. "Palace Master," Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. 2 years. It's been 2 years. I thought. The Palace Master stared at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen's heart warmed. He did not expect the Palace Master to care about him so much during the 2 years he was in the God Burial Sword prison. Then, he looked at the Palace Master apologetically and said, "Palace Master, to be honest, the reason why I didn't come back is because I received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor." "What do you mean you received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor?" Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he heard it with his own ears. He grabbed Fang Chen's arm and returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The 2 city lords were wondering where the Palace Master went when they suddenly saw Fang Chen again. The Palace Master is back. There's a figure beside the Palace Master. It seems to be Fang Chen. When the 2 city lords saw Fang Chen, they were also extremely shocked. The Palace Master and Fang Chen sat in the pavilion. The 2 city lords were thick-skinned and did not leave. They were very happy that Fang Chen had returned. "Fang Chen, You really received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor? After sitting down, the palace master asked again in disbelief. This time, the two city lords were completely dumbfounded. Received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Although the palace master was very optimistic about Feng Chen, the two city lords thought that Feng Chen would not be able to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor in a short time. However, Feng Chen's return completely overturned their thoughts. Feng Chen nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I received the recognition of my master. I have been receiving my master's inheritance for the past 2 years." When he heard Feng Chen address the Sword Burial Emperor as his master, the palace master was finally convinced. He was extremely excited. "If you are recognized, you can ask the Sword Burial Emperor to make a request," the palace master asked. "I would like to ask my master to resurrect my wife," Feng Chen said truthfully. The palace master and the two city lords were a little surprised when they heard that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Feng Chen only made such a request. After all, for old monsters like them who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they no longer felt anything when their loved ones died one by one. Chapter 927. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them calmed down. After changing the topic, the palace master asked Feng Chen, "Now that you've obtained the buried Sword Emperor's inheritance, how strong are you now?" After pondering for a moment, Feng Chen said, "Low-level profound kings aren't my match." The three of them were shocked once more. From the aura Feng Chen had just released, they could tell that he hadn't reached the profound king realm yet. A 9th-level true martial realm cultivator fighting a low-level profound king realm cultivator? Who in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could do that? After that, the palace master and Feng Chen chatted a lot. In the end, Feng Chen left the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The reason he had immediately returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was because his master had left something for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Although Feng Chen didn't know what that thing was, it was extremely important to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Furthermore, it could allow the Sword Burial Prefecture to truly rise. Although the Sword Burial Prefecture was above the mortal continent, it couldn't compare to the Outerverse because of its scarcity of origin energy. Once he obtained that thing, the Sword Burial Prefecture would have hope of becoming comparable to the Outerverse. After leaving the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Feng Chen left the Sword Burial Prefecture as well. "I should return to the Five Elements Sword City to take a look," muttered Feng Chen. Before returning to the ancient Sword Continent, Feng Chen had to deal with the Sword Burial Prefecture first. The true meaning of spacetime of the 3rd grade was simply too overbearing. Previously, it would have taken several hours to reach the Five Elements Sword City. Now, it would only take a quarter of an hour. The Five Elements Sword City was still the same as before. Feng Chen glanced at it from afar before entering the city. As soon as he entered the Five Elements Sword City, Feng Chen discovered that countless martialists were rushing in a certain direction. "What's going on?" Feng Chen didn't understand. After that, Feng Chen stopped a cultivator and asked, "Brother, what's going on up ahead? Don't you know? The Five Elements Palace Master is fighting the Divine Destruction Palace Master. It's such an important matter, so of course we have to go watch." The cultivator hastily left. "Great battle!" The corners of Feng Chen's mouth curled up, revealing an imperceptible smile. When they arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people at a glance. On the martial arts stage there were 2 people standing facing each other. "The 2 of them are actually going to fight," Feng Chen said to himself. Feng Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp. He instantly captured the discussions of many warriors. In the past 2 years, the Godly Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization have reached a new agreement. They have been pressuring the Five Elements Palace. That's right. If it wasn't for the protection of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, the Five Elements Palace wouldn't have been able to last until now. Today's battle will determine the fate of the Five Elements Palace. Once the Five Elements Palace Master is defeated, the Five Elements Palace will be completely disbanded. If the City Lord is here, there might still be a chance. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. Even if the City Lord is here, there is no turning point. This time, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace are determined to destroy the Five Elements Palace and take control of the Five Elements Sword City. On the square, many martial artists were discussing animatedly. After a while, Fang Chen understood. It turned out that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace were together again. Good, let's settle it once and for all, said Fang Chen. As the City Lord, he wasn't competent at all. He had just become the City Lord, but he had already entered the Burial Sword City. While Fang Chen was thinking, the aura on the martial arts stage suddenly rose. Five Elements Palace Master, surrender. The God-destroying Palace Master's aura was thick as he roared. Divine Destruction Palace Master, my Five Elements Palace is the orthodox sect of the Five Elements Sword City. You are rebelling, said the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. Five Elements Palace Master, don't you know the current situation? Unless I die, you won't be able to touch the Five Elements Palace, roared the Five Elements Palace Master furiously. Rumble, a shocking battle instantly erupted on the martial arts stage. A battle between profound kings caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, the martial arts stage had been reinforced beforehand. It was able to withstand a battle between two profound kings. On the martial arts stage, sword light flickered. Their attacks were equally matched. Second-level Profound King Realm? With Fang Chen's eyesight, he could tell that the Divine Destruction Palace Master's cultivation had reached the second-level Profound King Realm. On the other hand, the Five Elements Palace Master's cultivation was at the peak of the first-level Profound King Realm. It was obvious that the Five Elements Palace Master couldn't withstand the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. As expected, after a few hundred moves, the Divine Destruction Palace Master began to take control of the situation. The Five Elements Palace will be destroyed today. The Divine Destruction Palace Master laughed sinisterly. He then stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Pucci, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's all-out attack pushed the Five Elements Palace Master back. Taking advantage of the Five Elements Palace Master's retreat, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack instantly swooped down. Does the heavens want to destroy my Five Elements Palace? Said the Five Elements Palace Master unwillingly. Below the martial arts practice platform, everyone was watching this battle. Everyone from the Five Elements Palace was anxious. They wanted to help, but to no avail. Palace Master. The crowd roared loudly. Just as the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack was about to hit the Five Elements Palace Master, a huge hand suddenly appeared and easily grasped the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the huge hand gently pushed back the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Five Elements Palace Master was dumbfounded. An instant later, an uproar resounded through the square. City Lord! The Five Elements Palace Master was the first to recognize Fang Chen and shouted. Everyone in the square was shocked. The City Lord is back! He blocked the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's appearance was too inconceivable. The Divine Destruction Palace Master stabilized his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen and said, Kid, you finally stopped being a coward. City Lord, you're back, said the Five Elements Palace Master excitedly. Fang Chen glanced at the Five Elements Palace Master and said, You retreat first. Leave this to me. City Lord. The Five Elements Palace Master was a bit worried about Fang Chen, but when he saw the latter's gaze, he immediately retreated. The Five Elements Palace Master is the acting city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. While I'm gone, he has full authority over everything in the Five Elements Sword City. Fang Chun paused for a moment and then said, "If you want to destroy the Five Elements Palace, then you're rebelling." "So what if I'm rebelling?" said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. "I think you should know the consequences of rebelling," said Fang Chun calmly. "Don't try to scare me. Kid, since you've returned, then you can die with me," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. Fang Chun shook his head. "You're not my match." After saying that, Fang Chun raised his head and looked into the sky. "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing Fang Chun's words, the people in the square were a bit confused. But when they saw a figure appear in the sky, they were incomparably shocked. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization had always been hiding in the sky, just in case. Now that he was discovered by Fang Chun, he was also a bit surprised. "You can discover me?" asked the Blood Moon Assassin. Fang Chun sneered. "You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little tricks?" He saw disdain in Fang Chun's eyes. Facing two profound kings, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. "Kid, are you courting death?" said the Blood Moon Assassin icily. Although the Blood Moon Assassin's cultivation base was also at the second level of the Profound King realm, he was far more terrifying than the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Blood Moon Assassin hadn't fought in a long time. Could it be that he was going to fight today? "There's no need for you to do anything. I alone can destroy the Five Elements Palace and kill these ants," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. The Five Elements Palace's people were very nervous. When the City Lord had left, he had only been a true martial realm cultivator. It had only been a few years. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be compared to a profound king realm cultivator. "As the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City, I'm responsible for suppressing all disturbances in the Five Elements Sword City. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed without mercy," said Fang Chun. "From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace will not be involved." Fang Chun's words were very domineering. His attitude was very clear. He would never back down. His words had thoroughly infuriated the two profound kings. Chapter 928. The current Fang Chun could easily crush a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist with his cultivation. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Godly Destruction Palace Master were only at the second-level Mystic King realm. In Fang Chun's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Similarly, the two Mystic King realm powerhouses were not afraid of Fang Chun. Moreover, they thought that Fang Chun was courting death. "The overlord of the Five Elements Sword City is my Godly Destruction Palace," the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization shot out a terrifying hoarse voice from his eyes. His meaning was obvious. Today, he must destroy the Five Elements Palace and completely control the Five Elements Sword City. "Ignorant!" Fang Chun sneered with a calm face. "I hate your expression," the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly with a gloomy face. Just as the Godly Extermination Hall Master's words left his mouth, a boundless aura spread out in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The Godly Destruction Palace Master had made his move. They were all curious whether the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City could withstand the attack of the Godly Destruction Palace Master. "Die!" The Godly Destruction Palace Master growled as he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Fang Chun stood still on the martial arts stage without any expression on his face. Is he scared out of his wits? Many of the martialists on the square thought to themselves. Rumble! A wild aura soared into the sky. The Godly Destruction Palace Master's hand contained an extremely powerful force. As long as this palm pressed down, Fang Chun would definitely die. "City Lord!" the Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He was very worried. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fong Chen, who was on the martial arts stage. Humph, pretentious. Seeing that Fong Chen did not move, the godly destruction palace master sneered, and said disdainfully. As soon as he finished his words, his hand pressed down on Fong Chen's head. Is he going to die? Many warriors cried out involuntarily. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire martial arts stage was instantly filled with majestic spiritual energy. What happened? Many cultivators stared curiously at the sparring ring. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. Hiss, hiss, hiss under everyone's gazes, the spiritual energy that filled the sky quietly dissipated. The scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes set off a perilous wave. At that moment, Fong Chen was standing quietly on the martial arts practice platform. His right fist had directly punched through the big hand of the godly destruction hall master. The martial artists in the square were completely stupefied. The godly extermination palace master attacked in anger, but he was easily defeated by Fong Chen. How was this possible? Following this, a cry of agony could be heard. The god extermination palace master endured the pain all over his body and broke the arm that Fong Chen was controlling. Then, he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Die. Fong Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He activated his saint-level sword body and punched out. It was a simple and clean punch. The god-destroying palace master did not even have the chance to block it and was directly killed. Crack! The god-destroying palace master's head shattered and his soul scattered. The entire square was dead silent. All the cultivators stared at the sparring ring with their mouths agape. The powerful god-destroying palace master had been killed by Fong Chen just like that. He killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God-destroying Palace Master with one punch. The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked. He had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Just how powerful was the City Lord? After the slight shock, he was overjoyed. The City Lord was so powerful. Today's chaos in the Five Elements Sword City would definitely be suppressed. As expected, after witnessing the scene of Fong Chen killing the god-destroying palace master, the arrogant leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization involuntarily retreated. How can he be so powerful? 3 years ago, Fong Chen's strength was only at the true martial realm. At that time, he could easily kill this man. However, he missed the best opportunity. Now, 3 years later, this man killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God-destroying Palace Master with one punch. It was too shocking. The City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City lives up to his reputation. Today's matter is the fault of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. We will compensate for the loss of the Five Elements Palace. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization tried his best to remain calm and said with a smile, "From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization will no longer participate in the matters of the Five Elements Sword City." The Blood Moon Assassin Organization was afraid. Fong Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. With his means, destroying the Blood Moon Assassin Organization was a piece of cake. Hearing the Blood Moon Assassin Organization's words, Fong Chen sneered and said, "Afraid?" Hearing this, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization's heart sank. He forced a smile and looked at Fong Chen. "City Lord, if we really fight, even if the Blood Moon Assassin Organization is destroyed, the Five Elements Palace will suffer a great loss. I have said that from today onwards, there will be no Blood Moon Assassin Organization or God-destroying palace." Fong Chen had just finished speaking when he used the spacetime true intent. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization wanted to flee, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. Bang! The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, whose name had shaken the Five Elements Sword City, had fallen. Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They had thought that the Five Elements Palace would be destroyed today. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The happiest of all was the Five Elements Palace. They were extremely excited. The city lord had killed 2 profound kings with a flip of his hand. From now on, the Five Elements Palace would be the absolute overlord of the Five Elements Sword City. I don't need to do anything else, right? Fang Chen turned to the Five Elements Palace Master and said with a smile. Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely eliminate the source of trouble, said the Five Elements Palace Master happily. The chaos in the Five Elements Sword City had been easily suppressed by Fang Chen. After this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Five Elements Sword City. With it as the center, it quickly spread to the entire Burial Sword Province. After disappearing for 2 years, Fang Chen's name once again appeared in everyone's ears. 3 days later, the Annihilation Shrine was completely destroyed. All the survivors were killed. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization was destroyed. At this point, the Five Elements Palace was the dominant force in the Five Elements Sword City. Then, City Lord Fang Chen announced that the Five Elements Palace Master would be the Deputy City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. When he wasn't around, the Five Elements Palace Master would be in charge of everything. After arranging the matters of the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chen left for the Azura Sword City. Blood Refinement Monarch. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. When he had just arrived in the Burial Sword Province, his body had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. He had said that he would definitely take revenge. The strongest overlord force in the Azura Sword City was the Azura Sword Sect. Ever since the Blood Refinement Monarch joined the Azura Sword Sect, there had been an endless supply of blood puppets in the sect. The Azura Sword Sect fully supported the Blood Refinement Monarch, and the Blood Refinement Monarch did not disappoint and refined many blood puppets. The Azura Sword Sect's strength had leaped to become the strongest force among the many surrounding forces. Today was the day of the Azura Sword Sect's annual disciple recruitment. If it was in the past, it might not be so lively. But it was different this year. Because the Blood Refinement Monarch, who was known as the #1 puppet master of the Azura Sword Sect, wanted to recruit a disciple. Let's go quickly. The recruitment is about to begin. It would be great if I could become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. Dream on. In the Azura Sword Sect, there are countless young people who want to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. How could it be your turn? Walking on the street of the Azura Sword Sect, Fang Chen heard the discussions of many martial artists. Recruiting disciples? Fang Chen said with the corner of his mouth raised. Then, he went straight to the square. At this time, the people of the Azura Sword Sect were testing the disciples in the square. Fang Chen recognized Xiao Yun and the Blood Refinement Monarch, who had gone to the Golden Sword City. The two of them stood together and stared at the square. Suddenly, Xiao Yun said loudly, "Today, my Azura Sword Sect will be recruiting 30 disciples, and the Blood Refinement Monarch will be recruiting 3 personal disciples. If you think you are good enough, you can come and try." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the square was restless. Many martial artists who thought they were good were eager to give it a try. Fang Chen stood in the crowd and did not rush to make a move. He quietly watched everything. I, am willing to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. At this time, a voice spread across the square. Chapter 929. What kind of person was Bai He? He was the most outstanding disciple of Azura Sword City's younger generation. He was also the most likely disciple to become the Blood Refining King's disciple. Xiao Yun immediately looked at Bai He as if he was the Blood Refining King's disciple. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. "Blood Refining King, what do you think of this kid?" Xiao Yun asked. The Blood Refining King observed Bai He for a while before grinning. "Bai He, from today onwards, you're my disciple." Bai He was overjoyed when he heard that. Many cultivators in the square were also envious. Becoming the blood-refining king's disciple meant that he had a high status in Azura sword sect. Brother, I don't think the blood-refining king can be your master. But at this moment a strange voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Fang Chen walked step by step from the crowd towards the white crane. At this time, Xiao Yun and the blood-refining monarch, who was about to fly into a rage, noticed Fang Chen. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble?" Xiao Yun said coldly. The blood-refining king's expression was extremely gloomy. He was ready to attack at any time. "Brat, do you want to die?" He had just become the blood-refining king's disciple, and this brat was already causing trouble. Most importantly, he wanted to show off in front of the blood-refining king. Thus, he took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Chen. "Brat, break one of your arms and kneel in front of my master. Perhaps my master will be magnanimous and let you go," he said coldly. "I'm telling the truth. The blood-refining king can't be your master," Fang Chen said slowly. Because, before Fang Chen could finish his words, his figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Then, above Lord Blood-Refining's head, a fist light tore through the void and smashed directly on his head. Crack! The blood-refining king's head suddenly shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Blood-refining king! Xiao Yun, who was standing beside the blood-refining king, cried out when he saw this. The crowd in the square hadn't reacted yet. Fang Chen's body once again appeared before the white crane. "Look, I've already said that he might not be able to become your master. Why didn't you believe me?" Fang Chen shrugged and said seriously. At that moment, Baihe's body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was in turmoil. "You." The white crane kept retreating. Because of fear, its legs went soft and it fell to the ground. Its clothes were drenched in sweat. All the warriors looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a devil. "May I ask who senior is?" Xiao Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his hands. To be able to kill the blood-refining monarch with a single punch, such an almighty was not someone he could provoke. At the same time, Xiao Yun had already sent a message back to Azura Sword Sect's headquarters. "Don't be afraid. I'm only here to kill the blood-refining king," Fang Chen said before leaving. After Fang Chen left, the higher-ups of Azura Sword Sect arrived one after another. After they learned about what had happened, the shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. "Sect Master, are we just going to let this matter go?" Xiao Yun was unwilling. "Nonsense!" scolded the Sect Master. This person was able to kill the blood-refining king with a single punch. The latter didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. "Even I don't have the confidence to deal with him." Xiao Yun's face paled. The Azura Sword Sect's people rejoiced that this person had only killed the blood-refining king and hadn't attacked their sect. After killing the blood-refining king, Fang Chen left Azura Sword City and went to Golden Sword City. This was the first city he had visited in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Back then, because of his talent, he had caught the eye of the Sword Battle Arena's Elder Xian. "I wonder how Tang Tianlang is doing," muttered Fang Chen as he stood on the streets of Golden Sword City. Back then, after the blood-refining king had refined him into a blood puppet, Tang Tianlang had spent some violet crystals to buy him back. Then he had sent him on a mission to revive him. Now that he thought about it, Tang Tianlang was his savior. If they met, Fang Chen would be willing to help Tang Tianlang. On a certain street in Golden Sword City, Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi were shopping. Back then, their cultivations had only been in the lower stages of the true martial realm. After a few years, their cultivation had reached the middle stages of the true martial realm. As Tang Chenxi grew more and more beautiful, there were more and more men pursuing her in Golden Sword City. At this time, Tang Chenxi was being harassed. "Sister Chenxi, no matter what you want, I can agree to it. I just want you to admire the flowers with me," said a good-for-nothing disciple with a smile. "I don't have time." Because the other party had a powerful background, Tang Chensi declined politely. However, the other party was overbearing. Sister Chensi, I've been pursuing you. Why aren't you even willing to look at me? Asked the good-for-nothing disciple helplessly. I'm sorry. I'm focusing on my cultivation now. I don't want to talk about love. Tang Chensi turned and left. However, several subordinates of the good-for-nothing disciple blocked her way. Bingxian, what do you want? Tang Chensi was a little angry. Chensi, are you okay? At this time, Tang Tianlang hurried over. Seeing Tang Chensi's unhappy expression, he hurriedly asked. I'm fine, said Tang Chensi. Tang Tianlang, you came at the right time. Persuade your sister to agree to my request, said the good-for-nothing disciple. When Tang Tianlang heard this, his expression became serious. Sir Bingxian, you're from the sword arena. You can find any girl in Golden Sword City. Why do you have to pester my sister? Tang Tianlang, you're not giving me face. Bingxuan's expression darkened when he heard this. Sir Bingxian, I can't make the decision for my sister. Before Tang Tianlang could finish speaking, Bingxian waved his hand and interrupted him. Tang Chensi, you forced me to do this, said Bingxian. Capture Tang Tianlang. Bingxian wanted to use Tang Tianlang to force Tang Chensi to submit. When Bingxuan's subordinates heard this, they walked towards Tang Tianlang. Tang Tianlang's expression changed, and he wanted to resist. When did the sword arena have such a good-for-nothing disciple? I feel embarrassed for Elder Xian. Fang Chen knew that it was time for him to appear. Who are you? Bingxuan's eyes landed on Fang Chen as he coldly asked. I'm just someone who saw injustice and decided to help. Fang Chen smiled. Attack, said Bingxian. His subordinates continued to charge at Tang Tianlang. However, before they could even get close to Tang Tianlang, they were sent flying. At this time, Bingxian finally realized that something was wrong. I'm from the sword arena. May I ask who you are? Bingxian took out the sword arena to pressure Fang Chen. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Chen. Papanawan saw Fang Chen's body move, but two red handprints appeared on Bingxuan's face. It was burning. You dare hit me? Roared Bingxian furiously. Scram, said Fang Chen coldly. In that instant, a trace of fear appeared in Bingxuan's heart. Brat, you're dead. Bingxian angrily left. You are. When Fang Chen turned around, Tang Tianlang's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen was very familiar. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Tang Chensi blinked her eyes as she giggled. It's nothing. Besides, you siblings saved me before, said Fang Chen. Tang Tianlang was a bit confused. Fang Chen didn't explain. After a moment of confusion, Tang Tianlang worriedly said, Brother, Bingxian is from the sword arena. You have offended him, so you must be careful. Don't worry. I don't care about a mere sword arena, said Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Bingxian returned with reinforcements. Bingxian, who dared to attack you? Asked an old man in a deep voice. Elder, you must avenge me. After Bingxian returned, he exaggerated the truth and said that he was bullied. When the elder heard this, he was furious and wanted to avenge Bingxian. Go back and tell Elder Xian that I will pay him a visit. What happened next shocked all the cultivators on the street. Before Bingxian and the others could get close, Fang Chen waved his sleeve and sent them flying. Chapter 930. Golden Sword City, in a brightly lit mansion. This was Tang Tianlang's mansion. Fang Chen and the other two sat quietly in the pavilion. There was a crescent moon in the night sky, and the gentle moonlight shone on the three of them. After learning about the situation, Tang Tianlang couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the blood puppet he casually bought would save his life? Thank you, Brother Fang, Tang Tianlang said with a smile. After hearing Fang Chen's story, Tang Chensi's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated expression. It's nothing. Indeed, in Fang Chen's eyes, this was as easy as lifting a finger. In the beginning, Tang Tianlang was still worried that Fang Chen would offend Bing Xian, and the sword arena wouldn't let the matter rest. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. With a light wave of his sleeve, he directly sent the Elder of the Sword Arena flying. This strength was obviously at the Mystic King realm. Tang Tianlang never dreamed that one day, he would cross paths with a Mystic King realm cultivator. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that he had once saved this Mystic King realm cultivator. Just as Fang Chen was chatting with Tang Tianlang and his sister, a faint aura suddenly appeared. Fang Chen raised his pitch-black eyes and looked at the darkness outside the pavilion. In the next moment, a figure appeared. "Who are you? Why did you injure someone from the sword arena?" Elder Xian had arrived. When Fang Chen used the name Gu Jian, he wore a mask. Now that he had taken off his mask, Elder Xian couldn't recognize him at all. "Elder Xian, how have you been?" Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Hearing this, Elder Xian looked at Fang Chen in surprise. After that, he felt a familiar aura. "You're talking about Gu Jian?" Fang Chen deliberately emitted a familiar aura, and Elder Xian instantly discovered it. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Jian was incomparably monstrous back then. However, it wasn't as profound as this. Standing in the courtyard, Elder Xian couldn't sense Fang Chen's presence. "Elder Xian, my real name is Fang Chen. The name of the ancient sword was an alias," Fang Chen explained. "Gu Jian, Fang Chen. So it's you. This is all a misunderstanding." Elder Xian chuckled when he found out that Fang Chen was Gu Jian. Then, he took a step forward and entered the pavilion. "Greetings, Elder Xian." Tang Tianlang and his sister hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. At the end of the day, Elder Xian was still one of the most powerful individuals in Golden Sword City. He deserved to be respected. Elder Xian gestured for the two of them to sit down. Then, he looked at Fang Chen. "The city lord of the 5 elements Sword City, number 1 on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list." Elder Xian said slowly. "Oh, I should add one more sentence. The most powerful individual of the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture." Elder Xian had heard of Fang Chen's name long ago. However, he never dreamed that Fang Chen and Gu Jian were the same person. Fang Chen's potential was too monstrous. At a young age, he became the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City. Then, he entered the Sword Burial Prefecture and ranked first on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. A few years ago, Fang Chen followed Lu Jingyun and the others into the God Burial Sword prison. After that, 13 powerful individuals appeared, but Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Everyone thought that Fang Chen had died in the God Burial Sword prison. Who would have thought that not only was Fang Chen not dead, but he was also abnormally powerful? "Fang Chen, it seems like you've gained something in the God Burial Sword prison." Elder Xian smiled. At the sword battle arena, he heard that an expert had appeared and sent an elder flying with a wave of his sleeve. Moreover, this person had said that he wanted to visit him. His intuition told him that this person must be a mysterious king realm expert. Hence, he had come personally. Bing Xian. Elder Xian was furious when he thought of Bing Xian. "Fang Chen, Bing Xian has offended you. I will definitely punish him," Elder Xian said. Elder Xian also knew that with Fang Chen's current strength, even if he killed Bing Xian, there was nothing he could do. However, Fang Chen did not kill Bing Xian. This was giving him face. "It's over," Fang Chen said. Then, he looked at Tang Tianlang and his sister. "Elder Xian, I owe these two people a favor." Before Fang Chen finished speaking, Elder Xian directly asked the two of them to join the sword battle arena. Fang Chen smiled when he heard this. Tang Tianlang and his sister were the happiest. The two of them had dreamed of joining the sword battle arena one day. However, reality was cruel. With their talent, they could not join the sword battle arena. However, the leader of the sword battle arena, Elder Xian, who was famous in Golden Sword City, personally asked the two of them to join. "Thank you, Brother Fong." "Thank you, Elder Xian." Tang Tianlang was excited and thanked them. The reason why Fong Chen and Tang Tianlang came to his residence was to create momentum for him so that outsiders would not dare to attack them. Now they had achieved their goal. Fong Chen and Elder Xian chatted for a while before leaving quietly. The next day, a big piece of news came out of Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi had become the direct disciples of the sword battle arena. Their status was second only to the elders. After this news came out, the entire sword battle arena was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing. The reason for this was probably because of that mysterious expert. Could it be that even Elder Xian was afraid of that mysterious expert? Within Golden Sword City, there were sounds of discussion. As for the main character, Fong Chen, he quietly returned to Burial Sword City. In Buried Sword City, Fong Chen found Fatty Li, He Xuelin, Luo Byron, and Wu Li. Back then in Golden Sword City they had a good relationship. Now that Fong Chen was strong, he would naturally help the four of them. Under Fong Chen's introduction, the four of them joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords. Their futures were limitless. The four of them were very happy. "Brother Gu Jian, oh no, it's Brother Fong Chen. I, Fatty Li, admire you so much." Fatty Li grinned. Fong Chen didn't hide anything from Fatty Li and the other three. When the four of them learned that Gu Jian was Fong Chen, they were shocked. Now, the five of them gathered in the City Lord's mansion and chatted happily. "I said that Brother Fong Chen is extraordinary." He Xuelin smiled. "Brother Fong, thank you," Luo Byron said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded his head heavily to express his gratitude. In Buried Sword City, they had no one to rely on. It was very difficult for them to survive. Now that they had joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords, it would be much easier for them to cultivate. Cultivate well. After making arrangements for the four of them, Fong Chen returned to the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. Seeing Fong Chen's departing figure, the four of them had grave expressions. "I must work hard to cultivate," Fatty Li said solemnly. "That's right. For Brother Fong Chen to have such achievements, it can't be separated from hard work. We should also work hard," He Xuelin said. Luo Byron and Wu Li looked at each other and smiled. Inside the Buried Sword Immortal Palace, the Palace Lord and Fong Chen were sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Fong Chen's chess skills weren't very good, but since the Palace Lord wanted to play chess, he naturally had to accompany him. The Palace Lord held the Shirako and landed on the chessboard. Then he glanced at Fong Chen and smiled. "The secular matter has been resolved." "It has already been resolved," Fong Chen said bluntly. The Palace Lord pondered for a moment and then said, "Fong Chen, I originally didn't plan to tell you this matter now. However, your achievements have exceeded my expectations. After thinking about it, I still want to tell you." "Palace Lord, there's no harm in saying it," Fong Chen said. "You have also been to the Buried Godsword prison, so you should know where it is," the Palace Lord said. "The Buried Godsword prison is in the depths of the Endless Sea." The Palace Lord nodded and then said, "However, what you don't know is why the Buried Godsword prison is in that whirlpool." "Why?" Fong Chen frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. "Because there is an extraterrestrial creature suppressed in that whirlpool," the Palace Lord said. "An extraterrestrial creature?" Fong Chen was a little puzzled. What was the origin of this extraterrestrial creature? Why did it need the Buried God Sword prison to suppress it? As expected, the Palace Lord's next words shocked Fong Chen. "That extraterrestrial creature is not an ordinary creature. Comes from the legendary place where the gods live." Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned and his face was filled with confusion. The place where the gods live. This was the second time he had heard of this place. This extraterrestrial creature actually came from the place where the gods lived. No wonder it was suppressed by the buried god sword prison. This extraterrestrial creature is very strong. Fang Chen asked. Chapter 931. The place where gods lived was extremely mysterious. Since this creature had come from the place where gods lived, its strength was naturally extraordinary. How did it get here? Asked Fang Chen. The palace master shook his head, as if he didn't know much about it. Fang Chen, after you entered the god-burying sword prison, I gathered a dozen profound kings who had experienced the chaos of the darkness to fight that creature, said the palace master. Fang Chen listened quietly, his heart pounding. In the end, all of them died, and that creature also suffered a great price. It can't escape the suppression of the god-burying sword prison for now, continued the palace master. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean, palace master? Asked Fang Chen. That creature has always been the greatest threat to the sword burial state. I've been thinking about getting rid of it day and night, but its strength is too heaven-defying, said the palace master. The palace master said, My original plan was to nurture batches of experts and use them to exhaust the life of the extraterrestrial lifeform. However, your appearance has disrupted my plans. It has also allowed me to see hope, said the palace master. Fang Chen was startled and looked at the palace master in confusion. It's a pleasant surprise that you were able to gain Emperor Zhongjian's approval. Right now, you're still weak and haven't reached the profound king realm. Once you reach the profound king realm, your strength will definitely soar. You'll be the most promising cultivator to kill that creature, said the palace master. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. The creature wanted to destroy the sword burial state. If he was strong enough, Fang Chen would definitely stop it. After all, the sword burial state was formed by his master's body. It couldn't be desecrated. Don't worry, palace master. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to kill that creature, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, the palace master laughed in relief. Fang Chen, you're the only martial artist in the last 10,000 years to pass the 12th heaven tribulation. You're only at LV9 true martial realm, yet you're able to kill a mysterious king realm expert. Furthermore, you've become the disciple of Zhongjian Emperor. You'll definitely shine in the future. Palace Master, may I ask how long it will take for that creature to recover from its injuries? This was the question Fang Chen was most concerned about. The self-destruction of more than a dozen mystic king realm commanders is extremely powerful. That extraterrestrial being will need at least 5 years to recover, said the palace master. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. In Fang Chen's opinion, 5 years was not a short time. He was confident that he could complete the 18th level of the God-bearing sword prison within 5 years and become his master's official disciple. By then, the entire God-bearing sword prison would be under his control. Most importantly, the 8 guardians would be able to leave the God-bearing sword prison. With 8 peak Mystic King realm experts and Qin Yang, they should have a high chance of dealing with that extraterrestrial being. However, it was still too early to say such things. Many thanks, said the palace master solemnly. To be able to make the palace master express his gratitude, it was enough to show how much hope he had for Fang Chen. After chatting with the palace master for a while, Fang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Palace Master, does the sword-bearing Immortal Palace have any secret soul cultivation techniques? Asked Fang Chen. Now that his soul had reached the late green level, the god-drawing art was no longer able to support his attacks. Therefore, he needed to find a more powerful soul cultivation method. Secret soul cultivation techniques? The palace master thought for a moment and then said, Fang Chen, there are indeed soul cultivation techniques in the sword-bearing Immortal Palace, but what? There's a soul tower in the sword-burial Immortal Palace. There are 2 secret soul cultivation techniques hidden in the soul tower. For countless years, no one has been able to find these 2 secret soul cultivation techniques. The palace master slowly said, They're hidden within the soul tower? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. The palace master nodded and gave Fang Chen a simple explanation of the Soul Tower. I want to give it a try. Fang Chen was eager to give it a try. Alright, I'll take you there. The palace master stood up and led Fang Chen out of the pavilion. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a place shrouded in mist. Only when they got closer did they discover that there was a tall tower surrounded by dense soul energy. This is the Soul Tower? Asked Fang Chen. The Soul Tower is an independent space. Every martial artist that enters the Soul Tower will find themselves in a different environment. As for whether or not you can obtain a soul cultivation technique, that will depend on your luck. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the ancient Soul Pagoda. Crash! After entering the Soul Tower, Fang Chen discovered that he was in a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow was falling from the sky, and the ground was covered in ice blocks that stretched as far as the eye could see. A world of ice and snow. Fang Chen looked around in astonishment. Back in the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chen had comprehended the concept of ice. He hadn't expected to encounter a world of ice and snow this time. Crash! He released the concept of ice and wrapped it around his body. It instantly blocked the icy aura of this world of ice and snow. After that, Fang Chen quickly walked through the world of ice and snow, carefully searching for a soul cultivation technique. There are 2 secret techniques in this Soul Tower. I wonder where they are hidden, muttered Fang Chen to himself. The vast world of ice and snow was covered in white. Apart from ice and snow, there was nothing else. Even the air was filled with the aura of ice and snow. After walking continuously for 6 hours, Fang Chen stopped. The aura of ice and snow is a bit different, Fang Chen muttered. With the true meaning of spacetime, he was very sensitive to space. He discovered that the air was different. Just like that, Fang Chen quietly stood on the ground. The heavy snow in the sky constantly fell on his body. Not long after, he was covered in snow and merged into the world of ice and snow. At this time, the aura of the concept of ice in Fang Chen's mind was rapidly increasing. The second minor realm of the concept of ice, the third minor realm. The concept of ice was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had reached perfection. At this time, Fang Chen's comprehension of the world of ice and snow had become even deeper. Boom! At a certain moment, Fang Chen's mind exploded. Following that, information drilled into his mind. Secret Ice Sword. When he sensed this information, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. This secret ice sword was clearly one of the soul cultivation technique. I got it! After obtaining the secret ice sword, Fang Chen was very excited. Although he had only scanned it, he already knew that this secret ice sword was countless times stronger than the God Attraction art. As expected of something from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Fang Chen couldn't help but praise. I wonder what the other secret technique is, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen wasn't greedy. After obtaining a secret technique, he chose to leave. In less than half a day, Fang Chen came out of the ancient Soul Pagoda. So fast! Seeing this, the palace master couldn't help but exclaim. After bidding farewell to the palace master, Fang Chen turned and left. In a certain courtyard, there was a Tao-level formation protecting it. Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the secret ice sword. Surrounded by the concept of ice, the temperature of the courtyard was extremely low. This secret ice sword can temporarily freeze a cultivator's soul. Fang Chen muttered to himself. According to the introduction of the secret ice sword, once this secret technique was used, the soul power would condense into an ice sword and stab at the enemy. Of course, it also depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was a third-level profound king realm cultivator, the secret ice sword would be ineffective. Fang Chen's soul cultivation was only at the late 4th level. Even if he used the secret ice sword, he could at most fight a first-level profound king realm cultivator. It would be great if my soul cultivation could reach the early 5th level. Fang Chen thought to himself. At the 5th level, the soul would reach the early blue level. At that time, with the secret ice sword, it would be easy to kill a 3rd level profound king realm cultivator. If combined with the true meaning of space and time and the 3rd revolution radiance sword art, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a 4th level profound king realm cultivator. I should think of a way to raise the concept of ice to the true meaning of ice first, Fang Chen said. Using the secret ice sword required the concept of ice. Once the concept of ice was raised to the true meaning of ice, its power would definitely increase again. Chapter 932. The true intent of ice was a low-level true intent. For those ordinary real martial realm martial artists, it was beyond their reach. However, Fang Chen was the only 12th tribulation martial artist in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, he had a golden heart and was exceptionally talented. He could even comprehend the true intent of space and time. What was a mere true intent of ice? Moreover, Fang Chen had the foundation of the concept of ice himself. While comprehending the true intent of ice, the entire courtyard was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The temperature was extremely low. This lasted for about a month before he finally comprehended the true intent of ice. After comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chen began to cultivate the secret sword of ice. While comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chen had already memorized the chant of the secret sword of ice. Now, cultivating the secret sword of ice was a matter of course. In less than 2 hours, he succeeded in cultivating the secret sword of ice. Elementary level of the secret sword of ice. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura and the true intent of ice instantly disappeared. The pure whiteness in the courtyard also directly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of movement outside the large array. Immediately, Fang Chen removed the large array. He suddenly discovered that the palace master was standing outside the courtyard. Palace master. Fang Chen looked at the palace master in confusion and cupped his hands. The palace master nodded and smiled. How was it? What did you gain? Not bad, Fang Chen said. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you, the palace master said. Fang Chen was puzzled and wanted to ask who this everyone was. However, the palace master did not give him a chance and directly turned to leave. Fang Chen followed closely behind and soon arrived at a large hall. The palace master took the lead to enter the hall and directly sat on the throne at the head of the table. After Fang Chen entered the hall, he suddenly discovered that there were many martial artists in the hall. Moreover, he recognized all of them. Little friend Fang, how have you been? The taciturn Zhang Jian grinned. Little friend Fang, I knew that you would definitely come out, said Reverend Tianhong. Fang Chen, you're back, Lu Jingyan said. Fang Chen looked at them one by one. They were the 13 experts who had fought alongside him back then. Aren't they in seclusion? Could it be that they have come out, Fang Chen? Ever since they came back, they have been in seclusion. They came out of seclusion a few days ago. It was their idea to call you here today, the palace lord on the throne said with a smile. Little friend Fang, we owe you our lives. We once heard that the continent you're from is facing some danger. We hope that we can help you, said Winchant. The other experts also looked at Fang Chen one after another. Fang Chen was also taken aback when he heard this. His original plan was to head to the ancient sword continent and exterminate the Devil Cloud Lien state after mastering the secret ice sword. But now, after hearing these people's words, he suddenly changed his mind. In that case, thank you very much, Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. With one more person, there would be one more force. The 13 experts were all Mystic King Realm experts. If they were to head to the ancient sword continent, they would definitely suppress the ancient sword continent's crisis. Fang Chen, I can't leave the sword burial immortal palace. Let the 13 of them go with you, said the palace lord slowly. After the 13 experts became profound kings, they joined the sword-burying celestial palace. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. When are we leaving? Sidu Hong's eyes flickered as he asked anxiously. Dugu Yun was also anxious because the other two continents they were from had also been invaded by experts. Now that they had the strength, they naturally wanted to restore order and quell the chaos. We can leave now, said Fang Chen. It just so happened that he had mastered the secret ice sword, so he could leave now. Then let's go. After everyone made their decision, Fang Chen took the lead and flew out of the sword burial Immortal Palace. On this day, there were 14 strong cultivators flying in the sky above the burial sword prefecture. Many true martial realm cultivators were astonished by this sight. Star and Moon, I will avenge you, said Fang Chen, clenching his fists. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the border of the sword burial prefecture. There was a huge seal between this place and the Forbidden Ocean. The 14 experts landed on the ground. Fang Chen took out a token and injected his spirit qi into it, activating it instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from the token and blended into the seal. Under everyone's gaze, the seal opened. Let's go, said Fang Chen. The 14 experts entered the gap in the seal in a single file. Then, the seal closed automatically. Fang Chen and the others floated in the sky. Below them was the Forbidden Ocean. This is the Forbidden Ocean. Swordsman Folding's eyes flickered as he grinned. This was the first time they had left the sword burial prefecture since they were born. They were very excited. Once we cross the sword burial prefecture, we'll reach the ancient sword continent. With that, Fang Chen transformed into a streak of light. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm, the other 13 looked to him as their leader. That was because everyone knew that Fang Chen's strength was the most frightening. Moreover, they had learned from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace that Fang Chen had received the Sword Burial Emperor's approval and become his personal disciple. One could imagine how terrifying Fang Chen's potential was. What fresh air! Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. On this day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. The Forbidden Ocean was called a forbidden area because it was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Humans were not allowed to set foot in it. For the ancient sword continent's cultivators, even profound kings didn't dare to enter the Forbidden Ocean. A few years ago, 3 foreign visitors had appeared in the Forbidden Ocean. Their appearance intimidated the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor. After that, the Beast Emperor didn't dare to appear. It wasn't until a long time later that the Beast Emperor realized that the foreign visitors had left. After hearing this news, the Beast Emperor was extremely excited. Every day, he would seek pleasure in the Forbidden Ocean. One day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. A Beast King quickly arrived at the Beast Emperor Palace. Lord Beast Emperor, we found 14 human cultivators in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean, said the Octopus Beast King quickly. What human cultivators are in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean? Asked the Beast Emperor. How strong are they? I can't sense their strength, said the Octopus Beast King. I'll go take a look. As soon as the Beast Emperor finished speaking, he appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. Then, it chased after the 14 streaks of light. Because it was in the ocean, its speed was at its peak. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Fang Chen and the others. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others, who were flying, suddenly discovered a Beast Emperor below them. A mystic king realm sea demon should be the leader of this ocean. As Dark Sword spoke, he turned to glare at the Beast Emperor and muttered to himself. The Beast Emperor, who wanted to probe the strength of these human cultivators, was suddenly frightened by Dark Sword's gaze. 14 mystic kings. At this moment, the Beast Emperor was in chaos. He had never seen 14 mystic kings at once. Where were these human cultivators going? Splash! Without any hesitation, the Beast Emperor dove into the depths of the ocean in a flash. He didn't dare to provoke 14 mystic kings. What's going on? In the past, I haven't encountered a single Mystic King Realm cultivator in 1,000 years. Now, in less than 10 years, I've encountered so many Mystic Kings, said the Beast Emperor doubtfully. The closer they got to the ancient Sword Continent, the more difficult it was for Fang Chen to calm down. Thinking back to the past, although he had transmigrated from Earth. However, as time passed, he developed a strong sense of belonging. In the depths of his heart, he had already treated Black Cloud City's Fang clan as his true home. Then, with the help of the Golden Heart and his own efforts, he had walked step by step to reach his current level. The ancient Sword Continent was his home. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. Demon Cloud Lianzhou, you killed my wife and occupied my home. Your death date has arrived. The current Fang Chen was confident that he could easily kill Demon Cloud Lianzhou. After flying for a few days, the Ice Fire King suddenly said, "There's a continent up ahead." Fang Chen raised his head. A familiar scene instantly appeared. Chapter 933. The Ancient Sword Continent. The appearance of the Demon Cloud Lianzhou intimidated the two strongest quasi-kings of the continent. After that, the Sky Bone King and the Acheron Sect Master became the Demon Cloud Lianzhou's lackeys. The Demon Cloud Lianzhou was focused on refining the heart of the realm and had no time to care about the ancient Sword Continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Acheron Sect had been occupying every piece of land on the ancient Sword Continent. Today was the most dangerous day in the history of the Five Elements continent. After being defeated by Dean Wuyun, the Acheron Sect Master went into hiding. Recently, he'd finally recovered his peak combat strength, and his cultivation had stepped into the mysterious King Realm once more. After reaching the Mystic King Realm, the Acheron Sect Master's combat strength was unprecedented and became the strongest person on the ancient Sword Continent. The Acheron Sect Master led the Acheron Sect to besiege the Five Elements Academy. At this moment, the Acheron Sect Master stood quietly under the Five Elements Peak with a disdainful smile. The Five Elements Peak was engulfed in a massacre. The remnants of the Acheron Sect were slaughtering crazily. The students of the Five Elements Academy were fighting to the death for the Academy. Seeing the students dying one after another at the hands of the remnants of the Acheron Sect, the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy were powerless. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Dean Wuyun was the leader with Elder Han and the others behind him. "Dean, let me fight. Even if I die, I'm willing." The bloody spearman's eyes were scarlet as he roared. Dean Wuyun was a quasi-king and couldn't fight against the Acheron Sect Master. The Acheron Sect Master relied on his strength to intimidate the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, making them unable to fight. They could only watch as the students of the Five Elements Academy were slaughtered. "Wuyun, today will be the death of the Five Elements Academy," the Acheron Sect Master said in a low voice. After destroying the Five Elements Academy, they would occupy the Tianzhou and Demon Continent and become the true ruler of the ancient Sword Continent. "Dean, let me fight," Elder Han roared. The other true martial realm experts also requested to fight. Even if they died in battle, it was better than this. Dean Wuyun closed his eyes in pain. After about 3 seconds, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a hint of unswerving determination. "I'll hold back the Yellow Spring Sect Master. You guys go and slaughter the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect." Dean Wuyun made his decision. As soon as his voice fell, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed, and he arrived below the Five Elements Peak. He launched his strongest attack at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. At the same time, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy also joined the battle. "Killing one is enough, killing two is a profit." The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign roared as he killed a Yellow Spring Sect member. With the addition of several true martial realm powerhouses, the Five Elements Academy's decline was instantly stopped, and they launched an attack on the Yellow Spring Sect. How laughable! Below the Five Elements Peak, seeing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring Sect Master said these words. Bang Din Wuyun's all-out attack was actually easily blocked by the Netherworld Sect Master. The difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm is not as simple as you imagine. The head of the Yellow Spring Sect sneered. He held Din Wuyun's weapon and directly shattered it. Bang Din Wuyun's body was sent flying and slammed into the Five Elements Peak. Rumble, the entire Five Elements Peak was shaking. The hearts of several true martial realm cultivators who were fighting sank. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread out. Is the Five Elements Academy going to be destroyed? This was the thought in the hearts of many Five Elements Academy disciples. Even the strongest Dean was sent flying by a punch from the Netherworld Sect Master. Who else could stop the iron hooves of the Yellow Spring Sect? All the cultivators had a trace of sadness on their faces, and their backs had a trace of loneliness. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. It was unknown who shouted this, but suddenly, the fighting spirit of the Five Elements Academy was ignited. Countless students charged into the battlefield without caring about anything. They were not afraid of death, just to prove that there were no cowards in the Five Elements Academy. Din Wuyun's eyes were scarlet red, and he fell into madness. Ah! Yang Tian roared, roaring endlessly. He ignited his own blood and launched another attack. However, the heartless truth made his heart turn to ashes. Bang, one punch after another, directly shattered the last trace of hope in Din Wuyun's heart. From today onwards, the Five Elements Academy will be destroyed. The Netherworld Sect Master announced. As soon as the Netherworld Sect Master finished speaking, his body suddenly emitted the aura of a mystic king. In his palm, countless auras instantly gathered into a small ball. Within this small ball, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone knew that if this small ball bombarded the Five Elements Peak, the Five Elements Academy would completely disappear. No! All the students cried out miserably. They wanted to stop him, but there was nothing they could do. Die. The more it was like this, the happier the Netherworld Sect Master was. He threw the small ball in his hand without hesitation towards the Five Elements Peak. The 14 experts led by Fong Chen discovered that something was wrong as soon as they entered the Five Elements province. There's the aura of a mystic king realm martial artist. They seem to be fighting, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice. Fong Chen's expression changed greatly. He didn't even have time to speak. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. This was the first time since Fong Chen comprehended the true meaning of space and time. He had activated it. His body was constantly traversing through space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Five Elements Peak. Not good. When Fong Chen saw the small ball, he cried out inwardly. Then, he activated the true meaning of space and time again. Just as the small ball was about to hit the Five Elements Peak, Fong Chen suddenly appeared. Crash. The small round ball was confined for a short while. Then, Fong Chen activated his saint-level physical body and punched the small round ball. Bang. The small ball shattered and a berserk aura instantly spread out. The sudden turn of events caused the Yellow Spring Sect Master to frown. Who is it? The Netherworld Sect Master berated. As for Din Wuyun and the other true martial realm experts who had fallen to the ground, when they discovered the person who had arrived, their eyes glistened with tears. Fong Chen, he didn't die. Ha ha ha, Fong Chen didn't die. My Five Elements Academy can be saved. A burst of cheers instantly resounded through the sky. After Fong Chen shattered the small ball, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Then, he nodded at Din Wuyun. Finally, his gaze fell on the Netherworld Sect Master. Fong Chen, how are you still alive? When the Netherworld Sect Master saw Fong Chen's appearance, he cried out involuntarily. Back then, he had personally killed Fong Chen in the Devil Cloud Lien province and left his corpse in the wilderness. He didn't expect that after so many years, Fong Chen would actually appear alive. Furthermore, he had managed to block his attack. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also going to take your dog life, said Fong Chen. Humph, so what if you didn't die? The current me has already stepped into the profound king realm. You're powerless to change anything, said the Netherworld sect master coldly. Even if Fong Chen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to step into the profound king realm in such a short time. I'm powerless to change anything, said Fong Chen. The one powerless to change anything should be the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chen's appearance caused the battle to instantly stop. My Netherworld sect wants to unify the ancient sword continent. A heavenly genius like you won't be able to stop me, said the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chen shook his head. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. In my eyes, you're just an ant, said Fong Chen. Fong Chen's words were extremely arrogant, infuriating the Netherworld sect master. Brat, if you want to die, I'll help you out. The Netherworld sect master's wrist shook, and a ray of light shot out. Whoosh! When the ray of light reached Fong Chen, it strangely stopped. Then, Fong Chen directly grabbed the ray of light and crushed it in front of the Netherworld sect master's eyes. This is your attack? Asked Fong Chen. Just now, the Netherworld sect master had sensed Fong Chen's aura when Fong Chen attacked. The aura of the true martial realm is deliberately mystifying. Without stepping into the profound king realm, you won't be able to stop me from unifying the continent, sneered the Netherworld sect master. He had thought that Fong Chen was powerful, but it turned out he was just deliberately mystifying himself. You'll never understand the difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm, continued the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chen nodded when he heard that. He agreed with the Acheron sect leader's words. Chapter 934. The Yellow Spring sect master had boasted that the gap between the true martial realm and the mysterious king realm wasn't something that Dean Wuyun could imagine. And now, Fong Chen had said the same thing to the Yellow Spring sect master. Although he was in the true martial realm, the Yellow Spring sect master was like an ant in his eyes. What a joke! The Yellow Spring sect master laughed sinisterly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, Fong Chen did not pay any attention to him. Crash! Fong Chen waved his hand, and a giant palm print hovered above the 5 elements peak and pressed down. Cries of agony could be heard coming from the 5 elements peak. Before the Yellow Spring sect master could react, all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were exterminated. Brat, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The Yellow Spring sect master only reacted after the giant palm print had exterminated all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. The Yellow Spring sect master attacked, and the aura of the mysterious king realm erupted. Let's stop here. Fong Chen punched out. It was a simple punch, but the Yellow Spring sect master couldn't block it. No! When the fist approached the Yellow Spring sect master, the latter's face was filled with horror, and he screamed miserably. At this time, the Yellow Spring sect master realized that Fong Chen's strength was far from what he had imagined. Crack! In a flash, the Yellow Spring sect master's body was sent flying by Fong Chen. Dean Wuyun and the others were already dumbfounded. Was Fong Chen so powerful that he could send the Yellow Spring sect master flying with a punch? Your strength! The Yellow Spring sect master quickly stood up, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with shock. Fong Chen walked step by step towards the Yellow Spring sect master. Seeing this, the Yellow Spring sect master cried out in horror, "No, let me go, and this matter will be over." The Yellow Spring sect master tried to escape, but how could Fong Chen give him the chance? Poochie! With a swing of the hidden star sword, a golden sword light instantly cleaved the Yellow Spring sect master into 2 halves. His soul scattered and he died completely. The insufferably arrogant Yellow Spring sect master was easily killed by Fong Chen. This, on the 5 elements peak, many students were completely shocked. In their eyes, the Yellow Spring Sect Master's strength was heaven-defying. However, Fang Chen was able to kill the Acheron Sect Master with a single slash. Just how strong was he? Dean Wuyun and the other true martial realm experts were all extremely excited. Ha ha ha, the heavens bless my Five Elements Academy. Dean Wuyun laughed loudly. The other genuine martial realm experts also came to Fang Chen's side. Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the bone weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danqing. I'm afraid we're no longer qualified to be your masters, Sage Master Danqing said. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life, Fang Chen said softly. Hearing this, the two old men became even happier. Fang Chen, back then, weren't you? Asked Dean Wuyun, trying his best to calm the excitement in his heart. It's a long story. Fang Chen said slowly. Dean Wuyun waved his hand and told the other higher-ups to clean up the mess. Then, he prepared to bring Fang Chen to the Five Elements Peak. Right at this moment, waves of majestic aura suddenly came over. Dean Wuyun's expression changed drastically. There's an expert approaching. The other true martial realm experts also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled and said, Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. They're on the same side. As expected, as soon as Fang Chen finished his sentence, the other 13 experts immediately arrived. Yes, Fang Chen, you've already resolved the danger here, Dark Sword grinned. Possessing a space-type true meaning, your speed is indeed fast, Daoist Tianhong said. 13 profound kings floated in the air, their auras majestic. Below, Dean Wuyun and the others were completely shocked. So many profound kings are Fang Chen's good friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what had Fang Chen experienced to have so many profound kings as good friends? The entire ancient sword continent didn't have a single profound king. Just where had these profound kings come from? Everyone, please wait a moment. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward the 13 people, and then walked over to Dean Wuyun. Fang Chen told Dean Wuyun about his experience in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Dean Wuyun was incomparably shocked. You went to the Sword Burial Prefecture? Asked Elder Han. Back when Fang Chen had been in the Five Elements Academy, Elder Han had thought that Fang Chen was the genius with the greatest hope of entering the Sword Burial Prefecture. But he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be in the Sword Burial Prefecture all these years. Dean, I came this time to resolve the ancient Sword Continent's crisis. You should deal with the Five Elements Academy first, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you're going to deal with the Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture? Asked Dean Wuyun. Fang Chen didn't hide it and nodded in confirmation. Be careful, said Dean Wuyun. After finishing his conversation with Dean Wuyun, Fang Chen led the 13 Mystic King realm powerhouses and headed towards Tianzhou. Fang Chen, what is the cultivation base of that outsider you spoke of? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. He should be at the low level of the profound king realm, said Fang Chen. Back then, the difference between his cultivation base and the Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture's cultivation base had been too great. He had been unable to sense his opponent's cultivation base, so he wasn't sure just how strong the Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture's cultivation base was. A low-level profound king wouldn't be able to fight back against the 14 of us, said Daoist Tianhong. The 14 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the Tianzhou Prefecture. In a certain region of the Tianzhou Prefecture, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Back then, I died there, muttered Fang Chen to himself. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the angrier Fang Chen became. The Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture was on this mountain peak. The energy of the world is so dense. Could it be that the outsider is refining the realm core? Said Zhang Jian. Let's go. No matter what, today was the day the Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture died. Crash. The 14 of them soared into the sky and flew to the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. At this moment, the Devil Cloud Lien Prefecture was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His eyes were tightly closed and his body was filled with incomparably dense energy of the world. Above his head, there was a heart-like thing that seemed to be strongly rejecting him. As expected, he's refining the realm core, said Zhang Jian. Bang! Fang Chen and the others landed on the mountain peak and punched out without hesitation. Fang Chen's attack directly interrupted the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's refinement. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture that was refining the realm core suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with anger. He turned around and saw Fang Chen. You're not dead. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was a bit surprised. He had clearly killed Fang Chen back then, so why would he appear here now? You're not dead, so how could I die? Asked Fang Chen. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture sneered. Stupid native, so what if you're not dead? You dared to interrupt my refinement of the realm core. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. A low-level profound king martial artist has quite the tone. Suddenly, Yin Feng sneered. Today, all of you will die, roared the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. He had been refining the realm core for 4 years and had already reached the most critical moment. Now that he was interrupted by Fang Chen, he was furious. Seeing the realm core merge with the sky of the ancient sword continent, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture emitted a terrifying killing intent. With just your strength, you dare to speak such arrogant words? Apart from Fang Chen, the other 13 experts all unleashed their Mystic Emperor Realm auras. Crash! A dense aura filled the entire peak, causing the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's expression to change. Profound King Realm. At first, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture hadn't noticed it, but now that they released their Profound King auras, he finally noticed. Even if the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was conceited, he was still no match for 13 Profound Kings. Could it be that you're also outsiders? Asked the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. What benefits did he give you? I can give you double, said the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. The Demon Cloud Lianzhou said, I am a member of the Demon Cloud family. If you give me some face, I, the Demon Cloud Lianzhou, will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's words, the 13 experts sneered. Idiot, said Zhang Jian. 4 years ago, my wife was killed by you. Even I almost died at your hands, said Fang Chen calmly. Today, 4 years later, I've come for revenge. Chapter 935. The Demon Cloud Lianzhou's face was ferocious and filled with rage. His eyes were scarlet. He had painstakingly come to the mortal continent and was about to become an overlord. But at such a crucial moment, he was actually killed by an ant that he could easily kill back then. All of you will die. The Demon Cloud Lianzhou went completely mad. When he discovered the 13 Profound King Realm experts, he knew that he was no match for them with his own strength. Therefore, the Demon Cloud Lianzhou did not hesitate to take out his trump card. Crash! As soon as the Demon Cloud Lianzhou's voice fell, a fiery red starlight appeared in his hand. He then crushed the starlight without hesitation. Go to hell! Seeing this, Daoist Tianhong's face changed and shouted. He released a large amount of world energy. In the process of refining the world core, he absorbed a large amount of world energy and released it all at this moment. Rumble! At this moment, with the Demon Cloud Lianzhou as the center, a sea of fire instantly appeared. Within the sea of fire there was a large amount of world energy. Form the formation! Zhang Jian shouted. The 13 of them instantly laid out a combined attack formation and then used their full strength to attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the third turn radiant sword technique. Whoosh! A radiant sword light containing a majestic aura shot out from the hidden star sword. It pierced through space and shot towards the Demon Cloud Lianzhou. Poochie! Before the power of the combined attack formation could reach the Demon Cloud Lianzhou, Fang Chen's sword light took the lead. What sword technique is this? When Fang Chen's sword light pierced towards the Demon Cloud Lianzhou, it suddenly exploded and countless ripples appeared in the sky. Crack! The demon cloud Lien Zhou's body was directly blown apart. At the same time, the fiery red starlight in his hand also exploded. Just wait for the endless pursuit of the demon cloud family. The demon cloud Lien Zhou was furious and roared loudly. When the demon cloud Lien Zhou's voice fell, a strange light shot out from the sea of fire. Caught off guard, it directly shot into Fang Chen's forehead. Fang Chen immediately checked his body and found nothing out of the ordinary. Fang Chen. The 13 profound King Realm experts were all shocked. The strength that Fang Chen just now had already surpassed the combined strength of the 13 of them. He was too strong. With this kind of combat strength, he could easily kill low-level profound King Realm cultivators. Thinking of this, they were shocked by Fang's potential. To the demon cloud Lien Zhou's soul. To demon cloud Lien Zhou. Among the people present, only Lu Jingyun noticed that something was wrong with Fang Chen. To Lien Chen to. I. To Li. Fang. To the. Mark. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He shook his head. This mark is a bit special. I can't erase it for the time being. It should be some kind of tracking mark. Once you go to the outer universe, you will be sensed by the demon cloud family. Wind Yin said. But now that you are in the mortal world, you don't have to be afraid of the demon cloud family. Find a way to erase the mark and go to the outer universe. Zhang Jian said. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found the demon cloud Lien Zhou's interspatial ring. Interspatial ring. Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the demon cloud Lien Zhou's interspatial ring. It's done. Fang Chen said. Brother Fang. At this moment, Situ Hong and Dugu Yun spoke. Brother Fang, the two of us also came from the other 2 continents of the Azure Cloud domain. Our homeworld is also in great danger. Situ Hong said. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. Yunzhe continent, Shengxian continent? Fang Chen asked. Situ Hong and Dugu Yun nodded. Let's go together. Fang Chen said. It would be difficult for Situ Hong and Dugu Yun to kill the outer universe guests with their strength alone. While Fang Chen and the others were heading to the other 2 continents, in a mysterious place in the outer universe. This place was heavily guarded and the mansion was very luxurious. Not good, young Master Lien Zhou's life tablet has shattered. Suddenly, a guard shouted in horror. Then, the entire mansion was in complete chaos. All the martial artists were filled with fear. Young Master Lien Zhou's life tablet had shattered. The Patriarch would definitely be furious. The Patriarch's fury was too terrifying. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a furious voice came from the demon cloud family. Find the murderer at all costs. Who dares to kill my demon cloud family's people? There is no place for him in this world. On this day, the demon cloud family was shaken. The young master of the demon cloud family, demon cloud Lien Zhou, had been killed. The demon cloud family was furious. All the forces in this area were on tenterhooks, afraid of offending the demon cloud family. Of course, Fang Chen and the others in the Qingyun domain didn't know. Among the 3 outer universe guests, demon cloud Lien Zhou was the strongest. The other 2 were slightly weaker. After arriving at the Yunzhe continent, before Fang Chen could do anything, the outer universe guests were killed by Situ Hong and Dugu Yun. Then, they came to the Shengxian continent and easily resolved the crisis. Now, the crisis of the 3 continents was resolved. And for Fang Chen, it was the first time he truly understood the Qingyun domain. After resolving the mundane matters, the other mystic kings left and returned to the Burial Sword continent. Situ Hong, Dugu Yun, and Fang Chen stayed in the Qingyun domain to deal with things. Farewell. Fang Chen cupped his hands together. With a flash, he disappeared into the sky. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the ancient Sword continent. News of demon Cloud Lian Zhou's death had already spread. Fang Chen's name resounded through the sky. All the martial artists in the ancient Sword Continent respected Fang Chen as their leader. Even the quasi-kings of the Tianzhou and Demon Continent paid a personal visit to Fang Chen, wanting to submit to him. The entire ancient Sword Continent respected Fang Chen as their king. And Fang Chen didn't seem to be willing to deal with mundane matters. However, he was worried that another crisis would occur after he left. Then, he took the lead and established the Ancient Sword Alliance. All the forces in the three continents formed an alliance to resist the foreign invaders. After the Ancient Sword Alliance was established, everyone elected Fang Chen as the alliance leader. The latter didn't refuse. After becoming the alliance leader, Fang Chen made Dean Weun the vice leader to manage all the affairs of the Ancient Sword Alliance. No one in the Ancient Sword Alliance dared to disobey Fang Chen's orders. After all, Fang Chen's strength was unprecedented. No one could stop him. After doing all this, Fang Chen prepared to return to the Divine Wind Nation. Nanling Continent, outside a mountain range. Fang Chen stood quietly with a smile on his face. How many years has it been? I can finally regain my human form, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Ancestor Bronze was also very excited. After his death, his disciple was framed and turned into a big turtle. Now, he could finally regain his human form. Although Fang Chen hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he had the strength of the Mystic King realm. It was very easy for him to save Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Coming to the depths of the mountain range, the big turtle woke up from its deep sleep. "Brother Turtle, I'm here to save you." After Fang Chen finished speaking, his palm shook and began to save the big turtle. 6 hours later, the big turtle turned into a stream of light and transformed into a human form. Thank you. After being a turtle for 1,000 years, he was finally able to regain his human form. He was incomparably excited. Brat, who was it that framed you back then? Ancestor Bronze's voice rang out. His voice was filled with fury. Master, back then. He told Ancestor Bronze that the person who had framed him back then had long since died. Ancestor Bronze chatted with his disciple for a while before following Fang Chen back to the Divine Wind Nation. I'm finally back. The last time he had come back was when he had married Star and Moon. But this time, he came back alone. Looking down at the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chen was filled with melancholy. Chapter 936. Heavenly Wind Nation, Fang Family. A long time ago, the Fang family had already been the #1 family in the Heavenly Wind Nation. Anyone who mentioned the Fang family would immediately think of the strongest genius of the Fang family's younger generation, Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen had returned to the Fang family, he sighed. It had been a long time since he had left the Heavenly Wind Nation. His family's power had grown stronger and stronger. Thanks to the resources Fang Chen had left behind, some of the younger generation's disciples had already reached the Qi transformation realm. Of course, that was nothing to a profound king. Fang Chen stood in the sky of the Heavenly Wind Nation, looking down at the Heavenly Wind Nation. His mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of the martial path, as long as you couldn't reach the legendary realm of immortality, you would eventually die. A mortal's lifespan was even shorter. They could only live for 100 years. If you can't transcend heaven and earth, you'll eventually become a pile of dirt, muttered Fang Chen to himself. He thought of his father, his brothers and sisters. After a long time, Fang Chen no longer thought about it. His figure flickered, and he landed outside the Fang family's residence. With Fang Chen's current cultivation base, if he didn't want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover Fang Chen. Noiselessly entering the residence, Fang Chen saw a familiar scene. He smiled. Fang Yao, you're bullying me. Just as Fang Chen was looking around, an angry voice rang out. With a single thought, Fang Chen's body merged into the void. In the blink of an eye, he saw 2 children of 3 or 4 years old. One was a woman and the other was a man. The woman was wearing azure robes. She had her hands on her hips and a smile on her face. Across from her was a man. He was very angry. He wasn't Fang Yao's match, but she had bullied him time and time again. Fang Yu, who told you not to cultivate properly? Said the girl called Fang Yao. Humph, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell Dad. After saying that, the boy angrily left. Not long after, Fang Chun discovered the child's father. A smile appeared on his face. The white-robed Fang Xing's smile grew even wider when he saw the child. Then Fang Xing hugged Fang Yu. Who bullied you? Dad, Fang Yao always bullies me because she's stronger than me. You have to get justice for your son, said Fang Yu unhappily. Fang Xing laughed heartily. Fang Yao and Fang Yu were his children. They were twins. Fang Yao was the eldest, while Fang Yu was the second. However, Fang Yu had always refused to admit that Fang Yao was his sister, and would often call her by her full name. When Fang Yao was born, her talent was extraordinary and she was recognized as a cultivation genius. As for Fang Yu, his cultivation talent was much worse. Because Fang Yu called Fang Yao by her full name, Fang Yao kept teasing Fang Yu. You have to cultivate properly. Remember your uncle from back then. Fang Xing placed Fang Yu on the ground. Dad, you've already told me about Uncle Fang Chen's achievements no less than 10,000 times. I'm already tired of hearing them, interrupted Fang Yu. That's right, Dad. Is Uncle Fang Chen really that legendary? Everyone who hears Uncle Fang Chen's name is filled with respect. I'm also very curious as to what kind of person Uncle Fang Chen is. At this moment, Fang Yao appeared. Her eyes were shining brightly as she spoke with a smile. Dad, when will Uncle Fang Chen return? Fang Chen's younger generation was now all married and had children. From the day they were born, they had been hearing about Fang Chen's legends every day. As for Fang Chen himself, they had never seen him before. Your Uncle Fang Chen is a one-in-a-million genius. You'll know when you see him. Hearing his children's words, Fang Xing's face turned blank for a moment before he replied. But from the day I was born until now, I've never seen Uncle Fang Chen, continued Fang Yao. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, immediately revealed himself after hearing Fang Yao's words. You can see him now, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Yu and Fang Yao turned to look at Fang Chen. They were a bit surprised and asked, Who are you? Why are you here? Fang Yao and Fang Yu knew every single member of the Fang family. But they had never seen this person before. Chen Zi. The instant he saw Fang Chen appear, Fang Xing was dumbfounded. Only after a long while did he recover from his shock. He immediately rushed over to Fang Chen and gave him a bear hug. Chen Zi, you're back. Ah. Fang Yao and Fang Yu had never seen their father so happy before. Cousin Fang Chen, in just a few years, you're already a father. Fang Chen grinned. Fang Xing removed his arms from Fang Chen's body and shouted, You two little brats, quickly come over here. Fang Yao and Fang Yu walked over and asked, Father, just who is he? Why are you so happy to see him? Haven't you always wanted to see Uncle Fang Chen? Asked Fang Xing. Could it be that he's Uncle Fang Chen? Fang Yao was smart and quick-witted. She immediately figured it out. Fang Xing nodded. Come and greet Uncle Fang Chen. Hearing that this person was Fang Chen, the two of them were a bit shocked. Then, the two of them walked up to Fang Chen with a smile. Are you Uncle Fang Chen? Asked Fang Yu. Uncle Fang Chen, I heard from my father that you're very strong, said Fang Yao. Fang Chen intimately stroked the foreheads of the two children. Crash. Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and 2 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. He handed them to the two of them. I came back in a hurry, so I didn't bring much. These 2 medicinal pills are for you, said Fang Chen. Many thanks, Uncle Fang Chen. News of Fang Chen's return was only known to the upper echelons of the Fang family. No one else knew. Fang Chen also didn't want to be too high-profile. This time, he had left behind a large amount of wealth for the Fang family to develop. Of course, the development Fang Chen was referring to was the development of their martial power. As for territory, there was no need to occupy it. As long as Fang Chen wanted to, the entire ancient sword continent would belong to the Fang family. The current Fang Chen hadn't reached the point where he could change the cultivation base of everyone in the Fang family. Their cultivation base could only depend on themselves. Fang Chen could only provide them with some external items. After 10 days in the Fang family, Fang Chen secretly set up a peak Dao level formation. This formation wouldn't appear under normal circumstances. It would only be activated when the Fang family was in danger. With this formation, even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy the Fang family, unless it was a Mystic King realm expert. After setting up the formation, Fang Chen left behind some cultivation technique. Most of these cultivation techniques were ones that he had practiced before. Finally, after reuniting with his family, he left the Xingfeng country. After leaving behind some trump cards in the Fang family, Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy. In just a month, the Ancient Sword Alliance had begun to take shape. Under the management of Dean Wuyun, the Ancient Sword Alliance was in order. Fang Chen, you're back. Dean Wuyun led a few true martial realm experts to welcome Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded to everyone, and his gaze finally fell on Zhang Jingtao. Fang Chen, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Jingtao's face was filled with helplessness. Senior brother Zhang, the path of martial arts is to go against the heavens. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, then what right do you have to go against the heavens? Fang Chen said slowly. Buzz. Fang Chen's words shook Zhang Jingtao's mind. Back then, he was the same as Fang Chen. They were both young geniuses of the ancient sword continent. But now, Fang Chen was already the strongest person in the ancient sword continent, and he was still in the true martial realm. As time passed, Zhang Jingtao's confidence grew less and less. But now, after hearing Fang Chen's words, it was as if he had been enlightened. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from Zhang Jingtao's body. He entered a state of enlightenment. Ha ha ha, he's enlightened. Dean Wuyun and the others laughed happily. Zhang Jingtao was enlightened, and the others personally stood guard for him. As for Fang Chen, after exchanging a few simple words with Dean Wuyun, he arrived before Sky Pass. Now, I'm probably qualified to completely control the Five Elements Peak, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the Sky Pass. Chapter 937. The heaven-piercing peak was a priceless treasure. Although Fang Chen had passed, he hadn't been able to completely control it. And now, Fang Chen had once again stepped into the heaven-piercing peak. Master! The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man instantly appeared and cupped their hands towards Fang Chen. As soon as Fang Chen entered the heaven-piercing peak, he noticed them. I want to completely refine the heaven-piercing peak, said Fang Chen. Master, you? The demi-beast man asked in surprise. Master, have you reached the profound king realm? Fang Chen nodded. Although I haven't reached the profound king realm, I'm confident I can completely refine the heaven-piercing peak. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit were both shocked. In just a few years, their master's strength had risen from the condensing reality realm to his current level. Under the gaze of the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit, Fang Chen began to refine the heaven-piercing peak. Fang Chen had already refined it once before. Now that he was stronger, refining it was much easier. In just 15 minutes, Fang Chen had completely refined the heaven-piercing peak. At this time, Fang Chen had truly taken control of the heaven-piercing peak. As expected, it's a big deal. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The heaven-piercing peak was a space of its own. Countless martial artists lived here. It was just like a mortal world. It was just that there weren't as many people here as there were in the mortal world. Master, congratulations on taking control of the heaven-piercing peak. The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man were full of smiles. Fang Chun taking control of the heaven-piercing peak meant that he could take it with him and leave this place. They hadn't left this place in a long time. With the heaven-piercing peak in control, Fang Chun could easily scan the entire space with a single thought. Within the heaven-piercing peak, there was a cultivation technique pavilion, a weapon pavilion, and a secret technique pavilion. "What a fortune," said Fang Chun. "Master, now that you've taken control of the heaven-piercing peak, do you want to take it with you?" asked the artifact spirit. The beast man also looked at Fang Chun anxiously. Fang Chun nodded. The half-beast man and the artifact spirit laughed excitedly. After a long while, the artifact spirit stopped laughing and said to Fang Chun, "Master, before the old master passed away, he left behind 2 secret techniques. He said that only by completely controlling the Heaven's Link peak can one obtain these 2 secret techniques." Secret technique. Fang Chun's soul spread out, instantly enveloping the entire space of Tongtian Peak. Then, he discovered a strange place. There was a vine leaf here. It was different from the 5 checkpoints of the heaven-connecting peak. Fang Chun discovered that when the spiritual energy approached this vine leaf, it actually turned into a strange aura. Is the secret technique here? Fang Chun wondered. With a thought, he arrived at the vine leaf. Voila, in midair, the artifact spirit appeared. "Master, the 2 secret techniques are on this vine leaf. However, with Master's current cultivation, you can only cultivate one of them," said the artifact spirit. Fang Chun nodded. His soul had already discovered the 2 secret techniques on this vine leaf. On the vine leaf, there were 2 very small balls of light. Each ball of light represented a secret technique. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chun's eyes were like torches as he looked at one of the balls of light. On this ball of light, there were 5 large words faintly appearing. This secret technique was called Void Meteor Annihilation. "Master, this Void Meteor Annihilation is a very domineering technique. Even in the outer universe, countless warriors would fight over it." The artifact spirit explained, "Master has the true meaning of the void, so you are the best candidate to cultivate this technique. After successfully cultivating the Void Meteor Annihilation, one blow can destroy a part of the void." Fang Chun's heart trembled when he heard this. The power of the Void Meteor Annihilation was many times stronger than that of the Golden Light Dragon slaying. It seems that these 2 secret techniques are the lifelong efforts of the master of the Tongtian Peak. Then, Fang Chun looked at the other ball of light. Star Sky Art. Just by hearing the name of this technique, one could feel that it was unusual. Star Sky Art. Fang Chun muttered to himself. His intuition told him that this secret technique must be extraordinary. "Master, this Star Sky Art is the Master's unique technique. Master is also famous because of this secret technique," said the artifact spirit. "If you want to cultivate the Star Sky Art, you must cultivate the Void Meteor Annihilation to the extreme." After a brief understanding, Fang Chun knew that the power of the Star Sky Art was much stronger than that of the Void Meteor Annihilation. When the Star Sky Art was cultivated to a certain level, one could communicate with the stars in the universe and absorb the power of the stars to strengthen oneself. Such a perverted method was truly shocking. However, the cultivation requirements of the celestial heavenly skill were slightly higher. Right now, Fang Chun was still unable to cultivate it. "Biting off more than you can chew," said Fang Chun inwardly. With a thought, Fang Chun grabbed the ball of light of the Void Meteor Annihilation and put it into his mind. At this time, the artifact spirit continued, "Master, with your talent, if you cultivate the Void Meteor Annihilation, you'll at least have the power to protect yourself in the outer realms." Just the power to protect himself? Fang Chun wondered. "Right, do you know about the world core of the mortal world?" asked Fang Chun suddenly. "Master, could it be that you want to become the overlord and refine the world core?" asked the artifact spirit. Fang Chun nodded but didn't say anything. "Master, in the vast universe there are countless mortal worlds. Each mortal world has a world core. The mortal world relies on the world core to operate. As long as you can refine the world core, you'll become the overlord of a mortal world, said the artifact spirit. What are the benefits of becoming an overlord? Asked Feng Qin. Once you become an overlord, it means the mortal world has a master. Outsiders won't be able to enter unless they obtain the overlord's approval, said the artifact spirit. Why is that? Feng Qin didn't understand. The realm core is the core of a mortal world. Once it is refined, the mortal world will become an object with an owner, and the mortal world will be enveloped by the natural laws. This is the universe's protection for the mortal world, the artifact spirit explained. If you don't have the master's approval, you won't be able to force your way in, continued the artifact spirit. Hearing the artifact spirit's explanation, Feng Qin finally understood. The laws were supreme existences that reigned above all martial artists. Under the protection of the laws, even peak experts were unable to enter the mortal world. The reason the Heavenspan Peak was able to reach the ancient Sword Continent was because the ancient Sword Continent's world core hadn't been refined, said Feng Qin. That is indeed the case, the artifact spirit said. Master, if you refine the world core, it'll be beneficial to your cultivation. Beneficial? Once you refine the world core, you'll obtain the faith energy of all the continent's martial artists. Faith energy was a kind of illusory energy, but it was incomparably powerful. Almost all of the Outerverse's major powers would obtain an endless amount of faith energy. A single person's faith power was very weak, but millions or even hundreds of millions of faith power were very majestic and endless. That faith energy would all enter the world core. Refining the world core meant that he would be able to obtain that enormous amount of faith energy. Faith energy can temper the soul? Asked Feng Qin. The artifact spirit nodded. Faith energy has many uses, but the most obvious is tempering the soul. That's the law of the heavenly Daos that balances the universe's various races. It was much easier for a mortal world's martial artist to refine a world core than for an outsider. Refining the heart of the realm meant that he had unlocked a cheat in his cultivation. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Feng Qin's heart began to stir. After a short discussion, Feng Qin put away the Heavenspan Peak and left the Heavens Pass, returning to the Five Elements Academy. The Heavenspan Peak had disappeared, but the Heavens Pass hadn't changed at all. No one knew that the Heavens Pass was no longer the Heavens Pass of the past. The Heavenspan Peak had shrunk until it was the size of a palm and was hidden in Feng Qin's spatial ring. Feng Qin took a step forward and arrived at the Five Elements Peak's main peak. At this time, Zhang Jingtao and the others appeared. Feng Qin immediately saw that Zhang Jingtao's cultivation had broken through. Feng Qin, many thanks. Zhang Jingtao cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't been enlightened by Feng Qin, perhaps he wouldn't have been so confident in himself. But now, he wasn't just confident, he was extremely confident. Chapter 938. The establishment of the Ancient Sword Alliance had completely stabilized the Ancient Sword Continent. Seeing that the Ancient Sword Continent was on the right track, Feng Qin was relieved. After all, the Ancient Sword Continent was his hometown, where his clansmen lived. Standing on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Feng Qin looked down at the vast land and sighed. 4 years ago, he was killed by the Devil Cloud Lien state and entered the Sword Burial state by chance. 4 years later, he returned and not only resolved the Ancient Sword Continent's crisis, but he also killed the Devil Cloud Lien state. Before leaving the Ancient Sword Continent, Feng Qin had one more thing to do. That was to refine the heart of the realm. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he wanted to try refining the heart of the realm. On this day, Feng Qin left the Five Elements continent and came to the Sky continent. He flew to the peak where the Devil Cloud Lien state had refined the heart of the realm. Let's do it here, Feng Qin muttered to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began refining the heart of the realm. In the Devil Cloud Lien State's interspatial ring, Fang Chun found a way to refine the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm was hidden in the sky of the mortal continent. If he wanted to refine it, he had to find it and lure it out. Sitting down cross-legged, Fang Chen's body surged with dense spirit energy. Fang Chen's soul ejected and went to the sky, wanting to communicate with the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm. Fang Chen saw the heart of the realm at a glance. Recognize me as your master and I can protect the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen said. He was communicating with the heart of the realm. In the sky there was a bright light. This was the heart of the realm. Around the heart of the realm were complex rules. These were the rules that the heavenly Tao had given to the heart of the realm. The ancient sword continent could only exist if the heart of the realm operated normally. Fang Chen carefully observed the heart of the realm and entered a state of enlightenment. The heart of the realm contained countless different types of energy. First was the 5 elements energy. The formation of a world required the 5 elements energy as the foundation, and then other types of energy. The power of the 5 elements. Fang Chen thought to himself. The 5 elemental powers were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were the polar opposites of each other. In the heart of the world, the 5 types of energy fused together to support the entire world. Is this how the laws of the ancient sword continent operate? Fang Chen, who was in a state of epiphany, began to comprehend the power of the 5 elements. Because he possessed the 5 elements' intent, it was very easy for him to comprehend them. Suddenly, Fang Chen awoke from his epiphany. The power of the 5 elements surrounded him. It really is worthy of being the world core. Just looking at it can give me such an accomplishment. Fang Chen was shaken. No wonder that profound monarch realm outsider was willing to pay any price to refine the realm heart. After comprehending the power of the 5 elements, Fang Chen continued to comprehend. He had discovered the power of darkness and the power of light. Darkness and light. These 2 opposing forces were not too difficult for Fang Chen. That was because he possessed the true meaning of darkness. The 3 Revolution Radiance sword art contained the aura of light. However, his comprehension speed had greatly decreased. It took him a full 3 days to comprehend it. At this time, Fang Chen sensed that the realm heart's repulsive force had weakened a bit. It really is useful. If he tried to forcibly refine the realm heart, the repulsive force would be extremely strong. This was Fang Chen's method of progressing step by step. Let's continue. Fang Chen's face was filled with smiles as he continued to comprehend. After 3 months, the realm heart's repulsive force towards Fang Chen had weakened by more than half. At this time, Fang Chen sensed that he was about to step into the profound king realm. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to step into the legendary realm. He continued to comprehend. Fang Chen closed his eyes. The power of space and time appeared in his mind. These 2 types of energy were the 2 most important types of energy used to construct a world. They were also the most difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of space and time. This was good news. Within the dome of the sky, the realm heart surged with the power of space and time. Once the 2 types of energy shot out from the realm heart, they directly merged with the ancient sword continent. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the true meaning of space and time became deeper and deeper. And he also deeply understood the ancient sword continent's operation. He sat there for 3 years. Fang Chen was like a statue, quietly sitting on a mountain peak, comprehending the power of space and time. 5 Elements Province, 5 Elements Peak. Dean Wuyun and the rest had anxious looks all over their faces. Fang Chen disappeared for 3 years. Where did he go? Asked Elder Han worriedly. Dean, is Fang Chen in seclusion at the 5 Elements Academy? Asked the bloody spearman. At the beginning, no one had paid attention to Fang Chen's disappearance. But now that he had disappeared for 3 years, they finally realized that something wasn't right. During these 3 years, Din Weun had mobilized all the power of the ancient Sword Alliance to search for Feng Qin. But alas, they hadn't been able to find any trace of Feng Qin. Today, the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy had gathered to discuss how to find Feng Qin. With Feng Qin's current strength, he shouldn't be in any danger on the ancient sword continent, said the Bone Weapon Sage Master. How strange. The ancient sword continent is only so big. Even with all the power of the ancient sword alliance, we still can't find him, said Sage Master Dan Qing. Hearing their words, a strange glint flashed across Din Weun's eyes. Do you remember why the Devil Cloud Lian province came to the ancient sword continent? Hearing Din Weun's words, everyone looked at him. It seems they want to refine the ancient sword continent, said Elder Han uncertainly. Din Weun nodded. In these 3 years, we've searched all over the ancient sword continent. The only place we didn't go was that mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Could it be that Feng Qin also wants to refine the ancient sword continent? The bloody spearman was flabbergasted. Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. They sensed that the spiritual qi in the air had suddenly become incomparably sparse. What's going on? Sage Master Dan Yun's expression changed. The spiritual qi in the air has become incomparably sparse. What's going on? They were all true martial experts. Their spiritual senses were extremely sharp. The spiritual qi had become sparse. This matter was incomparably serious. Let's go take a look. With Din Weun at the lead, they all rose into the air above the Five Elements Academy. At this time, their expressions became even more gloomy. The spiritual qi in the entire Five Elements province has become much sparser. What's going on? Asked Elder Han. On the mortal continent, martial artists relied on spiritual qi to survive. Once the spiritual qi became sparse, martial artists like them wouldn't be able to survive. This was indeed an extremely serious problem. Could it be a crisis that affects the entire ancient sword continent? Asked Sage Master Dan Qing. Let's go to the Tianzhou. Din Weun's expression was gloomy. In the next instant, everyone quickly left the Five Elements province and headed to the Tianzhou. At the same time, the experts of the Tianzhou and Demon continents also sensed this change. They were extremely anxious. Just what had happened? Why had the spiritual qi become so sparse? When Din Weun and the others arrived in the Tianzhou, the experts of the other 2 continents also arrived. The 2 quasi-kings stared at the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Their expressions were grave and their eyes were filled with confusion. All the spiritual qi in the entire ancient sword continent has gathered on this mountain peak, said the quasi-king of the Tianzhou. Just what's going on? Asked the quasi-king of the demon continent. Let's go up and take a look, said Din Weun. Everyone nodded and flew up the mountain peak. However, before they could reach the peak of the mountain, something unbelievable happened. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the next instant, a boundless aura surged out of the mountain peak and covered the entire ancient sword continent. The ancient sword continent's experts stared at this scene in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual qi in the air had become at least 10 times denser than before. The spiritual qi is so dense, cried the 3 quasi-kings excitedly. Chapter 939. The experts of the 3 prefectures stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. They had lived for such a long time, but they had never seen such boundless spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, the spiritual energy is so abundant. Could it be that our ancient sword continent is about to rise? A cultivator laughed loudly. Spiritual energy was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible to imagine what the cultivators of the ancient sword continent would become. It was said that there had been a rumor that some continents had been damaged by a great battle between experts, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. Over time, all the spiritual energy in the continent had dissipated, and the continent had become incomparably barren. In the end, the continent had been abandoned. Originally, they were still worried that the spiritual energy would become thin, and the continent would be in danger. But now, the spiritual energy had suddenly become more than 10 times denser. At the same time, all the cultivators of the ancient sword continent were celebrating. At this time, on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. If someone was here, they would definitely discover that Fang Chen's cultivation had already crossed the final hurdle and stepped into the Mystic King realm. Mystic King realm. A trace of a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. His every move was able to cause the surrounding heaven and earth power to circulate. Fang Chen could sense every corner of the ancient sword continent with just a thought. This was the overlord of the mortal world. I didn't expect it to take 3 years. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The process of refining the realm core was also a process of transformation. During this process, Fang Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Mystic King realm, and his spirit had also undergone a great transformation. Most importantly, the Golden Heart had become even more powerful after fusing with the realm core's power. Traces of light circulated around Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen stood up. The spiritual energy has become more than 10 times denser. When Fang Chen had refined the world core, he had already understood. Once the mortal world had an overlord, the realm core would gradually evolve. The most obvious thing was that the spiritual qi on the mortal continent would gradually become denser. As the lord of the mortal continent, Fang Chen could control the entire ancient sword continent as he pleased. Even though he had only just entered the Mystic King realm. However, even if he encountered a mid-level profound King realm martial artist, or even a high-level profound King realm martial artist, he was still fearless. This was the strength of the overlords of the mortal world. Of course, he had to be in the ancient sword continent. If they were in the outer realm or somewhere else, with Fang Chen's strength, he would at most be able to contend against a mid-level Mystic King realm martial practitioner. As for high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, they couldn't resist at all. Only by being on the ancient sword continent could one mobilize the natural powers of the ancient sword continent to attack the enemy. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, many of the ancient sword alliance's upper echelons arrived at the mountain peak. "Alliance Head, why are you here?" cried one of Tianzhou's quasi-kings. "Alliance Head, what happened just now?" the quasi-king from the demon province asked. Only Din Wuyun noticed Fang Chen's aura. "Fang Chen, you've broken through to the Mystic King realm." Only after hearing Din Wuyun's words did the others notice this. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. With just a true martial realm cultivation, he could easily annihilate the Demon Cloud province. Now that he had stepped into the Mystic King realm, just how strong was he? Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. "I refined the realm core, and became the overlord of the ancient sword continent." Fang Chen didn't hide anything. After all, this kind of thing would be known sooner or later. They didn't know much about the world heart, but with a flick of Fang Chen's wrist, information was transmitted into their minds. A moment later, the true martial realm's upper echelons were filled with shock. Many people didn't dare to believe that Fang Chen had become the overlord of the mortal world. Overlord. It was unknown who called out, but the other martial artists all followed suit. From the Qi refinement realm to the Mystic King realm in less than 15 years, Fang Chen's growth was a genuine legend. After becoming the overlord, Fang Chen's insight had increased, and his comprehension had deepened. Although he had become the ancient sword continent's strongest expert, it wasn't much in the outer realms. In the outer realms where experts were as common as the clouds, the Mystic King realm was just a low level of power. "Everyone, you can return." Fang Chen waved his hand. After becoming the overlord of the mortal world, Fang Chen felt his soul rapidly growing. "Fang Chen, I really didn't dare imagine that you would become the overlord." The bronze ancestor's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. His voice was filled with disbelief and excitement. Fang Chen reaching the Mystic King realm meant that he had a chance of being revived. Ancestor, I was just about to look for you. Fang Chen said, Ancestor, with my current strength, I should be able to reconstruct your body. Pass me the information of your life. After returning to the Five Elements province, Fang Chen communicated with Ancestor Bronze. Reviving a Mystic King realm expert seemed unattainable in the past. But for the current Fang Chen, it wasn't that difficult. This was because he wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm expert, but the overlord of the mortal continent. Fang Chen spent a month searching the entire ancient sword continent and found all the materials to reconstruct his body. He didn't know before, but after becoming the overlord, Fang Chen discovered many mysterious places in the ancient sword continent. Many of these places were unknown to the outside world. There were no secrets in the ancient sword continent in front of Fang Chen. After a full month, the materials were finally prepared. At this time, he could finally begin to reconstruct Ancestor Bronze's body. Fang Chen found a secluded place and began to reconstruct his body. Ancestor, can your remnant will come out? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze's remnant will came out of Fang Chen's mind. It floated in the air, its aura a bit weak. Repair the soul, roared Fang Chen. With a flick of his wrist, countless rays of light flashed around him and poured into Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. His Ancestor Bronze's remnant will was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Chen was using the World Core to repair Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. Ancestor Bronze was a native of the ancient sword continent. Since birth, his soul had been nourished by the World Core. With the World Core's repair, Ancestor Bronze's remnant will was repaired in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! This was the happiest Ancestor Bronze had been in all these years. When he had died, he had never imagined that he would be revived one day. Moreover, the World Core had personally repaired his soul. In this short period of time, Ancestor Bronze discovered that not only had his soul been repaired, but it had also surpassed when he was alive and reached the peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen knew that the time had come. Reconstruct the body. Fang Chen mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and with the help of the World Core, he began to reconstruct his body. The natives of the ancient sword continent were originally restricted by the laws. As the overlord of the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen could control any changes in the ancient sword continent. Using the power of the laws to reconstruct a martial artist's body was incomparably easy. A fleshly body slowly appeared. Ancestor Bronze was already overjoyed. 6 hours later, a complete physical body appeared. Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. After continuously using the World Core for 6 hours, his body was very weak. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said, "There's still one last step." In the next moment, his wrist shook and the World Core began to spin at high speed. Then, it directly enveloped Ancestor Bronze's soul and drilled into the mind of this complete body. Then, a law descended from the sky and baptized Ancestor Bronze. Under the baptism of the law, his soul and body were completely merged. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze was perfectly resurrected. Ha ha ha, I'm resurrected. Ancestor Bronze's face was full of smiles. He was full of energy, and his strength was stronger than before he died. Especially his soul, which had been repaired by the World Core, was abnormally strong. Ancestor. Fang Chen looked at Ancestor Bronze and smiled. Fang Chen, you are my benefactor. Ancestor Bronze grinned.